He was pals with Jackson, son of a Revolutionary War hero. He's from the North, but he was pro-slavery. They thought this was going to work. 2 months before this is crazy. 2 months before his inauguration, he and his family were in a train crash, and the only casualty was his 11-year-old son.
Damn.
So his entire time in office, he's blacked out, drunk, and depressed. He's the saddest guy of all time. He's not listening. His kid just died. His wife blamed him for the death constantly. She was like, we should have never been on that train. You just had to be the fucking president.
Oh,
you gave birth to him, bitch.
Yeah. You were on the train. You had fun.
Yeah, dude, fuck.
What's going on, guys, and welcome back here at Comic History Tales. Now, today's topic of discussion will be about Franklin Pierce and James Buchanan. Both of these men were president right before the Civil War started, and they even played a bit of a role in the further deterioration of the Union. Now, both of these men are not considered to be very good presidents, but especially James Buchanan is seen as one of the worst presidents in history. Let's go and listen what Shane and Louis have to say about it.
So he's there. During Pierce, they do the Transcontinental Railroad. This is like the real. This is a fuck up for the North wants it to be from Chicago to L.A. or one of those places out west. The South wants it to be from Atlanta to L.A. In order to get it done, they have to get rid of the Missouri Line Compromise, which made it nothing north or south of here was the slave line. They decided to make it so every new territory got to decide themselves. They got to vote in order to get the Transcontinental Railroad. So this opened...
Every single thing we did to build this nation ran into this slave problem.
Yes.
Every single thing we tried to do was like, yeah, but the fucking north-south slave slave states, non-slave states.
Jesus.
We need to build a railroad across. That's the first interstate thing. The first interstate objective.
Yeah.
It's the first thing that you need a federal government. It's why the federal government got stronger and stronger. Because every state gets to do their own thing, but you want to take a fucking train from one to the other, these two states have to make a compromise.
Yeah.
So you needed a federal government to make these.
It was like the precursor to union, non-union. They just blow up a gigantic, like, inflatable rat.
Yeah. It's the other reason, just as a general thing, that the federal government became what gave the federal government power was the states wanting parity with each other. Like when environmental laws became a thing, they were state laws. So like Indiana would make a law, you can't dump sludge into the river anymore. So every company in Indiana has to pay extra to do a better job of dumping their shit and take it to the ocean or somewhere else, ruin somebody else's life.
Yeah.
But so next door to Indiana is Illinois, and they're like, we dump anything we want.
Yeah.
And so all the business goes there. Mm-hmm. And so the Illinois company's like, we don't want to dump. We don't want to hurt the environment, but we can't compete with these guys.
Yeah.
Right? So they would all the states would go to the Fed and say, please pass a law that affects everybody so that we can all do the right thing that we want to do without having to get squeezed out by this guy.
Yeah.
And that worked until we started doing shit with Mexico and India and China. But anyway, go on.
But yeah,
so,
it was interesting to me. We're at I think Pierce, right? On the Transcontinental Railroad.
Yeah.
That turns out to be like that's what started it. I mean, obviously there's a ton of major factors, but that was like a big one because it opened what was called the Nebraska-Kansas Act, which is they got to decide to vote whether they were pro-slave or pro-abolition. So then a bunch of people just rushed in from the north and the south, and they started fucking killing each other.
What?
It was I forget the names. They were pretty sick. It was like the Free Staters versus the Border Ruffians. This is where John Brown and his son was out there.
Oh yeah.
They started hacking people with swords to death. Like
Jesus.
that was it. And Franklin Pierce was like, he did nothing. He didn't get involved.
So basically, Franklin Pierce, during his entire presidency, doesn't really act as the president or doesn't really do anything or get involved, mostly because of what happened with his son. And his wife, I feel like I have to mention this, is absolutely insane. It says here in the book Confronting the Presidents by Bill O'Reilly, Jane is trapped. She suffers a mental breakdown and wears black as a sign of mourning, leading many to call her the shadow of the White House. She spends the rest of her days upstairs in the bedroom, writing letters of apology to her dead son.
Yeah, dude, it must have been crazy when you had a bunch of slaves. Like, this is wrong. You had to be like, nah. You couldn't. It must have been crazy to be like, nah, I don't think it is.
Well, you just would pretend not to, or you just wouldn't. I mean, you'd see it on the newspaper was faded, and it was like, I don't know that much about it.
Just not being able to go down
I'm
with
okay
that
to
bit.
my slaves. I treat them okay.
Yeah, they're great.
True.
Yeah.
Right? Tell him. He's like, oh yeah, he's great.
Yeah, he was all right. No, it's fine. No, and meanwhile, the North was starting to get. This is getting after Pierce is who?
Buchanan.
So Buchanan is the guy who right before Lincoln,
Yes.
right? Because the other thing that was going on is the North is industrializing, and the North is starting to build sweat houses and factories, and so part of the argument that people were having that is like the kind of argument we would have now. If it would be interesting to take this culture with Twitter and everything and supplant it to slavery days and how we would have handled that debate back then.
True.
Because there were people that were saying, the North has free workers and a ton of them immigrants that had started, and they're treated like garbage. They're living like shit, and they're dying in large numbers and getting sick, uneducated, and being not allowed to be educated.
Yeah.
Kids are working heavy,
There's a ton
long
of
shifts
southern political cartoons that are like that.
that are about
They'll have
how bad they
slaves
were. And like our
out in
slaves
the
are like a
sun
member of the
dancing.
family.
Yeah.
We give them their own house with their plot of land. They get to do this and that. Most slave owners were better. That this is the argument, and that the North was just like wholesale destroying lives.
Yeah.
And read what's his name, fucking Upton Sinclair. Shit was going on in Chicago in the slaughterhouses.
What's it called?
It's
about the meat packing shit, right?
Yeah,
the jungle. What's it called?
The jungle.
Yeah.
So another important thing about that point of the industrialization of the North, it just flooded with immigrants. So now their population's so big that they get more votes, they get more electoral, like all that. So now the South's like, we need to get power. So now we need more states. We need more states because otherwise they're going to abolish slavery and we're going to be poor.
But they're also hanging on to a way of life in the South.
Yeah.
And in the North, they're not. They're trying to do anything that's new and anything that's next and anything that's large amounts of money and large amounts of industry. And they're manufacturing in huge amounts. In the South, they're just trying to play a fiddle and whip a guy and grow a little tuft of cotton for one shirt every 6 months.
Yeah, true. It's a good thing to point out.
Yeah. It's important to know.
True.
Yeah, but
That
was the fight. It was an insanely different.
Yeah.
But we still wanted to be one country. So it was this weird conflict that never went away.
So
I
then,
feel like, does that continue to morph till now? It's just like some dudes
It does.
wanna chill,
It's-
wear
we
Carhartt,
are-
and other dudes like, no, we need to talk about.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of tight.
But so what's his name?
now we're at James Buchanan, who's probably the worst.
Yeah,
I think
he was frozen by two. He had so much pressure.
he was a lawyer from Pennsylvania that was just about the law.
Yeah.
Which was the last thing he needed to be as the president, which was like, well, that's the rule.
So when it came to the matter of Dred Scott versus Sanford, Buchanan, whilst being the sitting president, noted that he would cheerfully accept the Supreme Court's ruling.
But he had all of Lincoln's problems with none of his charisma and guts
Yeah.
and blood.
That was
crazy,
James Buchanan had the Dred
willingness
Scott.
to kill.
Dred Scott was
Yeah.
under James Buchanan, which was where, if you don't know about that was about a slave living in free territory, and he was suing to get his freedom. It went all the way up to the Supreme Court where they ruled he was an object, so he was not a citizen. Therefore, that ruling made sure every black person in America was an object and not a citizen. And Buchanan responded by saying, that's the law, that settles it. Instead of standing up, he just had to follow the law.
yeah.
So he was just like an extension of the court.
Yeah,
That wasn't his job.
yeah.
James Buchanan became the third sitting president not to be re-nominated by his party. On November 6th of 1816, Abraham Lincoln is elected president, but it's too late for him to stop the war. South Carolina secedes on December 20th, bringing an end to the Union that was formed 84 years ago with the Declaration of Independence. Mississippi leaves on January 9th of 1861. Florida follows one day later, Alabama the day after, then Georgia, Louisiana, and Texas secedes on February 23rd of 1861. All of this happened while James Buchanan still had 1 month left of being president. So that was all for today. As always, I will put all the links to Matt and Shane's secret podcast down below in the description, both their YouTube channel and their Patreon. So go and check it out and show the dogs some love. Now, if you have any suggestions for upcoming videos, put them down in the comments below and I'll check them out. Thank you for watching, and I hope to see you again here at Comic History Tales.
Amazing guy.
Great guy, amazing guy. I feel like his presidency was a bit of a fucking letdown for how cool he was.
I mean, he did so Christing much. This guy.
Oh, true.
Grant.
To help the South, he was pretty good.
What did he do?
Well,
This
and
was-
he was. First of all, some people get on him because he owned one slave.
Oh, man.
Because his father-in-law, his wife's father,
Yes.
hated him because he was an abolitionist. I mean, he wasn't like an active abolitionist.
Sure.
But he was against just for not having a slave.
Yeah.
Back then, if you didn't have a slave, you were a dick to certain
Yeah.
people. So
You were like, put on a mask.
Yeah.
You were that guy. You were like, why do you have
exactly.
slaves?
Yeah.
And they're like, why is this guy making me feel uncomfortable?
yeah,
What's going on, guys, and welcome back to the channel. Today's topic of discussion will be Ulysses S. Grant, who is by many considered to be one of the greatest presidents in US history. Not only was he a president, but he was also a war hero, fighting in both the Mexican-American War and the Civil War. He was also one of the youngest presidents in US history, with only 46 years old. What many people don't know is that he actually created the Justice Department as well in the American government.
so he hated him because he had slaves and he didn't want one. So he gave him one as a wedding present, like to spite him.
What a dick.
Yeah. So
Jesus.
so Grant made the guy his partner, and
Yeah.
they started a little business together, which he then freed the guy and gave him the business.
Yeah. He
made
would
that
go,
guy's
He would go
life.
work with the slaves.
But
He'd
they-
be out there with them working.
Yeah,
and then while he was like financially ruined,
Yeah.
he freed his slaves instead of selling them.
But he had one though?
I'm not sure. He might have had one at that
That's the
point.
story. The story I just told you is,
Yeah.
I think, his slave story. I don't think
Yeah.
he had a bunch of them.
He had one slave and he freed him instead of selling them.
But his
And
father-in-law.
he gave him a business that
Yeah.
he had started with him.
Yeah, but his father-in-law history fucked him. He was like, yeah.
That's right.
Here's
Yeah.
slave.
That's right.
Here's slave.
And then he was in
He
the
did,
army.
absolutely.
He was in the army, and he went. One of his first jobs was outpost near San Francisco. It was in the middle of nowhere. There was no. I mean, it was in the desert of California. He was the only one there, and he was a family man. He loved his family.
He missed his bed.
Missed his family so much, and he started just getting drunk. And somebody came to drop the mail and found him passed out drunk, and that was his only experience with alcohol. He was a very rigidly living guy, and he was known as a drunk for the rest of his life.
Really?
There's
Every
arguments.
time he had a political problem, they'd go, "He's drinking,"
There's arguments. There's rumors he was fucked up at Shiloh.
because
was probably a lie.
because he sat under a tree in the rain. They found him sitting under a tree in the rain outside of a military hospital.
It also is funny because Shiloh, he woke up on day 2 of it.
Yeah.
At like the start of day 2. Or maybe it was the start of day 1 when it started. He was late to get there. So everybody was like, he was hammered. But
What?
if he was hammered, that's very funny. To be like, oh shit, there's a war.
During the Civil War, Grant volunteered for the Illinois militia. From this simple beginning, he rose to become Abraham Lincoln's top general and proved to be the only Union commander capable of defeating Robert E. Lee.
So after
up
he
like,
was
they're here.
he had won the Civil War. Started really Reconstruction, he was in earnest wanting to get opportunities and equity for black people, equal opportunity for black people. And then he retired and was in New York. He became a New Yorker. He became a big part of this city.
Yeah.
And he had a son named Kermit, who I think his name was Kermit. That was the 1800s.
Yeah.
Sure.
So Kermit invested
What a fucking great name.
invested his money and all of his father's money with some asshole guy who took it and just left town and just took all of their money, every penny that they had. And so Grant went to visit Vanderbilt, who's outside of the Grand Central Station. There's a great statue of him. I think it was Vanderbilt.
Yeah.
Went to the richest man in New York City, who was a hard ass, a guy who didn't care for charity or anything. But he brought what's his name? The sword that was Lee.
Well,
He had Robert E. Lee's sword that he surrendered to
Yeah.
him. He had his Congressional Medal of Honor and the Bible that he took the oath of office in, and he gave them. He said, "I want to sell these to you because I have no money." And Vanderbilt said, "Jesus Christ, Mr. President,
Holy shit.
we're not doing that." He said, I'm going to donate these to the national museums, and I'll give you he bought them for the nation.
Did he buy his biography? Isn't that what he?
No,
why
so
he
here's
wrote
what
it?
happened with the biographies. It's the best part of his story, and it's actually his greatest legacy. But his autobiography is like the greatest ever written.
Yeah.
So He met two guys on a train. He'd do anything for money at this point. Because his wife was very young. He was broke after everything he'd been through. He was broke, and his wife was young, and he was going to leave her destitute. So he met two guys on a train. They're like, "Why don't you write your autobiography? We'll pay you $1,000." And he was like, "Done."
What?
Oh,
So then, about a week later, he meets up with Mark Twain, was like his best friend. And Mark Twain said, "Why don't you write your autobiography, your memoirs?" And he said, "I'm doing that for these guys." And he goes, "What are they paying you?" And he goes, $1,000. And he's like, "Dude, what is wrong with you?" And he says, "Give me the book. I'll publish." Because Mark Twain had started his own publishing company because he hated publishers. He said, "I'll publish it and I'll help you write it." And he said, "I promised those two guys." He's like, "Did you sign something?" He goes, "No, but I did. I gave my word." Fuck. So Twain, or his real name, what's his Clemens. Travels to, I think he went to see Sherman. He's like, "I need to see somebody who he'll listen to." So he went to visit Sherman and said, please get him to do this. So Sherman wrote a telegram to Grant saying, for the love of God, give the book to Clemens. That's what the thing.
That's awesome.
So he wrote his autobiography, and the remarkable thing about it that I read was that there's like no adjectives in it. It's like all verbs and nouns. The entire book is verbs and nouns because he just says what happened. It's a very well written book, and so Clemens turned it into this special edition that you had to order one. You could get any color you wanted. And it was the first blockbuster book in American history. It made like $500,000 in the first month. Meanwhile, he had a goiter that was growing and growing.
Stogies. You always see him with the stogies?
Died of throat cancer like right as he finished the book.
Whoa.
And then his wife was made for life. Her first check from Twain was like $400,000.
Whoa.
Here's another fun fact. In the first month of Grant's presidency, Jay Gould and James Fisk, who are two speculators from New York that were known for committing fraud, are plotting to convince Grant's administration not to sell any government gold. This will make the private supply of the precious metal more valuable. Grant is suspicious about this, and on September 24th of 1869, Grant orders $4 million of government gold to be sold on the open market. The price of gold therefore plummets and leads to financial ruin for many investors. This event is now known as Black Friday.
Yeah, I think wasn't he buried here? And
yes,
this monument.
And he's buried in Grant's tomb in Harlem. And when he died, there was this huge funeral, and it was Northern and Southern soldiers. Southern soldiers were allowed to put back on their Southern uniforms because it was a big thing that his casket was carried by North and South.
It's too bad you can never get away with wearing a Confederate uniform in Harlem these days.
No.
Because that would
Get
be a
away
treat.
with.
Yeah, but he was fucking awesome at when Lee surrendered. He was very like, I mean, it was unconditional surrender. Mm-hmm. So he was like, you guys are gonna fucking give up, but he was like, keep your guns, go home, start rebuilding. Mm-hmm. Like he could have fucking destroyed the South.
Yeah.
And he was very chill. I think Custer stole the fucking sword. He hated
Did he?
Custer. I think Custer stole Lee's sword.
Is
Maybe he
that
got
right?
it back, but I think the story was Grant wouldn't accept it, or something along
Wanted
those
him to
lines.
keep it?
And
Yeah, Custer was a bloodthirsty guy.
And then on the parade back into Washington, Grant was obviously out front. Custer fucking rode ahead, and Grant was like, "This motherfucker." Custer was the
With his
man.
blonde hair.
If you look into Custer, he was pretty fucking.
I
cool.
don't know much about him.
He fucked up Jeb Stuart at Gettysburg, which was pretty cool because Jeb was the man. And he rode in. He was with the Michigan cavalry, and he was like, "Come on, you Wolverines!" and fucking led them into a charge. That's why they're the Michigan Wolverines. All that shit.
In 8 years' time, many things changed in the Grant administration. He created Yellowstone National Park, oversaw the completion of the Transcontinental Railroad, advocated for legal reforms that benefit women. However, there was bad news as well. The Sioux wiped out George General Custer and his forces in Montana on June 26 of 1876, forever escalating the conflict between white settlers and Indians. Although sympathetic to Native Americans, President Grant could do little to stop the bitter conflict. So that was all for today. As always, I will put all the links to Matt and Shane's secret podcast down below in the description, both their YouTube channel and their Patreon. So go and check it out and show the dogs some love. Now, if you have any suggestions for upcoming videos, put them down in the comments below and I'll check them out. Thank you for watching, and I hope to see you again here at Comic History Tales. Today's topic of discussion are the Native Americans. Now, a quick disclaimer: if you're not interested in any extra information and only want to listen to the clips, I've put some timestamps down below so you can just skip right through it. For those that are interested in the extra information, let's have a look right here. So, historically speaking, in the era before Columbus's arrival in the Americas, there were thought to be over 1,000 Native American civilizations residing within the borders of what we consider today to be the United States. Now, let's have a look at the map. Some of the main Native American tribes include the Cherokee, the Navajo, the Sioux, Chippewa, Crow, Iroquois, Apache, and Comanche. There were many tribes, but the Comanche were considered to be the most powerful tribe in Native American history, and we're going to hear Shane talk a lot about the Comanches today. Another interesting fact is that there were more than 300 languages being spoken amongst the Native Americans all throughout the United States. If we're taking a look at the stats, it has been estimated that the European settlers have killed more than 56 million people over the span of 100 years. That is including South, Central, and North America altogether. Another cool fact is that ancestral Native Americans were very closely related to ancient Paleo-Siberians. This is because of the immigration across the Bering Strait. Now, without further ado, let's get to the video.
Go ahead.
So, these 4 dudes get captured by these Indians. They take them and they make them run the gauntlet. So that was one thing they would do when they would capture prisoners. A lot of these tribes would make you run a gauntlet like right away. So the whole town would come to the bank of this river with these 2 dudes they captured on canoes.
Yeah.
And one of them, by the way, Stark, in the Revolutionary War would come up with the term "live free or die." Pretty sick. Yeah. He was that guy. I mean, this is how small a world this was back then.
Shout out.
Oh yeah, true.
Shout out.
Well, Mary, you missed it. God damn it, dude, you're fired. Wait, would you doze off?
Huh?
Yeah, go sleep.
He's not paying attention.
He's paying attention. He couldn't know I was doing a physical. He doesn't know my comedy's verbal and physical, dude. Physical comedy, dude. Welcome. So they did.
So the whole town comes
What's the
out.
gauntlet?
Gauntlet is where the townspeople, mostly young men, line up 2 rows and make you run the gauntlet.
Oh, they're making.
And they hit you with sticks and fuck with you the whole way.
I thought they were. So you get caught by the Indians, they'd make you do a gauntlet.
Yeah, the Indians would make you run the gauntlet.
Did we have a gauntlet?
As a prisoner. No.
I mean, not we, but they're like, did fucking.
Yeah, did the good guys? Did the good guys have
Did
it?
the settlers have a fucking gauntlet?
No, I think they probably just
Killed you.
executed Indians, I'm sure.
So you had to run through.
Yeah, they handed you a stick that you had to hold, so
Okay.
you couldn't like block. You had to like hold a stick and run through a gauntlet, and they would all just hit you. Now they tried not to hurt you. They tried not to kill you. I mean,
They want to.
they just want to hurt you. They want to fuck you up. But the Indian who captured them, who was the chief of this tribe, told them some things to say.
Yeah.
In their language that would like make it easier on them, which actually translated to like, I could fuck up everybody in here. Hilarious. So the first guy ran through and was like, Tahini Gaba hop up to get up. Like he just screamed
talking shit.
He had no idea.
And they're just fucking cradling the crossballs.
Dude.
It's like, what you?
The second guy came through and his chant was, I could fuck all the women here. Like while he's running through, and then he started getting hit hard enough that he started fighting the gauntlet. He dropped the stick and just started swinging, and they let him go. They were like, "All right, hilarious. We're not going to hit him anymore."
Oh, he's also probably crying, be like, "I could fuck all the girls in here, please,
Dude, just running through like,
please let me fuck
anybody here.
Please let me fuck all the girls in here, please,
Yeah.
for the love of God."
So I was wrong on that part. The Indians were funny.
That's fucking
Obviously,
hilarious.
that guy in the
dude.
canoe was like, "Here's, I'll hook you up.
Oh,
This is gonna make things a lot easier. Just yell, I'm gonna fuck all the women in here." Hilarious. That's. I mean, that holds up today. That joke. That's a good bit.
it's pretty good.
That's a good bit by that Algonquin.
Oh, that's pretty fucking funny. How fun would it be to have a gauntlet too? This is the thing. Like
We did it in high school.
I know.
Gauntlet rules.
Yeah, this is what people do,
Yeah, it's an instinctive thing to make people run through a gauntlet.
and just fuck them up.
Just slap them the whole way. But yeah, then they did get a little mean
Yeah.
after that. So some of these tribes would have like you go cabin to cabin when you're getting indoctrinated, basically as tortured, like into being a prisoner. You get
Hazed.
get hazed into it, which is like you go to this cabin.
somebody will pluck a fingernail out. You go to the next cabin, someone will bite your finger off. Someone will just gnaw your finger off. One of the cabins was just one of the women just beat the shit out of you. You couldn't hit back. She just beat you as hard as she could the whole time.
Really?
Dude, it was...
Did they cut your finger off yet?
Eventually, yeah. This is usually... and then there's some cabins where it's just little kids and they stab you a little. Just light stabbings. Man. And then eventually, I think a lot of them would scalp you and then pour boiling water on where they just scalped you. Which...
it's hot, too. It's fresh off the fire.
Yeah, and then just make you roll in, like, thorn bushes. They're just doing like really mean shit to people.
So you had to go get the aggro crap. This is global guts.
Oh, you got crushed. You got fucking crushed. But the Indians, a lot of these tribes. So that's another thing that is annoying. Obviously, I've said it 1,000 times. When people talk about Indians in America, they're always like the Indians, like it's one group. These are just some northeastern woodland tribes I'm talking about here.
Exactly.
Obviously, it fluctuates.
Yeah.
But
read up if you don't know about them.
Some of the, they also. They all like loved being able to take pain. That was like their big fucking thing. Like if you, like if your mom cried while giving birth to you, everybody in the tribe was like, "You're a fucking fag."
Really?
Like that was that stayed with you. So even moms had to be like tough as fuck the whole time, like wild shit. And
so it's possible. It's possible for women to give birth, not even just like
naturally,
even just kind of like they complain.
Not allowed to complain, dude.
Crazy. So it's possible.
The tribes had some good ideas, dude.
I'm just curious.
They had basically a quit you policy to women.
Like knock off.
Quit you bitching, dude. Or your kid's gay.
So it is possible to, maybe, it doesn't, you don't have to fucking harp on it forever. Oh, go on. Sorry, please. Totally unrelated.
Also, one that made me laugh was one of these Indians, like, recorded how British people acted when they got hurt, which was, wah, wah. Like, that's literally how, like, when we scalp them, they just go, wah, wah.
Me hair.
Oh, you got me hair then. Oh, no.
So that's where the powdered wigs came from. They would go to scalp you, the powdered wing would slide off, and you'd just be like, and just pop off.
I wonder if powdered wigs were treated like black ladies' weaves.
Were they getting a fight?
If you touch them.
They would get two guys get a fight in the Senate. There'd just be like pieces of powdered wig everywhere.
Anyway, so that was
that's funny.
It's been fun stuff reading up on that.
So the gauntlet, though. So at the end, after a guy bit your finger off,
I mean,
a woman dominatrixed you, and then a little kid fucking needled you. What would happen? They would just be like, oh, like a roller coaster. Like, here's our impression of you being a pussy about this.
Pretty much. But there was also examples of dudes getting tortured and like laughing and making fun of the Indians. At which point, a lot of the Indians would kind of like let them live.
Like you roll.
Be like, yo, you're tough. Or another thing they would adopt. They adopted a lot because a lot of these tribes were like sustenance farming and shit like that, where they didn't have a lot of manpower, especially at this point with the colonists there. So they would just take dudes in.
Yeah,
but like, you're one of us now.
Bite your finger off first.
Like, bite your finger off and be like, all right, you can stay. There was one guy got adopted and was like literally from that. Oh, dude, he got adopted by a dude slowly just because he obviously couldn't speak the fucking language. So he sat down and an old dude in a cabin started plucking his hair out. Like he likened it to like a bird, like a turkey, like just ripping the feathers out. This dude started ripping all his hair out and left a patch in the front. And he didn't realize it at the time, but he was giving him their haircut. That's how they cut hair. Barbershop in the tribe was rough, dude.
So he gave him the number 4 on the wall.
Yeah, he just ripped it straight out. Just an old dude ripping your hair out. And then the chief came in and was like, you're one of us now. And he was like, literally from that day, no one in that tribe treated me remotely different. Like, all it took was the chief being like, he's one of us. And everyone was like, sup?
Sup, bro?
That was it.
Well, dude, also, too, it's like, I was trying to be like, well, could I be friends with people who bit my finger off and had their wife beat me up and yelled at me? It's like, imagine where they're like, all right, dude, we're going to let you loose. Now my other option is to live in the woods.
Yeah.
And first, just doing that alone without people who are going to bite my finger off and imprison me.
Yeah.
Just if there's anybody, they could be so mean to me and be like, no, but you're still part of the thing. I'd be like, thank you. Just thanks for not letting me fucking starve to death next to a creek.
One guy got adopted and he was like a slave and he was doing like farm work, and eventually he like threw his hoe into the river and was like, this is for women. And all the Indians were like, sick, this guy's awesome. We're gonna let him free. So the Indians did have cool fucking codes. He risked his life to be like, this is chick work.
This is girl work.
And they were like, you're right, that's chick work, dude. Go home.
You passed the test.
Yeah, and also
That would be sick at the Last Samurai, the final test. And like, this is fucking gay. And they're like, congratulations,
This is
dude.
gay, are you? You're free, are you? But they,
Too many minds. He's like, everything's fucking gay. Everything's fucking gay. And they're like, yes, he's learning.
yes, he's learning our ways.
That's fucking sick, dude.
Yeah,
guy
the
was like,
Indians
"This is fucking
code.
girls.
Yeah, he threw his hoe into the river, and they were all like, "This is good,
Respect.
very good."
Hilarious. There had to have been white guys out there that bit other white guys' fingers eventually.
He came home and started biting fingers.
No, I'm saying like,
"What are you doing, dude?" Like, it's how you become a tribe. Biting fingers off that's like the third or fourth reference they've made to it. So
Sebastian
I think
Younger
it's
left that out.
safe to say that some of the natives were munching fingers hard.
For sure.
Gnawing your finger off.
Just an old gotcha.
Just
Like, let me see your finger. Close your eyes. Bite your finger off. Like,
got your finger.
Oh, man. No, I'm saying I wondered if any settlers joined. Because a lot of those dudes stayed with the tribes. Even people
Yeah.
who ran away from settlements, they stayed with the tribe. I wonder if there had to have been someone who bit someone like John Smith's third cousin. Definitely probably bit someone's finger off.
Yeah, I'm sure. If you hang around that culture long enough, you're gonna nibble a finger.
Well, it's also funny too. Like it's, if so, like they have adopted like European dudes. So you're just like running. You're in the gauntlet. All of a sudden, you come to the next tent with a white dude in it, and you're like, dude,
You gotta
this
help
shit's
me.
fucked up. And he's like,
yeah.
"Ah!"
He's like, I know, it's fucking. Let me see your hand real quick. It's crazy. He holds up a hand. He's like, me too. But yeah, then they also, Robert Rogers, who the book's about, wrote down that he was like, there's also literally zero wealth disparity. Like everybody is the exact, like you can't, you're not allowed to do anything if your neighbor's poor.
Can't
You gotta
floss.
help them.
Yeah.
Which, good quality.
Mhm.
I think it's easy to be that when you guys are all living in fucking tents, though.
Sure.
Yeah. It's pretty easy to be spreading the wealth when there's zero wealth.
Yeah, or it was also really physical back then too. Like you would be
Yeah.
like, there wasn't like like Bitcoins and fiat currency. It was like you have 6 goats, some guy has 2, and you're like, here, dude, have 2 fucking goats,
Yeah.
or whatever. It's like, here, bro, have a fucking pelt.
Yeah, so they did have good shit.
Well, I think they used to also do a thing where they would, whoever had the most stuff would burn all their shit. Well, it was
Who
they had
did
they
that?
had
That's
little.
wild.
I forget who it was, but they'd have a thing where like the dude at the top was ceremonially would just like get rid of all of his shit.
That's
Be
like Bill Gates giving to charity.
True.
It's pretty much what we do.
Yeah, they would. Back
Gates
then,
is
the Native
great.
Americans would give away like a large proceeding of all the stuff they had, then secretly develop a little shot based on your genetics.
Simon Kenton, the author of The Frontiersman, was a captive of the Native Americans. In his book, he describes what it was like running the gauntlet. Running nearly half a mile between 2 endless lines of natives, women and children armed with sticks, powerful men with clubs, all waiting to strike, with some of them throwing rocks. Often, captives were stripped naked to avoid having even a thin layer of protection. Falling to the ground meant relentless beating until they rose again or were sent back to start over. Many didn't survive. Those who did often emerged with broken bones, even cracked skulls. If you survived the gauntlet, showing great stamina or prowess, you might be adopted into the tribe. Otherwise, you would be enslaved or killed in a horrific way, like being burned at the stake. Contrary to popular belief, the gauntlet wasn't unique to Native American tribes. It has been a form of punishment worldwide for centuries, used by ancient Romans and the British Royal Navy alike. It has even been said that George Washington himself employed the gauntlet to discipline deserting soldiers in 1777. Now, let's have a listen to the most fearsome tribe of them all, the Comanches. Stay tuned as Shane explains why this tribe became the most legendary of them all.
Yeah, I'll tell you what. Speaking of somebody who stepped their game up, dude,
Yeah.
the Comanche.
True.
Bro, so Rogies posted something on Instagram yesterday
I heard
about
about
like,
it.
so I immediately downloaded the book and listened to it. I'm like halfway through it already. Did a lot of driving last night.
Yeah.
Bro, the Comanche were, you want to talk about some bad hombres?
Were they really?
Bro, every time I listen to people talk about, it's crazy. If you do any research into actually what Native Americans were doing, it's nuts. Dude.
Well, the Celtics were the who were here
Celts
first.
were fucking.
Celts were here before Native Americans, but go on.
No, the Celts were actually even mentioned in the book as also being complete savages.
Really?
Yeah. So it's a pretty simple explanation for why Native Americans were fucking fired up, rowdy boys.
Yeah.
They got agriculture about 4,000 years after Africa and Asia, and therefore Europe. So they were on the exact same trajectory historically. Like they just started building pyramids, they just started getting societies, but they were 4,000 years late.
Gotcha.
And then they run into colonists.
True. Yeah.
So that's what was really interesting about it was they were hunter gatherers. They were from the fucking Stone Age.
Yeah.
Running into today, essentially today. It was like 1800s.
Future men.
Yeah. So then you'd run into this tribe of dudes that were living like cavemen.
Yeah.
And they'd be rowdy, dude. Obviously, they're going to fucking throw shit at you.
The T levels are high.
T levels are out of this world.
I mean, dude, I was, up until a certain age, if I went to a movie theater, I would throw shit at people. Like, I would sit in the back and throw candy at the screen. Like, pretty recently.
Yeah, that's actually very funny.
You sit in the
you
back.
get a gummy bear stuck on there?
Oh,
Come
dude.
on.
Or if you sit in the back, and as soon as it goes all dark, you just go, boom, and you wheel, it goes, bap, and you hear it just go, pop, 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 pop.
I would always try to fart as loud as I could at the quiet parts in a movie.
That's the
Like, if you
best,
can
dude.
anticipate a silent part,
Dude, it's the best.
that's very Comanche of you.
That
Pretty
is
much Comanche.
enemy of everybody, dude. I've been enemy of everyone.
Lord
for
of
a
the
long
Plains.
time.
Lord of the Plains.
Dude.
Bro, let me break this down
Break
for
down
you.
the Comanche.
The Comanche fucking rule. They absolutely rule. They're ugly, short, shitty people that everybody crushed. So they came over, historically on the land bridge. That's where, how all people came to North America.
The Bering Strait.
Yeah. So they were up there.
Go on.
So they were up in the Rockies. They were up in the mountains, and then just forever they had been pushed down because they sucked.
Yeah.
Comanches, of everybody, were like, even amongst other tribes, they were known for their bad hygiene. They sucked. They were short. They never, So we see like the Northeast Native Americans is like that's like what's on.
Yeah.
That's what you see is like these tall, slender, fucking athletic, sinewy, long motherfuckers.
Yeah.
These people were like more like Mongolians.
Really?
They're like short, squat, fucking brown,
Yeah.
like fuckers.
Like Eskimos almost.
They looked, yeah, exactly. But
I didn't know that.
they
I
were
thought
losing.
Comanches were like
No,
jacked,
Comanches
ripped,
were not
like
jacked. Dude.
Jesus bodies.
No, they're lads.
Really?
Comanches were pure lads, dude.
What?
And they were getting rocked by everybody until the Spanish came. Spanish, fucked around and introduced horses to North America. Horses were never there.
Yeah.
So all these different tribes got horses, and I think the Apache were munching them. The Apache weren't sure what to do with them, so the Apache were just crushing horses.
They're munching. Yeah.
They were munching horses.
They're chopping them up.
That was good eating for a little while until the Comanche, those old fucking pussies that everybody beat up forever, just somehow got so good at using horses, like best horsemen in the world.
I mean,
And
dude,
then just
if you want to go
let
for the
it-
Mongolian theory, that's muscle.
That's exactly what it was like.
That's
And
genetic
then they
muscle
just
memory.
let it rain on everybody, dude.
Oh, after getting just shit on constantly.
And not like they were even like there was no half of it was just for vengeance. Like this for ancient vengeance. For like 1,000 years they were just like fuck these people, and just Comanche. They didn't build cities. They were nomadic. They just went around, and if you somehow came into the middle of the country, you got fucked up, and not just like oh you got it was their rules to torture everybody to death. If there were women, they would gang rape them and then torture them to death.
Jesus.
Dude, they took this one lady as a slave, and white slave, and they white slavery, and
Should have a little scoreboard every white slave on the crossface.
what's that about 18 million to 1? All right, here we go now. A little comeback, little rally caps. Here we go now. How about a little chatter over there? How about a little chatter in the dugout, whites? But this lady, she was pregnant when she was captured. As soon as she gave birth,
Wait, the white lady?
Yeah. She's in it.
2. Go ahead.
True, technically that was 2.
2.
Boom. Got another one. This is a quick one, though.
Yeah.
So she gave birth to this child. I think it was 7 weeks old when 6 Comanche men walked into the room, strangled it to death, but it lived. They put it back. They strangled it till they thought it was dead, put it back in her arms. Like, gave it to her like motherfuckers. And then it started moving. So they tied it to the back of a horse and rode it through cacti till it was ripped apart.
The name Comanche comes from a native word that loosely translates to enemy or anyone who wants to fight me all the time. The Comanches were relentless in their immigration down south. They left a whole trail of displaced other tribes, with their most famous adversaries being the Apaches. It has been estimated that the Comanche population ranged between 7 and 30,000 individuals. They had a simple economy which revolved around buffalo. They used buffalo products for robes, teepee covers, and even water carriers, which they made from the animal's stomach. The Comanche were among the first tribes to acquire horses from the Spanish, and they became one of the only tribes to breed them. Their mastery of horseback warfare was unprecedented among other Indian tribes, which gave them a significant advantage. Their raids for material goods, horses, and captives extended as far as present-day Mexico. In 1865, the Comanches signed a peace treaty with the United States. The US failed to honor the treaty, and by 1867, hostilities had resumed. It was said that the US government was unable to keep squatters off of the Promised Land. This led to some of the most violent encounters between the US and the Comanche.
They were
Christ.
wild, dude.
Yeah.
And like again, there's no redeeming. Like the book tries to be like, well, they sang at night and they loved pranks, which was funny to be like, oh, they were dickheads when they were by themselves, which is really funny. But they were also the meanest.
Yeah.
Comanche were mean little dickheads.
Nasty.
It's fun to listen to. It's a really good book.
Damn, dude, that's pretty tough.
Yeah. Praise Rogies for recommending.
I read some of his posts, dude. He was in the sauna just bugging out on Comanches and being like, dude,
It is a fucking like. It's
sick.
wild to read.
I mean, dude, to start the idea of Rogan in a thing, meditating and just being like a Comanche on a horse.
Bro, he must have connected with the Comanches so much, dude. Little short, tiny guys fucking riding horses.
True, dude.
Crushing people.
That's probably why he's going to. Is the Comanches around Texas?
Yeah, true.
He might be being called.
True. He might be called by that Comanche moon. Dude, I'm so fired up on Comanche right now.
Yeah.
They ride. They were the ones who would like ride on the side of the horse when they were in battles. You know what I mean? Where you ride on the side and shoot. Dude, they fucking ruled.
Fuck, man.
And all they were about was raping.
That's the Mongolian blood.
They were just torturous rapers, dude.
That's the Mongolian.
And everyone's like, no, Native Americans were great warriors. It's like, dude, they gang raped prisoners and tortured them.
Yeah, I mean, it would be like if you went to like the whatchamacallit, like the Celtic tribes in like Ireland. In other words, it was the same party going on.
Yeah,
dude,
just 1,000 years before.
Celtic tribes thought they were from hell. Like they conceptualized heaven and hell, and they're like, yeah, we're from hell.
We're the bad guys.
Like we're from hell, and their day started. It was some kind of weird thing where like their day was reversed. I mean, not like I know kind of the day starts at midnight, but it was something like that.
So they're on my clock. I'm still on that Celtic.
Something like that, yeah. Where they were
just
kind of
munch dinner right away. Just wake up and eat like a chicken parm sub.
Yeah, when you were born, they would just cry for you. They'd be like, "Oh, dude, it sucks." And when you die, they'd be like, "Fuck yeah, dude,
get out of here,
back in the nether realm." So
that's
yeah, dude,
cool.
they were like nasty motherfuckers, man.
Yeah, the Comanche, Matt.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, dude, there's literature that says that they try to claim the Celts were the Native Americans. It's pretty funny. It's a pretty
really?
That's like Irish spazzing.
I like that.
No, we're Native.
We're actually
Irish
slaves and Native Americans, and we're hammered.
Yeah.
No, but it does do the thing where it also what was interesting is in the book they're like, look, if you want to talk about people's statues getting torn down, you see a Native American chief statue, you could pretty much count that guy first off had slaves and then also led like war parties that raped whoever they caught and tortured.
Really? It said that in the book?
Yeah, I was like, damn, dude, this guy's going hard. What is this?
Damn.
Must have been early in time when this guy wrote. I don't know when the book was written.
Yeah.
He better not have written that recently, or he's out of here. I don't like it.
Yeah, man, he can't be talking.
But it was a
about
fucking
Native American statues.
He brought up the Celts though.
Did he?
Yeah, in the book. Yeah, he was like they were that. They were the people that like when the Romans came up to England, they were like, who the fuck are these dudes?
What the fuck is this?
Who are these retarded guys? Sick fucking book though. Definitely recommend it. It's way better than War on the Run.
I gotta peep that out.
War on the Run's like the one I'm reading about Robert Rogers.
Yeah.
It's the most listening to. Pardon me.
Same thing.
No, very different. Very different.
Having information go through the ether and into your brain.
Pardon me?
It actually might be, audiobooks might be better.
I don't think they are.
I think
I'll forget people's names and have to rewind 30 seconds to try to get the name again.
I have laser focused
There's
attention.
no chance you do, dude.
I have like laser focused attention.
There's no chance, dude.
No, it's crazy. It's unbelievable how well I retain information. I don't really retain information. I store it all in the ether. No, the book-
You want to derail my awesome Comanche talk?
No, I'm not derailing
It's
it.
too late.
We were talking audiobooks.
I kind of forget the Comanche talk now. I had some other good points.
It's in. You have to. It's in the field. It's in the ether. You have to channel it. Any idea you ever have?
Oh, they did the
goes off
same
into
thing
the ether.
as. So I was reading fucking. Yeah, I was listening
Perfect.
to
I knew
fucking
you'd get back there.
War on the Run, and it's very dry. It's very like they left camp with 3 satchels of
fuck.
blueberries, 6 gunpowder sacks,
Count me
8.
out.
It's
Oh.
it's a lot. It's a lot to listen to. But then this one's just purely like they did the same thing though. The lady who was a slave to the Comanche, she beat the fuck out of the one lady, and the Apaches or the Comanches just surrounded her and were like sick. And then she beat the shit out of the old lady who was also her master, and they were all like, all right, you're pretty chill. You can come hang out with us. Dude, they did have that. That's like a common string. Like if you were a Native American slave, all you had to do was while out.
So you're saying if I were ever
You had to risk the worst torture known to
I was
man.
about to say, yeah. So I wonder. So if I ever somehow, and again, I don't think this would happen to me if I got lost on the reservation, but if someone else
If
did,
they get you.
if I was to be accosted on the
If you
reservation,
get hammered at a casino.
I should just start fighting people.
If you're at a casino and you know the lights start disorienting
Mohegan
you,
Sun, yeah.
and then you get captured.
You
You get captured.
you could technically get captured.
Yeah, bring you downstairs.
True. So I should just start swinging.
You should immediately swing.
And
if
I'll
you're at a
instantly
casino
get
and you're
it.
drunk and you happen upon a security guard, swing upon him. Dude. They'll do nothing but respect
Those
it.
like, dude, you rule.
That's awesome.
Here's 500 chips.
Yeah,
Get back out there.
Like you're one of us now.
I knew my bus driver's son hung out on an Indian reservation, and I used to always want to go there.
Really, I heard they were dumps.
Really? Nah.
Yes.
Our bus driver told us that his son was dating an Indian chick with huge tits, and I was like, damn it. He's like, yeah, they go all there.
Fucking
they
bus drivers rule.
Smoke weed on the reservation all day. He's like, my son has it made. His girlfriend has big tits. She's a Native American. I was just like, fuck yeah, dude.
Bro.
Back in your story.
A lot of people don't think about this. So when we kicked it, not we. It's another thing I'm trying to avoid. The fucking wheeze.
It's
The
lying-
wheeze.
Oh, you're
when it
talking about
comes-
winners.
Well, yeah, true.
You're
I mean,
just
it's
lying
hard for
yourself
me
up.
to not associate that.
With winners.
Which was pretty sick. In the beginning of the book, they're talking about, so the Spanish, look, I'm going to get in my bag here. The Spanish were there.
Yeah.
The French were there.
Spanish were kind of running things, weren't they?
Spanish ran shit forever
Yeah.
from like 15 to
16 or something.
17.
Really?
Yeah, French were popping off down there too.
Mhm.
A lot of people, I think that's what Cinco de Mayo is about. It's a victory over the French.
Oh, that's good.
Surprising,
That's why
right?
I celebrate that.
Jamie, check that out for me.
Cinco de
Cinco de Mayo's gotta
French
be
got
it.
into Mexico?
I believe it's over the French.
I feel like the French couldn't handle Mexico.
They didn't.
The lads must have pwned them.
The
dude.
lads were like, "Damn, you guys, you want to talk lazy? Bring out some Frenchmen."
Yeah.
So
Confirmed.
thank you very much, Lemaire.
Confirmed.
Kill confirmed. I suppose it's been confirmed. Yes. So the Spanish were in there, but the Spanish had they had conquered everything, all of South America, Central America, and then they were slowly making their way north. That's when they ran into the Comanches, or like those native tribes, the Apaches, the Comanches, and shit.
Short
And
Kings.
the Short Kings, the land
Yeah.
of the Short Kings, and they started getting massacred and tricked and shit. What was pretty funny is the Apache were all of a sudden there's no record of what the fuck was going on there, other than you can see migrations of other tribes getting the fuck out of the way from the Comanches, which is pretty cool.
Fuck.
To be nobody wrote shit down. They were just wandering around in tents, murdering everybody for 1,000 years.
Yeah.
Well, not 1,000 because they didn't have horses yet. But all of a sudden there was a huge influx of Apaches running.
Mm-hmm.
And they're like, where the fuck are you guys going? The Apaches were like, actually, Spanish, we really like Catholicism. Could you please set up some missions in our territory? And so the Spanish were like, holy fuck, dude, we never thought you guys were going to say yes to this, dude. Wait till you see how awesome Jesus is. We're going to bring up some missionaries. This is going to be fun. And it was actually just a trick for them to put basically embassies in Apacheria so that when the Comanches came down and definitely murdered and raped everybody, they would kill Spanish people too.
So that they
They would go to war with the Comanches. So it was a pretty funny trick from the Short King Apaches.
Yeah.
But what was nice about it was talking about the settlers. That's how America colonized it.
Mm-hmm.
Spain went in with missionaries, forts, very governmental, regimented, in intrusion into the land. The Americans just sent people.
Dude.
Literally were just no forts, no missions, just people just building houses.
Go check that out.
Which, ironically, so the Mexicans
invited settlers into Texas.
Yeah.
Which, eventually the settlers just took Texas.
Yeah.
But the reason they invited them there was to get a buffer zone between them and the Comanches.
Really?
So originally the Mexicans, which you hear people today be like, the Mexican-American War, it was another act of aggression from America where we took their land.
Mm-hmm.
Those fuckers invited us there so that we could be fed to the Comanche so they would stop fucking with the Mexicans.
Really?
And it ended up that the Americans were kind of rootin' tootin'.
True. They're slim.
They were like, bro, we'll fucking chill here. Well, we get raped and murdered every couple years?
Whatever.
Sick.
Texas fucking rules.
Texas does rule. That's when it became a republic, bro.
Really?
It's fucking sick.
So they fought off they were like, they buffered, and then they probably figured it out and were like,
well, yeah,
or
that
they
was,
didn't, or they were just
no,
like,
they figured it out. They figured it out. And, well, yeah, they kind of tamed the land a little, and then the Mexicans were like, why don't you give us that land back?
yeah,
Like, why don't you come fucking take it?
true.
That's where that flag's from,
Yeah.
I think. Then the Alamo happened, which was a huge
Does
mistake.
the Texas flag say it's like, fuck off, Mexico?
Yeah, pretty much.
But yeah, that's that was a funny thing watching Hell or High Water, that you start to think about how that you really had. It's like and then these colonizers came. It's like, no, they kind of white people threw they threw poor white people at the problem. Rich white people threw poor white people at the problem, and we're like, here, go figure this out.
Yeah.
And then,
really, and that's what they're banking on, and that's what was cool in the book. It literally addresses like, the American approach to colonizing was like hope. Like they'd just be like, here's some dude that's just land hungry that lives in Boston. That's like, I gotta get my family the fuck out of here.
Yeah,
we're going to the plains. they get burned alive. But
it's also funny too how that still kind of goes. So you get the rich people who are like, yeah, man, we got a good deal for you. Go out there and do that thing.
Also, by the way, the blood meridian's not exaggerating. That's what I'm talking about. The level of that's what that book's about.
Of what they're up to.
Hunting Comanches.
Really?
Yes, that book, all those atrocities throughout that book, and like how horrendous the land was.
Yeah.
It's real. I thought I was like, man, this guy's really exaggerating, like jerking off to violence. No, dude, that was fairly similar to like the actual historical accounts of it. Pretty crazy.
What year was that?
Now, I know you guys listen to this for comedy, but boy, do I love Comanches.
So that's all as far as the podcast goes for today. But if you want some extra information, make sure to stick around. So Cinco de Mayo marks Mexico's victory at the Battle of Puebla in 1862 against the Second French Empire, which was ruled by Napoleon III. As for the colonization of Texas, to boost the non-native population and to create a buffer zone against hostile tribes, Spain started recruiting empresarios. So basically, empresarios were land agents who brought settlers to Texas in exchange for huge amounts of land. One notable impresario was Moses Austin, who sought permission to settle 300 English-speaking settlers in Texas. Now, an interesting fact about Moses Austin is that his son, Stephen F. Austin, carried on his father's legacy. He was known as the father of Texas, and the city of Austin was named after him. Spanish missionaries and American settlers had vastly different experiences. The Spanish missionaries served the crown, while American colonists enjoyed much more freedom, governing themselves under English law. This freedom amongst the American settlers led to less organizations, which eventually led to more casualties as well. But it also planted the seeds for independence, which eventually led them to break away from the king and create their own nation. As always, check out the links to Matt and Shane's secret podcast and their social down below, and make sure to show them some love. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe for more comedic tales from history.
The Comanches are a Native American nation from the Great Plains whose historic territory consisted of most of present-day northwestern Texas, eastern New Mexico, southeastern Colorado, southwestern Kansas, western Oklahoma, and northern Chihuahua. Northern Chihuahua, I guess that's Mexico. The rest is just Trump country. So it's safe to say
the Trumps.
100%. The Comanches, big-time Trumpies.
Absolutely.
Dude, Comanches and Hasidic Jews love Trump.
How about the Hasidic Jews?
They fucking love
no
Trump.
idea they love Trump.
They come out with the flags, yeah. It's fucking great.
It's gotta be confusing for like Nazis.
Yeah. I know. They're like, wait, what?
Wait, you guys are on my side,
dude.
Actually takes us to the Comanches quite a bit, and the indigenous
get
people.
There. Venetia wants us to get there quickly.
When people try to act like they were, like the revisionist history, like the quick history we have of Native Americans is that they were like one with nature and peaceful.
Right.
And it's like it's actually borderline racist where you're taking away the agency of them. Like,
Right.
they were people.
Right.
They were shitty.
Right.
They were just as shitty.
Right.
So, you know.
They had issue. Yeah. Because I think like most people don't know because you read this book, but like most people think, I think like America, the United States came in, ripped these good, nature-loving Native Americans from their land, put them on reservations, and we owe them everything. Like we are horrible, so horrible to them, which I'm sure is all true. I know that. That is all true.
Yeah.
But the problem is that the Comanches. Is it just one tribe of the Native Americans? The Comanches were bad, or like did you learn that like a bunch of them?
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a ton. There was so many tribes. And
Right.
they were like the Comanche when they started, not started, but like the early records of the Comanche were like they were kind of up in like the Rockies, and they were little tiny guys. That's
Okay.
another thing.
Squeaks, we call
They
them
were.
on the show.
They
They're
were all
squeaks.
like because we have this version of Native Americans that are like the northeastern, the woodland tribes where they're
Right.
all like avatars,
Right.
like long and sinuous, how do I say that word?
I don't know. I've never heard of it. Cinnabon?
Sinewy?
Cinnamony?
Anyway, long avatar people.
Long avatar people.
Yeah.
Okay.
But then you head out west, and they were much more like Mexicans.
Right. Just
know,
little squeaks.
little
but
tiny guys.
But those were the Comanches were the squeaks?
The Comanches were the squeaks.
But they were fucking...
And they sucked for a while. And then when the Spanish came over, brought the horses, and then the horses would start to escape and get out. And certain tribes didn't know what to do. Like the Apache were just eating the horses.
Really?
They weren't sure how to. Like, these things are good. We're gonna keep munching these.
Yeah.
And then the Comanches started riding them and
Right.
got like incredible at it. And then so for like centuries they were the lowest on the pecking order, and they would get fucked up
The
by
Comanches.
everybody. Yeah, the Comanches would get rocked by everybody, and then they got horses and just they got revenge, dude. They Columbined out.
Right.
All the people that were picking on them
Got
paid
fucked.
for it.
They got it. They got it hard. Wow. Dude.
The Comanche were originally a mountain tribe, a branch of the Northern Shoshones, who roamed the Great Basin region of the western United States, of what is now considered Wyoming. Sometime during the late 17th century, the Comanches acquired horses, and that acquisition drastically altered their culture. They rapidly evolved into mounted, well-equipped, powerful people. From this acquisition, they quickly moved onto the plains of eastern Colorado and western Kansas, where there was more food available. This migration also facilitated the acquisition of French trade goods, including firearms. Rising pressure from more powerful and better armed tribes to their north and east, especially the Crow Indians, also encouraged their migration. Only after their arrival at the southern plains did the tribe become known as the Comanches.
Yeah.
So, but did the Comanches kill a lot of like U.S. soldiers too? Oh, here we go.
Yeah.
Here, fights between tribes, the Comanches and the other tribes were meant to raise horror and fear, not necessarily kill.
Okay.
But they were very violent. They would kill, torture, rape, mutilate bodies, and kill children too.
Yeah.
That was Civil War stuff. That was tribe on tribe.
Well, that wouldn't be.
Veneti, that was the United States. So they would do that. So the Comanches would come in and raid settlers,
Yes.
U.S. settlers. And listen, there's kind of a school. Like I understand, it's like if somebody just moved in to my apartment and threw me out, I'd be fucking pissed. Would I mutilate their children? I don't know. I'd probably just call a lawyer first. But like,
You'd call a Trump supporter.
yeah.
One of those protesting.
Dude,
Trump
my
guys.
lawyer's Jeff Cohen. He's Chunk from the Goonies. I would just call Chunk from the Goonies. I'm like, dude, you got to truffle shuffle your ass over here and fucking get these native Comanches out of my apartment.
But no, the Indians were doing that to each other. Now they did apparently take it easy on each other sometimes because they both had this like understanding of we're low on dudes, can't be killing each other like this.
Right.
But they still, the Comanches were destroyed. Certain tribes were cannibals. They would eat each other.
Really?
They were fucking wild, dude.
They were wild
Yes.
dudes. Yeah.
Yes.
So they were in fact cannibal tribes among the Native Americans. Forms of cannibalism amongst Native Americans included both resorting to human flesh during famines and ritual cannibalism, which often consisted of eating just a small portion of an enemy warrior. A famous example of a tribe that performed cannibalism were the Iroquois. However, it was said they solely confined acts of cannibalism to strengthening or purification rituals, or the systemic humiliation of their enemies.
So you could
And
see.
we teamed up the settlers. It's like watching the NBA. I'm cheering for the white guys the whole time, no matter what team they're on. I'm like, come on. But
Yeah, you're like Tyler Harrow's the best.
So the settlers and Americans and Spanish, all of them would team up with local tribes that hated other tribes.
Okay.
So there was always tribes like scouts and shit like that with. It's the same way. I'm jumping around here, but the Spanish conquered like the Aztec Empire and the Incan Empire with like 100 dudes.
Yeah, Montezuma and all that.
Like literally like 100 conquistadors
That's
conquered
the
whole empire.
Yeah.
Because they just used tribes that were tired of getting their fucking heads cut off
so you're
for
saying
the sun.
100 conquistadors plus thousands of right.
Yeah.
Got it. Yeah. So that's what happened here.
Well, they kind of out in the plains they would like use scouts. They would use scouts because these guys.
Wait, now what's a scout? What do you mean, like the U.S. scout?
No, they would use native scouts.
Okay.
That would be able to like find shit because the plains are like literally just empty.
There's
These dudes
nothing
would
there.
go out there and die constantly. Like you get lost and die.
Like you
every time you went out.
There's no Walmarts or gas stations.
And they'd
back
never
then.
seen anything even close to it.
Right.
Like they're from fucking Europe.
Right.
And then they got here and there was just a field forever.
Yeah, because in Europe, like the land was developed there. You run into a town somewhere.
There weren't animals.
Right.
Like there was no animal that could kill you, and then and there's blizzards out there that are fucking nuts.
Right.
That would just kill everybody that was out.
Right.
Like, I mean, it's just
because they would just go out, no tents. They would just go out and be like, "Oh, this is fine. I'm in fucking France." Like, no, you're not, dickhead.
Yeah. So the Comanche.
You're in a red state.
We're doing work on them.
Yeah.
So anytime they would like send a party out or try to get.
The Comanches wouldn't negotiate with European settlers. They would. No. They would be like, "Oh, where are you lost?" They would cut the head off of your children, and then you would eat that for dinner, and then they'd kill you.
Yeah, and it was like the weird thing to me about a lot of these tribes is like torture was just what you did.
Right.
The Apaches in particular were known for their brutal methods of torture. It was said that the Apaches would skin and roast white captives alive and kill small children by smashing their heads against a stone. Other recollections of torture include prisoners being tied up outdoor on a stake and tortured for 3 days by cutting and pulling off body parts. They also kept prisoners alive as long as possible so that the torture would last longer.
Like it wasn't like torture to like send a message where you would like cut someone's head off and put it on a spike to be like, don't come through here. Yeah. It was just like, oh, we caught one of them.
Yeah.
The way we kill him now is to torture him to death.
Right.
Because it's the worst way to die.
That
was just how they were thinking.
And they were like, absolutely, you guys can keep coming. We're not saying stay out. You can kill that, but this is what's going to happen to you, and we send a bill to your family. Yeah.
And they would, and it was, they would like gang rape.
Yeah, I was going to say, what's like some specific torture shit that you read in the book? Anything like really wild?
Well, the Cynthia Ann Parker thing was pretty nut. Like,
okay, so Cynthia Ann Parker, also known as Nadua. I guess Cynthia Ann Parker's her Republican name, Nadua is her Democrat name. And she was an American who was kidnapped in 1836 around age 10 by a Comanche war band, which had attacked her family settlement, I guess somewhere in the Great Plains, right?
Yeah, they were in Texas.
Okay.
And what was weird about that, what I thought was interesting is the Spanish, the way they colonized like Texas and Mexico and all that, was very government oriented. Like if you were a settler there, you would be living near a fort. Like you would be as close to the government as possible. But then when the Americans settled like Texas, they were just sending fucking religious nuts out into the woods and be like, all right, you guys build whatever you want.
Right.
So the Parkers were just out in Comancheria.
Thousands of miles away from the closest U.S. fort.
Not even close to shit.
So where?
Cynthia Ann Parker was born in Illinois around 1827. In 1833, her family moved to Texas and built Fort Parker in what is now Limestone County. Comanche warriors attacked the fort in 1836 and took Cynthia Ann Parker captive along with some other people.
You're saying the Spanish settlers would come and they always had the assistance of the Spanish government and soldiers. So Spanish settlers weren't getting killed at the rate U.S. settlers were getting killed.
No, they weren't. They were more, the Spanish were also more into like missionary shit. They were sending out like priests and shit. The priests would get fucked up.
They would get fucking destroyed.
every once in a while they'd run into a non-believer.
Yeah.
And he would take it out on them.
Yeah.
Just like, pretty bad shit.
Yeah.
And that was one thing that was interesting about the book. And the book is the Empire of the Summer Moon.
Right.
It's pretty sick.
Pretty sick move.
The way he talked about it was like they came over. A lot of these tribes came over on like the land bridge, you know, between Russia and.
Oh, the Siberian land bridge.
Yeah. So they just for some reason they developed agriculture like 1,000 years after us.
Right.
Us again.
Yeah.
Us. The best.
Yes.
But So they were just like 1,000 years behind.
Right.
Just time-wise, that's just how they developed. So they were kind of like in the Stone Age when they ran into European settlers. They were like living in like mud.
Right.
And like using rocks and shit.
That's just the truth.
And then they got horses and they immediately jumped like.
So you could see in an mid-1800s European settler's brain to look at these people and just think like they're lesser.
Yeah, and then I mean this is like 17.
Oh, the 1700s.
Well, it's still 1860s. This shit was still going because the Comanches were like some of the last tribes to get taken down because they're wild.
They were so awesome.
They ruled.
Yeah.
They fucking ruled. But yeah.
Now, it is often said that the Comanches were the last stand against the settlers. However, facing smallpox, war with other tribes, and conflicts with the Texas Rangers, the leaders of the Comanches agreed to enter treaty negotiations. The negotiations, however, went terribly wrong, and 35 Comanches were killed, and 30 of them were taken as prisoners. The Comanche immediately retaliated with their native allies, attacking and destroying the port town of Linville. But Texas forces eventually defeated the tribe, forcing them to leave the frontier. Later, in what is now called the Red River War from 1874 to 1875, a number of tribes, including the Comanches, broke away from their reservations and attacked white settlers. In a response to this, some 3,000 troops attacked up to 700 natives in Red River Valley in multiple battles before the surviving natives surrendered.
Yeah, that's how they would look at them. They'd be like, these people, they don't have pants.
Right.
What are we doing? Get out of here.
Yeah.
You guys are just living on top of gold.
Right. So
we're going to need that gold.
Yeah.
And then they'd get there and be like, oh, we're in Kansas. There's no gold.
Yeah.
Anyway, get out of here. Dude, the Spanish spent like 50 years looking for cities of gold.
In Kansas.
And they'd end up in like Kansas and Utah. Like just
fucking
they
idiots.
Just kept looking for it. They'd be in Florida.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was nuts.
But so like then this Cynthia Ann Parker thing.
Right. So the Parkers said, and with like another family. So there's always like a bunch of like weird, almost a little too Christian groups of people living in like weird forts they built type thing. And then they would just get killed. They just would get killed.
Yeah, they would.
Indians would come through eventually
and just kill them all, and that's it.
Usually kidnap. Sometimes they would kidnap, and they would adopt you, shit like that.
But I was going to say the kidnapping wasn't for like ransom, like hey, give us money and we'll let this kid go. They were just taking your family for them.
They did start to ransom because that's how. Yeah, they did use them for ransom, but they also were like kidnapping just to be like, hey, we need some fucking people. We're running low.
So they would take them and then make them work. Like you would just have to assimilate.
You'd be a slave. They would enslave.
Yeah, like you were a European settler, and
they were white slaves.
Yo, what? Wild.
White slaves.
Dope.
Dude, we should fucking have a rock band called the White Slaves.
Slavery was common amongst the natives, which included but wasn't limited to white settlers who they captured. They also held slaves from other neighboring tribes and even had African slaves. A big example of this are the Cherokee, who in 1860 had as many as 4,000 slaves from African descent.
But yeah, they would also give you names, which was funny. And the names were never great.
So Ann Parker's name was Nadua.
Yeah, they would just make up like, and they weren't like sweet names. It wasn't like Mountain Flower or shit. It was like Guy with Boner. Like for real, that was like a guy's name. It was like Erection Stands Tall. It's pretty great.
Yeah.
Dog Fart.
So this Anna Parker girl, Ann Parker, she got kidnapped and lived with the Comanches. She was 10 and lived with the Comanches for 24 years, completely forgetting her white ways. She had 3 kids. Who
wrote that? Who wrote White Ways?
Fucking liberal.
Yeah, her white ways.
Yeah. Dude.
What was her white ways?
Yeah, what were they? She fucking brunch.
She forgot English and she learned the Comanche ways.
Oh, okay. All right.
I mean, she doesn't look white in this photo, does she? Really?
No, dude. I mean, she actually doesn't. I don't know what she looks like. She looks like she has a skin condition for sure. So her captor, Peter Kinankuna, was a war chief who had many wives. Venetia threw that in. She put war chief parentheses who had many wives himself.
He was a womanizer.
Yeah, she's like ill. She was like Peter Kinakuna, or as I call him, war chief fuckboy.
Yeah. He also, was a slave owner who raped and tortured But yeah, he had a bunch of wives.
Yeah,
that
but he had
pig.
a bunch of wives. Gross. Like, what did his main wife think? Like, disgusting. Patriarchy. Yuck.
Dope.
RBG, miss you. So this fucking Ann Parker, who was a 10-year-old white European settler, got kidnapped by Peter Kuna, the war chief. Her Comanche name, by the way, Nadua, means someone found. She actually got so crazy, she started joining in on raids and questioning people and killing people, and she just became a full fucking Comanche girl.
Wait, I don't know if she joined any raids. Did that say that she did?
Dude, it's history.
Wow.
Reality is a suggestion.
Wow.
Yeah.
No, that's... What
do you know about her?
She did get nutty. She would have to fight. You had to fight constantly.
Okay.
The Comanches did have a full fucking dude's rock setup, dude.
Right.
The women did everything.
Right.
The men would go hunt,
Yeah.
and fight, and then chill at the camp, and the women had to take apart the buffalo, do everything with all that.
Yeah.
They were the women
Slice
were
the
slaves.
garlic.
The women were slaves, which ruled.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dude, that's the same thing with the Puritans that I just learned in Salem. The Puritan society, which I didn't even know, Puritanism as a religion, it doesn't exist anymore. There's nobody that's a Puritan. It's not an official religion. It's doesn't exist. I just never even thought about that. But same thing with the reason why eventually the witch trials happened was because they would tell the Puritans it was a man-dominated society. The women, their daughters, wives, nobody could even leave the house unless to do your chores because they believed if you left as a woman, they were the only one. They were the only ones susceptible to the devil's temptations. Men couldn't get susceptible to the devil, so they said only the women could. So you had these crazy paranoid women growing up, that they thought that the devil was everywhere, and if one of them got fucking tempted or did something normal, they would be like, you're a witch. So it's very similar. Comanches sound a lot like the Puritans in that sense, where it's
yeah, but the Comanches did fuck around, they pranked each other. They
Really?
were a fun group.
What did they do? What are some pranks?
I don't know. I don't remember some.
I thought you read this book.
I do. Look, just classic pranks, dude.
Yeah, just fucking,
I don't know.
They put whoopee cushions down.
Yeah, they loved pranks.
Dude, they would do all that shit.
Yeah, because most of the records come from white slaves that the Comanches had.
Yeah, because Comanches did they have writing or an alphabet or anything?
No. They used most of these tribes used knots on a string to communicate. I don't know how the fuck it even works. They'd be this is time.
Really?
They had beads to be here's our story.
it.
People be what the fuck?
What?
You gave us a necklace?
Yeah.
But yeah, it's the history of our tribe.
What?
We're gonna go ahead and write your history.
Yeah, just read it. Is it one of those things where it's we're not even sure if what's real or what could the Comanches' evilness been exaggerated by the whites because of this?
It's evil. You're being very Eurocentric here. It's evil through Western morality.
Right.
Through Plains morality. If you're fucking literally in the Stone Age.
Yeah.
You can fucking gang rape if you catch someone.
It's not that evil.
It's not that evil. It's just this feels good.
Yeah. That's what it is. It's just pleasure seeking.
They were pleasure seeking.
I get it. Dude.
The history of the tribes was mainly taught through the spoken word from generation to generation by these so-called keepers, who were their version of a modern-day historian. However, Native Americans of the northern Great Plains region recorded their history through paintings on bison hides called winter counts. Winter counts were preserved by keepers who painted the images and served as storytellers.
I think it was the Parker raid. One of the aunts, they got one of the aunts, her aunt, and they just they gang raped her in front of all the kids.
Yeah.
And then they're all right, come on, kids, you're with us.
Yeah, they're like, who wants apple slices?
Just their aunt in the dirt.
Yeah.
And then I think they dragged her. They tied her to a horse and dragged her
to death.
Yeah, after they,
That's what happens.
They were having fun, dude.
Well, you can't.
The Apaches were, or the Comanches were having a good time.
It's one of those things where it's you can't. What if she got pregnant? After.
I'm not gonna raise some fucking kid.
Yeah. And he's like, no, edit it. We're just kidding.
It's not us, dude.
Yeah.
It's not us. The whites were the ones being white slaves.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's I have nothing to do with this. I'm fucking have Italian and German ancestry.
Yeah.
Our people were not here.
Yeah. Yeah, they weren't there yet.
They weren't there. So it's okay, so Ann Parker, Nadula, she forgot the white ways, as Venetia said, and she just became full Comanche, and then on a raid, on a U.S. raid, they got her. They noticed she had blue eyes. And they're like, oh, this girl, let's bring her back to her people. And she didn't understand English, didn't know her name, was sad that the U.S. killed her family, even though she was like...
Yeah, she got it twice, which is tough.
Yeah, she
had 2 families get murdered by both sides.
Yeah, she was like, what the fuck?
Yeah. Everywhere she goes, there's a group of dudes show up and kill her family.
Kill her family and rape her aunts. They're like, what the fuck? Her daughter's name was Prairie Flower. And what a Democrat name. And she grew up learning English, but died of pneumonia at a young age. So Prairie Flower died early.
COVID.
Yeah, COVID. It sounds like COVID. After a few years, Nadula died, and was thought that it was thought that Ann Parker, aka Nadula, died from starving herself from grief.
In 1860, Texas Rangers raided the village and captured Cynthia Ann Parker. She was then taken to her uncle's farm in Birdville, Texas, where she tried to run away several times. Depressed and lonely, Cynthia Ann Parker got weakened by self-imposed starvation, and she eventually died from influenza in 1870.
So she just was so, but I get it's one of those things where when you watch something, when you hear about the Comanche stuff or the Salem witch trial stuff, you're like, how did people live? How did anyone not just want to kill themselves by 20? But it's they didn't know any better.
Yeah.
So do you ever think about how we're living? People 300 years from now be could you imagine?
For sure.
But what do you think it is? What is there a thing?
What's going to be ours?
Yeah, what's the thing that we're doing right now, or a thing that they're ugh, imagine where they to do that? I don't even know where we go from here, futuristically.
I don't either.
It's because I always wonder, if I was a Comanche Indian, I'd be dude, it'd be great to have pants. It'd be great to not have to take 7 years to get 3 miles. It'd be nice to have somewhere to shit and not have to cover it. But we have all those things. It's what else do you want? You have cars that drive themselves now, planes, iPhones. What do you think people 300 years from now will be ugh, imagine 2020 idiots?
Yeah, you had to read.
Maybe that, yeah. You think that's what it is?
Talk.
That's probably what it is, right?
Huh?
Yeah, that's a good point.
Huh?
We'll just be fucking bots, full
you
robots.
Had to tolerate Democrats? At that point, Trump will have been...
Yeah.
He'll probably still be alive.
I was going to say, yeah, he's not going to die. He's going to freeze his body. Trump will never die. It's not going to happen, dude.
He's going to be dying soon, too.
You think so, dude? Not
if he would have died from COVID, come on.
Oh, my God.
That would have been so funny.
Could you imagine that would have happened?
Oh.
Dude, I was no. We're just kidding. It's a Comanche thing.
It's just a Comanche thing. It's a Comanche thing. You
so who's this fucking... Now we got a big one.
That's Quanah, dude. He's
okay,
the man.
So who's the tall one?
That's Parker's daughter, or son, Quanah.
So this one is half... He's actually half European settled white slave, half Comanche.
Yes.
Interesting.
And then he's
the chief's son.
He becomes the most of that's another thing. A lot of these tribes, the Comanche, were they weren't there wasn't one chief. There was a bunch of different tribes within the Comanche that just really never worked together. Really didn't communicate too much.
So that's hard to understand.
It was just kind of an alliance where
there's not one leader at all.
No, I think Quanah did become a main chief.
They practiced autonomy. So what happened is that he, because they were being pushed into settlements, to reservations. He wasn't he was told, he was appointed by the U.S. government, you're the chief, and it's no, that's not really a thing, but and it kind of was because he was half white, and he was also really strong. He was, really tall, as you said before, that they were usually really short.
Jacked, dude.
But and he was really brave. He took stabbings, and he would kill people when he was really well known for raiding and stealing other horses. But yeah, then he
they
started,
love stealing horses.
He befriended the government. After. Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah,
he was at FDR's funeral, right?
Yeah, he's the man.
Yeah.
He's the man, and he was telling jokes. I'm telling you, the Comanche were funny.
Yeah.
They were genuine, in the book, a historical book, they were known for being funny.
Right.
Which is
jokes in English.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is, after committing just go burn a family to death. A couple gags.
Interesting.
But no, Quanah was the fucking man.
So he was a good Comanche. He wasn't doing,
he was
doing everything else.
You're stuck in this world of good and bad.
Yeah.
This is history, man.
Yeah.
You know that.
That's true. That's true. Yeah. That's true. Oh, he was friends with Teddy Roosevelt, went to his 1905 inauguration.
Yeah.
So I said he went to FDR's funeral, which would be in 1945. What an idiot.
Yeah, he fought the Nazis also.
Yeah.
But what was I forgot to include this. This is funny.
Yes, tell us, please.
Because when you were talking about them getting like pushed into reservations and shit, early you got to remember that like tribes like who the fuck was in Georgia?
Appalachians,
Yes. No. The Trail of Tears.
Algonquins,
Trail of Tears
Iroquois,
was
Mohicans.
no.
Who's the Trail of
There's
Tears?
a bunch of Trail of Tears.
I have
They're
to
very
really
famous.
learn about this. Cherokees.
Yeah, the Cherokees.
The Cherokee, Chickasaw, Muskegee Airmen.
The Jeep Grand Cherokees had to,
Dude,
and then they had to get sent to Comancheria. So
what's Comancheria?
Like, that's where the Comanche live. So
Okay.
we were displacing all these tribes. We were displacing all these tribes
Yeah.
from the east and just sending them to live with the Comanches,
Thinking that, you're Native Americans, they're Native
who would
Americans, it'll be fine.
immediately fucking kill them and steal everything they had.
Right.
So they got, it was terrible.
The relocation of the Cherokee people is what is historically referred to as the Trail of Tears, which was imposed on them by then President Andrew Jackson. Out of the 15,000 Cherokees that were moved to Oklahoma, 4,000 of them died on the Trail of Tears.
So Cherokees weren't really like a fighting. Some of these tribes
No.
weren't violent.
I mean, I'm sure they were, but they, especially towards the east, they ran into the paleface pretty early.
Got it.
So, like, the Comanche had, like, a century to learn how to ride horses, get guns, shit like that.
right.
A lot of the eastern tribes had, it was normal.
No chance.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, because that's a good point. Like when by the time it was literally 100 years, by the Cherokee Indians knew what white people were 100 years before the Comanches did. Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow. It's crazy to think back in history. Like, yeah, that's just what it is. Like news of something just took months.
Yeah. Some guy had to, like, walk to
Yeah.
St. Louis.
Yeah.
But there's a bunch of guys coming.
Yeah.
Like 40 years later.
Yeah. It's just what it
See
is.
one white dude.
Yeah.
Like, oh.
What's like I always would think too, like writing letters like in the Civil War, like a soldier writing a letter to like his mom or wife and be like, I'm alive, I'm great, I survived this battle. And then it gets there 4 months later, it's like, no, dude, you died a day later. So it's like as their wife, I'd be like, I don't believe that. Like, are you alive or dead? I always thought about that. Because
Yeah.
it just takes too long for me to fucking know if that, like I would just be sitting in constant anxiety.
Yeah. If you were
Yeah.
in the Civil War?
Yeah.
For sure.
For sure.
For sure.
Yeah.
Definitely. Yeah.
Yeah,
that would've
there was
been
a gun in the Civil War called the Devil's Breath. I was like, I don't want to smell that.
It would suck.
Yeah, dude. But yeah, I mean, it's interesting how it's like Native Americans, like we are part of their history and they're a part of ours. I mean, we kind of just it's just one in this. It's just you can't get around it. Like things were
Yeah.
messy back then on both sides. That's just what the truth is.
There's good people on both sides.
yeah, there's good.
That's all you need to know.
Yeah, there's good people on both
Now,
sides.
Yeah, the honkies did get a little. They would go a little overboard sometimes.
Yeah, more overpowered than the Comanches. You think?
Comanches went pretty hard, like
Yeah.
out of the gate.
But they would. But I guess what people would say, progressive people here would say, is Comanches were provoked.
No, the Comanches they invaded. They took that land, like that. They didn't start there.
Like the U.S. told the Cherokees to go west, and then the Comanches came and took it.
Yeah, but no, they were. I mean, the people that were there before. There's all types of fucking like Crow and Sioux. All these fucking people that were out there. Apache,
Yeah,
the fucking Pueblos. All those people were out there.
Right.
And the Comanches came down and just started.
the
fucking
Comanches
everybody
did
up.
to their own people what the U.S. did to the.
And that's exactly what every tribe did to get to where they were.
That's just what it was. It just
Yeah.
When we're taking a closer look at the migration of the Comanche, we can see that they moved from Wyoming south to Colorado. In Colorado, they became bison hunting nomads. After that, the Comanches crossed the Sangre de Cristo Mountains and moved eastward into the Great Plains. They first acquired horses during the 1680s. This enabled the Comanches to have the mobility to become wide-ranging nomads. The Apaches in southern Colorado were suffering heavy attacks from the Comanches. Several of the Apache bands would therefore look for safety near Spanish settlements all the way down in New Mexico.
so it's basically like people nowadays just another example of picking and choosing what you want to get outraged at and
Yes.
what group of people you want to cancel for
Yeah.
what reason fits you. Because anywhere you look, there's people doing horrible shit in history.
Yeah, there is. But there's all, yeah, exactly. I mean, if you heard of like a Mad Max style gang of like raiders
Right.
that got taken off their land, you wouldn't be like, oh man,
Yeah.
too bad. Those guys are great.
Yeah.
It'd be like, no, they were some
Fucking brutal.
bad hombres out there.
But it's one of those two things where it's like you said before, like the history, who's writing the history book of this, because it's very, very, very different point of views, of
course,
on why, the only one in history that's just really tough to justify anything is the Nazis. It's like we have video evidence of you guys. Yeah. Like it's just tough to be like, yeah, I could see it Germany's way. It's like I just can't. I just you know.
I got some friends trying to justify it pretty regularly, and I'm like, dude, stop trying to justify this.
No, that one you just whichever way you slice, you're like, dude, you got to just fucking apologize.
You gotta say sorry.
Yeah.
Don't tweet some non-apology.
Do it. So so in closing, then I mean this dude, the what was his name? Parker. Quanah Parker. He had many wives too. 24 children. Venetia wrote his polygamous ways bothered the U.S. government, but apparently not the fact that he previously killed settlers.
Yeah.
So now she's switching. Now she's saying like, you know what? Like, yeah, he has like many wives, but like, why the fuck is he killing these people?
I think some people from like Parker's, like that raid were at when he was hanging out with Roosevelt. Like people would see him speak and be like, this motherfucker. Like they'd see him in like a car
because
like,
they were raided against.
With the yeah. Like this guy just fucking. You should have seen what this guy did to us.
Yeah.
There's a story from a first-person account that shows just how cruel Quanah and his men could be at times. If they captured another tribe's old women, those who couldn't have babies or help work, they would use them for target practice. The young warriors had to prove themselves how strong they were, whether they could kill another person, or if they would be weak and have pity. They would tie them to a tree and shoot them with a spear or bow and arrow. They would gamble on it, saying, I can get her eyes.
Did you see what this guy did to my fucking aunt?
He's hanging out with the president?
Yeah.
Like, this is weird.
Interesting. Well, Teddy Roosevelt's statue just got taken down.
My fucking aunt.
Dude, Teddy Roosevelt's statue just got taken down, so I guess it's fucking some Comanches. They're back. He encouraged Christianization of Comanche people. He also advocated the syncretic Native American church. Is there still a Native American church? Is that like the Church of Latter-day Saints or something? Yeah. Is that what it is? That's not right. No, you just said, yeah, that's no way that's right.
Yeah, I forgot about that. This was towards the end of the book where it got pretty gay.
Yeah, it just got, you were like, all right.
Where it was like he did some cool things. I think his father-in-law and him died. Well, his father-in-law died in they didn't know how the lamps worked in this hotel they were in. They just kept the gas running all night.
Right.
He just died in his sleep from. Yeah.
And then how did he die?
He survived that. I don't know how he died. I forget. He's a geezer.
Yeah.
Like cancer.
Like just he died like an old guy.
Yeah.
That's a fucking hilarious way to die, though. It's just
you left the light on.
You somehow survive raids and Comanche shit and rapings, and then you just die. A lamp killed you. Dude, I mean, what can you do?
Criticism. That's hilarious. We're looking at his Wikipedia
What's the criticism?
Page.
Yeah, what's the criticism on QAnon? He had Comanche critics. Some claim that he sold out to the white man. I'd say so.
Definitely.
Yeah, dude. I mean, but 100%. Fucking. I mean, what is he gonna do? Sleep in fucking buffalo bodies for the rest of his life? No, dude. The guy wants a gas
he's
lamp.
Real Uncle Quanah.
Here we go. Yeah. He also refused to follow U.S. marriage laws and had up to 8 wives at one time. Venetia highlighted that. Sick. I know. I say fucking hero. He dressed and lived what some would call European American more than the Comanche style.
I can't believe that this is what this has Wikipedia's criticism of this guy.
Yeah, because he didn't.
Is him being too white.
Yeah.
Not war crimes.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, he also fucking raped and mutilated children, but because he wasn't, because he wore a suit instead of his fucking Halloween costume, they, it's just funny because you're right. Yeah. It's just what the U.S. shit does. It's like you're not mentioning the fact that he killed and scalped people. You're saying that the actual crime is him being too white, which is just like what the world that we live in.
It is.
It's just not in reality. I know white people did bad shit. Of course they fucking do horrible shit. But like we were saying, so does everybody. Everybody does horrible shit.
Yeah, so get off our fucking back, would you?
Dude, we're doing the best that we can. And if you want the white race to survive, do what's right in November. No. Zoom in on Shane's face. No. I'm kidding, dude.
No,
dude, he defended the right to use peyote during Native American rituals.
Yeah,
did you do peyote with Doug Stanhope? I didn't know this. The movie, the John Wayne movie, The Searchers.
Oh yeah,
was based on Parker.
Quanah Parker's uncle, I think it was. He like spent his life trying to find her, which is fucking cool.
Like in
they
real
go
life.
into that, yeah. And he went on some wild missions. Like he would lose his horse and have to like survive a blizzard on the plains by himself. Like really Fucking sick.
Did he ever find him?
I think he did. He got word that somebody found her. Yeah.
Interesting. All right. Good.
Yeah, I think she. I could be fucking this up, but like she had a really shitty fucking life.
Who?
Like the Parker lady.
Ann Parker.
I think when she got rescued, she was rescued she was in New Mexico when they were bringing her back, and there was like a Pueblo uprising where they were like beheading the officials of the town, and like she was like, oh, I'm finally rescued. She wasn't excited to be rescued, but she was rescued. She was in like a hotel.
Yeah.
And there was just
they were beheading people outside.
Wild fucking day.
Yeah.
Like everywhere she went. Is that her?
Yeah,
It was there another.
No. She was also like, paraded. Like everybody's celebrating the fact that she returned, and she's like, I'm depressed. Like my whole family just got murdered. Like,
and then she
I'm not
killed
happy.
herself the worst way possible.
Starving. I know. She took keto to the extreme.
She did go keto.
Intermittent fasting. Dude, yeah, well, that's like what Gandhi did. Didn't Gandhi starve himself to death?
Yeah, but he wasn't just sad.
Yeah.
He wasn't just.
James Parker, Cynthia Ann's uncle, took 5 solo trips into Comanche country to look for his daughter Rachel and Cynthia Ann. During these expeditions, James Parker endured floods, blizzards, and near starvation in search of the captives, and at one point he even strangled and ate a skunk to stay alive. He even at one point sneaked into a Comanche encampment and left messages written in English near waterholes. He eventually successfully helped Rachel Parker get released and return home safely.
It's important for everybody listening to this to know I'm a big fan of the Comanches.
You like the Comanches.
I like what they were up
But
to.
then do you want to call it Indigenous People Day or Columbus Day?
Well, look, man.
Do you want to just call it?
Very complicated.
How about with this? Just to do it. Why don't we call it Comanche Columbus Day?
That would rule.
That's it. That's what we're going to change it to. We're going to get specific. We're going to call it Comanche Columbus Day. I like Indigenous Peoples Day presented by Christopher Columbus Day.
Yeah. It is good.
That's what it is.
Yeah. That's a good one.
Yeah, it's like, because then it's like everybody's happy. It's like, this is what it is. It's Indigenous Peoples presented by Christopher Columbus Day.
You should have worn a mask day.
Yeah, exactly.
Too bad they didn't have those N95s back then, you know?
Yeah, exactly, dude. Then you would have fucking not got smallpox like an idiot. October 23rd, you're going to be in Texas.
I'll be in Comancheria.
Dude, you will be in Comancheria, right? Is
Yeah.
that where Dallas was Comancheria?
Yeah. Well,
Maybe.
yeah, I don't know. I don't know where Dallas is in Texas.
Part of Texas was Comancheria.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good chunk.
Nice chunk. All right. Well, that's what a short person from history that he thinks is cool. So
wait till he hears about the Comanches.
Oh, dude, no, he's the Comanche.
He should be fired
He
up.
listens to the episodes. He's gonna. I guarantee you, his squeak's gonna be the Comanches.
These are short kings. Dude.
You short kings. Yeah.
Steven,
Well, what?
why is America #1, dude?
I thought we covered that.
All right. I just want to hear it again.
But look, I wanted to also too, because one thing I think is kind of funny, but I can't. I'm like failing to make it funny. Is just this idea of explanations, which I'm going to talk about in the talk, and this is in part 1. But how all cultures have had rain dances. I talked to you about this.
This is great.
And I just think it's interesting because, first of all, a rain dance is an explicit attempt at weather modification. So, like, no matter what you want to say about people in the West, you're like, you're destroying the weather. It's like, that's what they were trying to do. It's just that they failed at it.
Fair.
So that we're kind of like, like we look at it with a degree of reverence.
If they were blasting lasers, we wouldn't be like, oh.
Right. Or if their rain dances worked.
True that.
What I was saying to Shane was like, if you've lived with somebody that likes the thermostat slightly different, you know how annoying that gets.
Yeah.
If you all of a sudden you go out in the morning and it's raining and you're like, fucking
savages.
fucking doing it again.
Oh my god.
Goddamn Redskins.
That's so
anti-rain
fucking
dance.
funny. God, that's hilarious.
Yeah,
to think about.
the rain dance, to think of it as attempted weather modification.
I mean, it is, dude.
No, of course it's what it is. But
That's
it's
crazy.
just funny to look at it in that light.
And again though, but people look at
Chemtrails, dude.
It was Native American chemtrails.
Yeah,
dude.
dude, they were
Smoke
fucking-
signals. They were fucking dancing.
they wanted
Put
to make
aluminum
the
in the air.
progress that we make. They just didn't know how.
Fair enough.
And
They didn't fucking get jiggy with it enough, dude.
True.
They should have danced harder.
Damn, the times that it must have appeared to have worked must have just
I know.
must have been the most lit fucking
Well,
party
dude, it'd be
ever.
the same thing as like an open mic when like you're out, your rain dance didn't work. Some guy like drizzled a little bit. He's like, dude, you just gotta loosen up. Just fucking, you just gotta be yourself, dude.
It's like,
Just
dude,
do
you're
what
pretty
comes to
funny.
mind.
You're funny. That was good. It's like,
Like it got a little humid,
Thunder.
dude. It got humid out there. You just gotta fucking let him have it. I've been doing this for like 15 years, bro. It's like I know what I'm doing. That was people who thought they were the shit at rain dancing must have been so funny.
they must have like hit it once or twice and then just been like, I'm not doing it again. I can't do it. Like every 10 years, they'd hit one. Dude, if you hit a rain dance, you'd be the fucking man.
It's over,
Yes.
dude. It's over. Well, I read there was another book talking about that and how like God evolved, where there'd be like people who would do that, and then they'd be like, "Yep, this guy's in charge of everything," and then he'd do it again, it didn't work, and he'd be like, "Which one of you guys did something fucked up?" And they're all like, "Oh shit!
Yeah.
Oh, I did something fucked up. Ah, he knows."
It's like in Apocalypto when there's the eclipse. Did you see Apocalypto?
No, I want to see that.
He's an Aztec.
I almost lied and
or
said
a Mayan.
yes.
Yeah, that
I always do that
I
music.
always do that
Yes.
shit. And it's like, you know the part where that happens? And it's like, yeah.
Yeah.
I love that part. I'm always such a psycho that in my mind I'm like, maybe they're just making that up to try to trap me. I'm that much of a fucking psycho. But in Apocalypto, they're doing the Aztec thing where they're ripping people's fucking hearts out and cutting their heads off the top of pyramids, which they did at an astounding rate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like lines would be miles long. This is a bad rain dance.
Yeah.
That's what it was. It was a real bad rain dance. And
Yeah.
the worst fucking rain dance possible.
Exactly. Explicitly trying to.
But then
control.
there's just a lunar eclipse or a solar eclipse while he's about to get his heart ripped out, and they're all just like, "Whoa, the sun god has had its fill of blood. Let this guy go. Fuck yeah!" But it's just
That's awesome, man.
It's funny that just a freak occurrence happened, and he was.
Well, dude,
So as for the rain dances, the Cherokee tribe used rain dances both to create rain and to remove evil spirits from the earth. During a rain dance, they would wear feathers and turquoise, which to them symbolized wind and rain. It has also been said that Native Americans in the Midwest often tracked and followed known weather patterns. They would then offer to do a rain dance for settlers in return for trade items.
His head cut off.
That's crazy to think of people who were in that time. And then I always think about this when like 500 years they're going to look at us and be like, those fucking idiots. Like when it changed from 1998 to like 2005, 2010, I remember thinking like, damn, I live in the fucking tens now, dude. This sucks. I was like, I'm just like some
funny.
shitty fucking dude in the tens.
Yeah.
To where like I look back on 1910, I'm like, idiot,
I think of
fucking
that.
moron.
I think of that all the time.
Now I'm like, fuck, man. I'm in the
Yeah.
fucking tens, dude. I was on the end of it. Now I'm
You're
just
at
like
the end of the sickest century.
shitting in my fucking hat, dude. I'm like, this sucks.
That's all right. You'll die in the 50s, which is sick. Hopefully there's another civil rights. Hopefully the 2050s includes.
2050 is gonna be fucking the size 42 dungaree march, dude. They're gonna
It
be like,
is.
stop holding
They're
me
gonna be
down.
fire hosing white dudes.
They probably will.
I'm gonna deliver the "I have a dream."
Are you really?
Yeah, I'm gonna be like, "Oh, I have a dream."
Just Alex Jones voice.
I'm sick of seeing black movies. I'm sick of seeing ESPN do blackface every day. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, dude, that's like
But yeah, that was.
that's hilarious.
Your parents are fucking every day in front of you. You're just sitting there.
And some guys like, yo, you want to go fucking and get gold?
Gonna go build a fort in Virginia. I gotta let you read that book, dude.
What
War
book's
on the
that?
Run, dude.
What's that about?
It's about. I read it a while ago, and then I started reading it again. It's about Robert Rogers. He was like the first Army Ranger. Tech. He was like the precursor to Special Forces
That's
in modern
fucking
military,
awesome,
and he
dude.
lived in pre-French and Indian War America in like Vermont, New England, and I've talked about it a bunch of times on his.
What's he do? What's
the
his
savages would come in and kill everybody in his town.
Oh, didn't he take up with the savages?
Then he kind of took up with the savages. Like he was raised alongside a tribe with his town.
Yeah, yeah.
So he
studied
knew
their
the
moves.
land. He knew the land, and he knew modern war was going to be different than standing in line. So he formed kind of like a special forces where they could travel long distances.
So he's the reason our
Small
Navy
parties.
SEALs are so sneaky, basically.
They still study his maneuvers to this
Shit,
day.
dude. That's tight.
Yeah, but the first couple of chapters are all about like landing in America.
And it's being like,
And, like,
holy shit.
His family and another family, they're Scots Irish, and they're like, we can try to make our own outside of this village. Let's try to. They formed clans. They joined families with another family and bought like
600 acres for like 11 pounds.
In America?
Yeah.
Who'd they buy it off?
It was British.
Whatever bull was chilling.
Yeah. But then it was kind of like you said, like they would let the white trash kind of be a buffer.
Yeah.
So his family was a white trash buffer.
And they'd be like, go ahead, bro.
And they're like, you can have that land if you can settle it.
Damn.
And then up until Thomas Jefferson, nobody had really gone west of, like America hadn't really expanded at all.
Where'd TJ go?
The Louisiana Purchase.
That was TJ?
He got all that shit, yeah.
In the Louisiana Purchase, Thomas Jefferson wanted to buy the port of New Orleans from the French so that the United States could control the gateway to the Mississippi River instead of any of the European powers at that time. However, France's ruler, Napoleon Bonaparte, was no longer interested in establishing a North American empire. So, he directed the negotiators to offer all of the Louisiana territory. The American envoys in Paris could not afford to wait 2 months for a letter of approval and accepted the deal right there on the spot on April 30th of 1803 for a price of 4 cents an acre.
And he led.
I like to see a couple pages of his journal, dude.
He
Make it out. Someone's like, yo, it's that way. You'd be like, thank you.
let's drop you off in Strawberry Mansion, dude.
Yeah, I just,
if you get out of that
chaps my ass.
without getting burnt at the stake.
That's the ultimate armchair quarterback, to be like, and he crashed into the little wrong landmass on his
What,
sailboat.
looking at history?
Yeah, just being like, clearly these guys are. He was saying like the people who weren't suckers stayed in England. It's like, yeah, it's more than being a sucker, dude. It's like these people were poor as fuck.
Yeah.
And they didn't have any other choice, really. And a lot of them were indentured servants, too. So it's like, yeah, it's a bullshit thesis. And I've had people tell me, like, oh, this is really good. And I'm reading it. And I'm like, I can't fuck with this guy, dude.
You know what? It's a weird thing that I've always been bothered by is like in this country, if you want, like everybody always prefaces things like this is America, and in America we love an underdog, or like in America we love it. It's like, first of all, everyone loves a fucking underdog, and stop talking about this country, as though you've traveled the world.
I know.
It always bothers me when people are like, this is a racist country.
Oh, dude,
like, have you traveled, dude? Why don't you ask Sudan if they're racist?
Have you gone anywhere, dude? Have you even read to find out, like, that's the other thing, too. And they're like, this country's founded on racism. And it's like, dude, read about there's been so many other genocides all over the world for the same thing. Have been like, yeah, you guys are the other guy. Fuck you guys. That's so fucking annoying.
We're spinning our wheels.
This country's founded on white supremacy.
Like,
so that's like, you see people in Western PA, their grandfathers fucked up some Indians, dude. Not long ago either, dude. I'm talking like 1920.
No, more than that.
Whatever. 1800s.
Yeah.
Went and bucked up some Indians, dude.
It was longer than that in PA.
Whatever it
PA
was.
got settled a long time ago.
But that was the boys who came in. They were just buffering them around. Whenever Indians were like in Ohio.
You got to clear out some Indians, though.
You got to
clearing out.
Yeah, but you got to use the absolute. People were doing the do back
I'm gonna
then.
say this.
People, that was a Mountain Dew commercial back then.
Of all the horrific genocides in human history, I can handle the Native Americans getting with that one.
Okay.
Bunch of dudes with Mountain Dew coming up and be like, "Get these fucking pieces of shit off this land."
That must have been wild, dude.
Well, it's funny. It's such a weird double standard to have. I mean, I get it if you are like, I can't believe America did this.
Yeah.
If you don't know history at all.
Well,
and you think America's...
Yeah, well, you don't meet Turks and be like, evil bastard.
No, of course not.
They genocided the Armenians.
Yeah,
That's the show, The Young Turks.
Every country.
Yeah, that's true.
Every country genocided somebody.
It's true.
It's like, and another thing with the Indians is like, how do you think they got that land?
Yeah.
They genocided some other fucking tribe.
They definitely did.
They were at war with each other constantly.
Forever, dude. It's always been that way.
And they weren't like sophisticated, nice people.
Yeah.
I've done this like so many times.
But no, it's
just it's such a funny, like, if you look at history at all and if you look at history with like a rose glasses where you're like, is this beautiful place? It's like, obviously you're wrong.
Yeah.
So when people bring up like the atrocities committed against Native Americans, it's like, yeah, I mean, this is shocking when I was in 7th grade. Mm-hmm. I'm an adult now.
In 7th grade, they fed me the cornucopia story where, like, they split a turkey and they're like, hey, let's teach you some skills.
And then later you find out it's like, oh, shit, we killed all those guys.
And then after, for dessert, dude, they were like,
yeah, you want some Mountain Dew? It's got smallpox. That's how they actually killed them. They gave him some Code Red, and the natives were like, they fucking died.
They didn't have an Xbox anywhere, and they're like, I don't know what the fuck to do.
But yeah, it's funny to think about, like, people just showed up and were like, this is pretty nice land.
Well, dude, when you read that book...
Who the fuck are these idiots? Get them out of here.
When you read White Trash, it was like the English government was just rounding up the poorest of fucking shitty... Like, literally taking orphans.
Do you have that in hard copy?
No.
God
yeah,
damn
my
it.
brother has that. Yeah, my
All
brother
right,
has
good.
That's
I need
great.
one. I need one.
Dude, that's great. So they would round up orphans and then just put them on a boat and be like, over. So, like, you'd have these people who were just, like, absolute mud kickers, dude, landed in America. And then they're just like, all right, I guess I'm here now. Arrow goes through your wife's neck and they rape 30 people. And you're, who the fuck are these guys?
You gotta fight
and
them.
that's what happened, dude.
Nancy Eisenberg, in her book White Trash, explains how, according to historical records, an underclass of white people have been used as advanced shock troops for upper class people. If an area is undesirable, the lower class whites were allowed to move there and make that area safe. Then, the upper classes would come and displace the lower class white people.
That's the Thomas Sowell guy talks about this, and it makes a lot of sense when people talk about slavery, whether you're dealing with slavery in the abstract or you were living during that time. When people were like, they get mad at Lincoln being like, well, when he freed the slaves, he was kind of cold and calculated. He should have been more moralistic about it. And it's like, you can say that now, but it's like if you were the president, imagine if you were the president back then. Like, these people there was millions of slaves in the South. So they were really worried about, like, if you free them, are they going to come fuck you up and kill you?
Yeah.
Like, the Thomas Jefferson has a famous quote of being like, you had the wolf by the ears, dude. He's like, what do? Do you fucking let it go? They got, some guy wrote a love story between him and his, like, teenage slave, and it got a lot of negative press, dude.
Yeah, I bet
They got a lot of negative press.
Well, I bet they were eating some pizza too.
Yeah,
Pizzagate
they're like,
some
he's a
slaves.
rapist and blah blah blah, and the guy wrote the story like a love story basically, and that's
you brought up an interesting point when we were talking about this book earlier about how I keep wanting to say Sowell, Thomas
Sowell, yeah. It's Sowell,
yeah. How he talked about how, like, they also the Western Europeans also abolished slavery.
They did.
Like, this.
No one talks about that.
This is an institution that it built the pyramids.
Yeah.
This is an institution that's been around since as long as humans were even remotely civilized.
Yeah.
They've had caste systems and slavery, and then it led up in human history. It took the great white man to say, knock it off.
It was the English, dude.
Yeah.
Even the French were like, nah, slavery's still chill, and then they finally folded. Yeah, dude.
I think it was like the Portuguese were the last ones.
Yep.
I think in Brazil it was still going.
Yep. But then there was
the US and Brazil.
There was the Arabs in Asia, man, and they were still
going.
rocking in the free
They're
world.
still going.
They got stamped out hard though, and then they would fly French flags, and the British government wasted millions of pounds on abolishing slavery worldwide. So it's
How
like,
about
yeah,
that?
I
What do
know.
you think of that?
They were the biggest slave exporter too. That's like, dude, that's
While they also kind of enslaved the Irish people.
That's true too.
The Irish were slaves
Well, dude,
too.
that
should be the name of our podcast.
The Irish slaves.
The Irish were slaves. Just thinking.
But
in my
it's
head.
annoying because if you point out, like you were saying, the fact that, like, yeah, well, white people did it. That's the guy Sowell being like, no one talks about the fact that it was Western Europeans stopped slavery globally.
Yeah.
And it's like,
It's a pretty good
but
thing.
to say that is like, how dare you?
Why would you say that?
It's like, hey, we were bad boys and we were good boys, dude.
Yeah. of
Everybody was bad
all
boys.
if you want to break it down like a psycho into races and geography,
Mm-hmm.
of all the areas in the world that were bad boys throughout human history, which they all were,
Yeah.
the one that was like, we should knock this off, is the fucking British, wasn't it?
So slavery was something that existed in ancient Egypt, Greece, and Rome. Japan had a slave system that was created in the 3rd century AD. Korea had slave markets more than 2,000 years ago. There are records of slave markets in Ireland in the 9th century. It has even been said that the practice of slavery can be traced back to 11,000 years ago. Thomas Sowell, who Shane mentions, wrote an essay going against popular belief that society holds nowadays, blaming the Western countries and white people as the culprits of slavery. Thomas Sowell argues that slavery was a universal institution accepted and embraced by nearly all human societies throughout history.
Yeah.
Let's talk slaves.
You want to talk slaves?
We already covered gay bullshit. Let's cover some slavery.
What you want to talk about?
What do you think of slaves, dude?
Not for me.
Not for me either.
Not for me, dude.
Couldn't agree
I don't
more.
want. I don't want them.
I would hate
That would be awkward as fuck if just someone showed up at your house with a slave and you'd be like, dude, what the fuck? You can't have a fucking slave. Like, get out of here, dude. You can't have a slave in here. It's like, oh, come on, dude. What the fuck? That'd be so uptight. Like, dude, you can't have
like a southern dude bringing a slave to
Just
like
someone came.
like during the I bet that had to have happened.
Oh, no doubt.
In like the Civil War time, like right when the North was like abolitionists, no more slavery.
There's still people who are just like, fuck it, you can't tell me not to have a slave. And they had a couple, they had like a little head stash. They're like, I got a couple fucking kicking around.
I got some guys back there. They have fun. What am I gonna do?
So Asians were like 6% or whatever it was, very low percentage of traffic fatalities. Black, white, Hispanic, all tied.
Wow.
Native Americans coming in hot at like 30 per. It's per capita of race.
Yeah.
Native Americans are by far the leaders of fucking just dying.
That's sick.
I had no idea.
Well, that makes perfect sense.
You think so?
Number one, they booze hard as fuck.
True.
Most of them are depressed.
Yeah.
Most of them are poor. And they also live on areas where the speed limit's like 90 miles an hour.
That's true.
If they get into any type of accident, that car is fucking exploding every time, dude.
That's true. I feel like they're always driving with like a heavy metal wah-wah behind them, like, whee!
Yeah, dude, Indians love heavy metal.
No, that is true. That like nobody gives a fuck. That's like of all the SJW stuff going on right now, we definitely butt fuck the Native Americans.
The Native Americans?
Hardest.
Yeah,
dude.
well,
like insanely.
You never see them.
In modern-day America, there are approximately 326 federally recognized Indian reservations and 567 Native American tribes. The total population in Indian reservations is around 1 million. In total, it is said that there are around 5 million Native Americans in the United States today. The two largest modern-day Native American tribes are the Navajo and the Cherokee. The Navajo count a population of around 400,000 and the Cherokee of around 300,000. As a comparison, the Comanche have around 17,000 members as of today. If you enjoyed this video and found it interesting, please consider liking and subscribing. As always, all of the socials to Shane Gillis and his podcast with Matt and Shane's Secret Podcast are linked down below, so definitely go and check them out. So that was all for today, and I hope to catch you on the next one.
Yeah, so John Quincy Adams was Secretary of State. John Quincy Adams had a big role in Florida.
Yeah.
And he had a big role in that compromise. That was a big part. He was a statesman. John Quincy Adams, fucking fascinating guy. I read his biography. The thing about him and his father is that they wrote copious, really long diary entries, so we know a lot about those guys. But he traveled with his father to England. He was like the last link to the Great Revolution. Yeah. Because he was with his father wherever he went, and he took him to France. He ended up being a diplomat. He was the first American ambassador to Russia. He lived in St. Petersburg, Russia. And him and his...
Oh, wait, was he the one who helped them kind of revolutionise?
I don't
Or was that before?
remember that.
Okay.
I mean, but he was in Russia way back then, and he'd take like a sleigh to countries that aren't there anymore, like Prussia. And he traveled all over. He traveled more than any like human being back then.
Yeah.
And he went across the ocean several times. So like something like 12 times back and forth.
Now
amazing guy, incredible guy.
His opponent was Jackson in this election.
Yeah.
Jackson dominated. He won the popular vote by a greater margin than Reagan beat Carter. It was a landslide victory for him. But Jackson, in the Battle of New Orleans, came out and said all the guys from Kentucky were being fucking cowards. What? So then when it comes to the Electoral College, the guy counting the votes happened to be like a senator or something from Kentucky.
What?
And I was like, fuck this guy. And he just swung like 10 states. Because back then the Electoral College made perfect sense. Nobody in any state had ever heard of one of these guys. Mm-hmm. There was no news. There was no fucking anything.
Now you needed somebody. Yeah, you needed super delegates.
You needed to just get your
things.
local guy.
Yeah.
And be like,
you go figure it out.
Yes.
Yeah.
But that was enough for this guy to swing all these dudes in the meetings to be like, dude, Jackson's a fucking dickhead. We need John Quincy Adams. So he swung. I mean, it was
John Quincy Adams was another nerd, one-term nerd.
Yes.
Who just couldn't get, I mean, as a president, he couldn't get, and he got almost nothing done. Partly because Jackson and his people just thwarted every single thing
Jackson
he tried.
The whole country loved Jackson.
Everybody fucking loved that dude.
He was Trump.
So much.
He was Trump.
Imagine if Trump like dueled as much as
Jesus Christ.
Jackson died
Jackson
with
dudes.
something like 12 bullets in his body.
Yeah.
What?
That never left his body. He dueled all the time.
Yeah, let's just go straight to Jackson. He's the next
Wait,
president.
he can't not be mentioned, John Quincy.
JQA.
Yeah, fuck John Quincy. Go
John
ahead.
Quincy Adams, well, after his presidency, he was in Congress forever from Massachusetts. He died at his seat in Congress.
Wow.
He died at his desk. He was because his thing, he was a huge abolitionist. He was like the only guy in the Congress willing to be an out and out. The slave states had so much power that they passed a gag law that said you can't say the word slavery in Congress. It used to be, there was a thing in Congress back then called petitioning. Anyone could send a petition to their congressperson and they had to say it, they had to mention it. So like you could send a thing to Congress saying, I want retards to be allowed to drive, whatever you would do. I want retarded people to have driver's license.
Yes.
And he would say, he'd have to go, okay, the petition from Shane Gillis, he wants retards to drive.
The honorable.
And everyone would go, I move to table it, and then they just table it. But they passed a law saying you couldn't even mention a petition that said the word slavery, because that's how electrified it was. Like, we don't want anybody. We know you're trying to get rid of slavery. We don't even want you to say. And they passed it. So Quincy Adams would do it, and he would just break the law, and he would just say it over and over again. He would read petitions about slavery, and he would get sent. Then they would all vote, the whole Congress, to censure him for going against the rules, and he got censured over and over again. And he represented the Amistad slaves and got them set free. Yeah, did you know that?
No.
Yeah, he was the slave ship that was taken over by slaves and was grounded in Massachusetts, I think.
So he was saying the S word. He got in trouble.
Yeah.
He got not only in trouble, those slaves asked him to represent that. He was their lawyer.
What?
Because they were Virginia slave masters who were they were Haitian slaves that they were waiting for, that they had paid for. But he found a way it wasn't like a slavery is wrong trial. It was, you guys don't have a receipt trial. It was like, you ain't got the paperwork, go fuck yourselves. So they were free.
In February of 1841, John Quincy Adams argued that the Amistad slaves were actually free men. He argued that they were illegally captured and sold into slavery, and therefore they had the right to return to Africa. The Supreme Court ruled in favor of the captives, which meant they were free to return to Africa, which they did. John Quincy Adams remained a vocal opponent to slavery, all the way up to his death in 1848, when he suffered a stroke at the U.S. Capitol.
But he died. He was in the middle of a big impassioned argument. He was yelling, and he had a heart attack, and he died right there with the whole Congress around him,
watching
because people loved that guy.
Yeah,
he was a great guy. He was the first president or former president to ride on a steamship, and he used to ride on the steamships with a blanket over him, and folks would surround him. All the passengers would surround him, and he would just tell stories. He was a great guy.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Man. I didn't know any of that.
There's just a part of me that liked Jackson.
Jackson's great, but I mean,
dickhead.
and again, to me, I look at all these guys. I evaluate them as characters. They're all great, amazing characters. They all did awful things,
of course.
Yeah,
but I mean, Obama fucking bombed, fucking weddings.
Obama.
Yeah. But yes, Jackson was a crazy but shrewd. A great thing about Jackson was that his inaugural party in the White House.
Yeah, this is wild.
They
stormed the Capitol.
He invited everybody. That's exactly right.
He
invited everyone. He said anyone that wants can come. No invitation needed. It's the people's house, and the house was crammed with common people getting drunk, stealing shit,
destroyed,
and
the
they wouldn't
whole
leave. And there's a honor code in the White House. You don't ask someone to leave. You don't ever throw anybody out. So they couldn't get them. Like, days went by where people are shitting on the floor and raiding the fucking pantry and just fucking people and whatever.
What?
And so what they did was they got huge kegs of beer and they put them on the lawn. And they said, "Hey, come out. Let's drink under the stars. Let's have, And they invited them out for beer on the lawn, and they all came outside and they locked the doors. That was how he was a people's president.
Yeah,
like
he was
there
the first populist
in his
first guy. Yeah,
First one to appeal to the common person. There was an author, English guy. I read his biography of him, and they have one account of an English traveling writer who would write travel logs. And he was in Washington, and he thought, what is it like? Can you meet the president? And he just walked. There wasn't a fence around the house.
People just could walk in and
so
see
he
him.
just walked to the front door, and he knocked on the door, and a butler came and to the door and said hello, and he said, I'd like to meet the president. And he's like, is he expecting you? And he goes, no. And the butler's like, all right, well, come in and sit down. And he went in. The guy waited like 20 minutes, and Jackson came out of his office, which was like full of people, and he said, I'm in a pretty important, like, who are you?
Yeah.
And he said, I just wanted to meet you and say hi. And he was like, all right, can you wait an hour? And he's like, sure. So he went and whatever, fucking signed a thing to kill all the Indians.
Yeah.
And then he came and had sandwiches brought, and he sat with the guy and just talked to him for an hour.
Damn.
He also went. He was the first president, I think, to ride on a train. He took a train. He was the first one to do this. That he went all over the country.
Yeah.
He went up to Maine. Presidents never travel. He was the first guy to do that. Like, he thought people should see the president. People should have contact.
Whoa.
With the president.
The Trail of Tears, he flubbed that one.
Yeah.
Flubbed. He nailed
was a bit of a flub. He did do exactly what his goal
he did
was.
what he tried to do. You fucking flubbed.
That was a bit of a flub.
He was not. He didn't make mistakes.
I looked it up. I don't know if they had slaves.
Yeah.
The fucking dudes on the Trail of Tears, they were like, we got to bring our slaves.
If slaves are available, folks get slaves. That's just the way that goes.
I couldn't believe it.
But when he was
peaceful
natives.
natives.
That's what the part you don't hear is like the Indians are like, you know what he did to us and what he did to our slaves was even
Our
worse.
slaves had it real bad on the Trail of Tears.
I mean, tell me about it.
Yeah, but didn't they like share everything with their slaves though?
I don't know. Yeah, they were way better.
It was
They were like real peaceful.
It was egalitarian, dude.
They were some of those good slave owners. The natives.
Andrew Jackson signed the Indian Removal Act of 1830. This act led directly to the Trail of Tears, during which 100,000 native people, mostly Cherokee, were displaced, and 15,000 of them died.
There is some story from some big chief went to the White House to meet with Jackson, because Jackson was very honest.
Yeah.
He didn't underhand ever. He didn't play politics. He did horrible things, but he just went ahead and did them. Like, there was a slave revolt during his presidency where they took over a fort. The slaves took over a fort and just said, we just want out. We just want to be taken to the north or Canada or whatever. And so he just got a bunch of cannons and he just lit the whole place up. Killed
bombed them.
He didn't fucking care. So some famous, like a name you'd recognize, it wasn't like Sitting Bull, but it was some big, all of the Indians, all the tribes chose this guy to negotiate with Jackson. And he went and talked to Jackson, just the two of them, and he came out crying and said,
"What?
We're in trouble."
Yeah, he says, "We're not. This is gonna go bad.
Oh,
this is gonna go bad."
No,
he just had his way of thinking about how it was gonna go. He's like, "No, we got to clear these guys out of here."
Also in line with Trump, he was like, this is where the term mudslinging starts.
Yeah.
It was him and John Quincy. Their election or their debates and shit was, he would just talk. They would talk shit. There would be nasty rumors in the papers.
Whatever it took.
Yeah.
Whatever it took. Jackson was the first president to go like, fuck you. I'm winning. I'm winning this. I don't care what happens to you.
Jesus.
We're gonna, you know.
So he also, one of the big things with Jackson, he vetoed more bills than every president before him combined.
Nice.
He hated the banks. He like went to war.
It's crazy that he's on the 20.
Yeah.
It's like a joke because he hated the idea of a central bank. He hated the idea of a treasury. He thought that it should just be folks have their money, use gold, and you trade. And he wanted.
So I think the U.S. bank at the time, I think it was called the United States, like the Bank of the United States, was up for to be renewed.
Mm-hmm.
And he just happened to be the president, and he vetoed it.
Yeah, and it was a thing you don't veto.
You can't veto it.
No, but
he vetoed it. So then the next guy, we'll get to him, is his vice president, Van Buren. He takes over. Mm-hmm. He takes over a completely destroyed economy because he vetoed the bank.
That's the way it goes. Cool guys. America is made of cowboys and nerds. So you got cowboys who show off and who show what kind of people we are, and then you have nerds who actually get things done. But the cowboys get the credits.
Yeah.
And then nerds get fucked every time.
He got fucked. His nickname was Van Ruin.
Yes. He had a lot of nicknames.
They were like,
Old Kinderhook. He was another total nerd, and everybody hated Van Buren. He was like a little fucking
He was supposed to be. I think he was one of those vice presidents that was supposed to be a link, like because Jackson was the man in the South, kind of, or wherever, and they were like, "Let's get this dork to."
He was from Kinderhook, New York.
He was his Pence.
Yeah.
He was Trump's Pence.
Yeah.
He was. The legend is that he was one of the first people to have pamphlets, like a lot of pamphlets, like the press, like the mass press started to get big. So his pamphlet was because he was called Old Kinderhook because he's from Kinderhook, New York. So his thing was okay, and there was a check mark.
Oh, nice.
And that's where people say that okay comes from.
What?
Yeah.
Because it was like his thing was you okay with a check mark. That was the point. It was like vote for Old Kinderhook.
That's the thing. That's the thing. When you look into this, that's where all of our shit comes from.
Yeah, that's nuts.
It's all of this.
And somebody shot at Andrew Jackson.
Yeah.
And he had a cane and he beat the shit out of the guy. I almost beat him to death. The guy shot him and he just get the fuck. It was right outside the Capitol.
What?
Like by the big pillars or whatever.
Yeah.
And he just beat the fucking shit out of him.
Dude who shot
Yeah, he was insane.
So that's all as far as the podcast goes. But to close the video off with, I have some interesting facts about both the 1824 and the 1828 elections. So during the 1824 elections, Andrew Jackson actually got the most votes, 150,000 compared to Adams' 108,000 votes. However, while Andrew Jackson largely stayed out of negotiations with members of Congress, John Quincy Adams actively sought their votes and even had a private meeting with Henry Clay, the Speaker of the House. On February 9th of 1825, John Quincy Adams was elected president by the House of Representatives. Soon after Adams' inauguration, Andrew Jackson's supporters called Adams' win the corrupt bargain. In 1828, however, Jackson would get his opportunity to get his revenge. The elections in 1828 went a little differently. Personalities and slander played a large part in the 1828 election. There was news of Andrew Jackson's proclivities for dueling and gambling, which became embellished and widespread. The so-called mudslinging was just as fierce from Jackson and his supporters, portraying Adams not only as a corrupt bargainer, but also as a dishonest aristocrat who had misplaced many tax dollars. Eventually, Andrew Jackson got his revenge and became the 7th U.S. president by beating John Quincy Adams. Now that was all for today. As always, all links to Man and Shane's Secret Podcast and their socials are down below, so definitely go and check that out and show them love. Now, if you like this video and you're interested in history, please consider subscribing, and I hope to see you again in the future.
Yep, I'm listening to a book right now, and it's a story, but it's all about that time of like French aristocracy, gentlemen. Dude, it's so fucking funny. Of just being like, that guy's a fucking snob, and I'm like, oh hey, what's going on?
Well,
like all hang out.
That's comedy.
Yeah, dude, it was.
Who sucks? This guy, and then you see him in real life. You're like, fuck, they're great.
And they start doing well, and you're like, fuck this guy.
Yeah,
dude, it's so fucking. The book I'm listening to right now is so funny with that shit. He's a fucking snob. His family's poor. He just, dude, it's so fucking funny.
Do you know any snobs?
I can't think of any. But what they were dealing with, it was funny. What they were dealing with in this story, they were like, there's a French word for a chevauchée, and there's no real. They're saying like there's no real translation, but what they described was a climber. They're just, or if you want to call them butt dogs.
Butt dogs, climbers.
So it was just French butt dog culture, and this guy like butt dogged his way to the fucking top of France.
That's
of
what
old families, and it pissed people off.
That's what the Sun King had going at Versailles.
Really?
Did you know that?
No.
He built Versailles to make all of the lords live with him.
What?
And they all butt dogged out to see who could be his favorite.
What?
They lived together and would butt dog as hard as they could. To be like, I got to watch him put his shoes on today.
What?
And they would butt dog to see who got to like sit closest to him, all that.
Whoa, dude.
Yeah, he built like basically a reality show. He built like The Bachelor for himself.
And for everyone
and
to
forced
get
all
pumped
the
on.
French aristocracy to butt dog out.
Dude, it's so funny. Like
I like it.
What the dude would do, he would find prominent families that were in like a tough.
He said, "You are a great butt dog." It's funny to the French people.
So Louis XIV, aka the Sun King, reigned France from 1643 until 1715, and he had the longest reign in history. He is known to have built the Palace of Versailles, which is by many considered to be the most extravagant palace ever built. He had at least 16 bastard children and legitimized some of them. He had a huge ego and he believed himself to be a direct representative of God. Now another little fun fact is that the state of Louisiana was named after Louis XIV.
He would find like a prominent family who needed to like sell stuff off because of short-term money problems, and he would quietly arrange like stuff with American museums, and that's how he made his fortune.
Yeah.
But everyone kind of were like,
You love schemes.
I do.
You've always been a fan of
French
schemes.
aristocracy was like, this is a dirty, shameful business, dude, of like selling anything. They called him a dealer. Like he's a fucking dealer. And that was like a big, and he resented that. He'd get very pissed off.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll have to take my wife to a night at the theaters.
Your wife would enjoy a night at the
Now
theater.
I'm an aristocrat, dude.
I think we're both aristocrats now that you're mentioning it.
But yeah, I think
I'm more of a fat cat. You're just a gentleman.
I'm a gentleman dealer, dude.
I'm gonna be a sly fat cat, dude.
Really?
Yeah, I might be.
You gotta plug me into the aristocrat network. That's what happens. You plug someone in, and once they start doing well,
start calling you old boy. We're gonna have fun tonight, old boy. You got Chap.
Chap is a good one. But yeah, dude, you just have to like get away from all things money and just be a gentleman. It's just very disgusting.
Even mentioning money is disgusting.
Oh, dude, it's completely distasteful.
It is distasteful.
It's
You
just
can tell new
bloodlines.
money. You can
Yeah.
tell new money.
Just bloodlines, families, but his family. Here's the deal with their family.
Yes.
You have to tell the thing. They're actually a gentleman from Virginia
Yes.
who went out to Chicago.
I'd be a gentleman from Pennsylvania, son of a, he's the heir to the salesman fortune and teacher fortune. He's the heir to the assistant girls volunteer basketball coach fortune. Somebody sent me a book. I got to check it out, dude.
Yeah.
It's a hero of both worlds. It's about Lafayette.
What?
You'd like this boy.
What's he do?
He was a baller in France. He came over and helped.
Oh, the guy who
the
trained George
American
Washington.
Revolution, and then he went back for the French Revolution.
Yeah. Damn.
He's a G.
That's
And I
pretty sick.
think, if I recall correctly, he was kind of against the French Revolution. He was like, "Yo, chill the fuck out,
beast."
And the boys got wild anyway.
Yeah, they did. They did. But yeah,
Marquis de Lafayette was a French nobleman and military officer, and he volunteered to join the Continental Army, led by General George Washington, in the American Revolutionary War. He then returned to France and played a major role in the French Revolution, and after the revolution, he continued to be extremely influential in French politics. He was very close with George Washington, and he even named his son after him. Now, a cool thing about this is that Lafayette was one of only 7 foreigners to be granted US citizenship at the time.
dude, that book was pumping me up big time, dude. France had one good run. Napoleon pushed it. Napoleon had a nice
France
push.
has been beasts throughout history. Joan of Arc was a beast. I mean, they were always the beast of Europe.
I never really.
Till the Deutschland came around, dude. Deutschland.
Yeah.
England and France were always the ones fighting because they were both trying to assert. I said Spain, dude. Spain's up there with France. Historical domination.
Yeah.
Spain rules.
Yeah, they were all doing their thing.
Now they're taking naps. They did it. They worked.
Dude,
they're done working. They retired. Spain retired. Greece retired first. Greece was like, we're done forever. We did it.
Yeah. They were all running around doing all this crazy stuff where like they were just conquering, but then they would fight each other in the meantime. They'd have all their little things, and like England would be like, "What's up, France?" Bah! France would be like, "Fuck you, dude." And they basically tore each other to shreds. They just tore themselves to shreds. Well, they were saying that like almost there were countries where like almost an entire generation of men got wiped out.
Yeah,
they were like an entire generation of dudes just gone.
There's a year in France that there's no men that year from World War One. Yeah,
dude. Well, basically, so the book is basically saying like going off of like the European, like for how long Europe was in power, they had like a long time. They got to kind of like they eventually, you know, they basically put us like just destroyed each other.
Egypt, how are they doing?
We saved
marrying my
US
damn
sister.
Egypt. That's what those fuckers are doing.
US allowed that though.
Getting on a boat,
Dude,
coming over here and fucking my sister.
The US, that was an American intervention. America made that possible. If America didn't intercede,
if we let Israel continue to rock their world,
Israel, France, and like one other European country went for Egypt. America was like, no.
France went for Egypt.
Yeah,
with Napoleon.
But I think Israel
had a war with them, and Israel called off the dogs and gave them back a strip of land.
There's
a new Napoleon
Bonaparte
movie.
Is he a sure king in the movie?
No, it's Joaquin Phoenix, dude.
Oh, I think you showed me
directed by
this.
Ridley Scott. I've never been hornier for a movie. This is fucking crazy. I've watched the trailer like 7 times.
What would you do to get an early release?
I would do anything. I can't wait for Thanksgiving.
You got, dude. That's a great leave Thanksgiving early with the family and go watch a movie.
Yes.
That's always a nice one.
And it's Napoleon.
Oh my god.
Yes. You're gonna like this about Napoleon. You see when he was in Egypt?
Yeah,
That's
I
when
didn't know he shot the fucking pyramid.
That's when he found out he got cucked.
Is that why his
dude.
nose missing?
I think it was before then,
Yeah,
but
true.
he got accused of that.
Of knocking the
Yeah,
nose
yeah.
off?
They were like, he didn't look white.
Damn,
so
I
they
have
took
such
it
a
down.
peasant brain, dude. I'm like, is that where the nose came
No,
from?
I think
It's a peasant rumor.
I think that's a common
yeah,
thing.
it's a peasant.
Napoleon found out he got cucked
Did he?
in Egypt.
Who cucked him?
Josephine, that chick with the cut hair.
I'm saying, which dude cucked him?
Oh, a fancy cavalier man, a
Motherfucker.
dandy cucked him.
Ooh, with his, he probably cut a bottle of champagne in half and cucked him. Oh, it sucks.
Because when he met that lady in the trailer, Josephine, the reason her hair was like that, she was just arrested. It was during the revolution. She just got out of jail.
He freed her.
I don't think he freed her. He just met that babe at a party.
Oh, he could tell she was a bad
And
bitch.
he was like,
fucking...
whoa. But she didn't love him at first.
Huh?
And then she cucked him while he was in Egypt. He's taking over the world, and she can't keep her fucking legs closed. But back then, if you were a French general, the worst thing you could be is a cuck.
Yeah.
Everybody got cucked, but you just had to have mistresses. And then everyone was like, all right, you're cool.
Yeah.
So he got a bunch of mistresses right away.
As soon as he got cucked.
As soon as he got cucked, he's like, well, now I have to.
Damn, he didn't want to.
He didn't want to, dude. He was a lover boy.
He was a lover boy.
He was in love. He was obsessed. His last words were Josephine.
Oh my god,
He
that
loved his
bitch,
babe, dude. And she
Imagine
did that.
it's got to be crazy too, though, to cuck your husband and then like hear that he just conquered Egypt. And you're
Yeah,
like,
be like, oh, he's coming home.
Oh.
The guy just conquered the world. He's coming back here. I cheated on him. Well,
what a brat. What a brat she was.
She was a brat. Dope.
Although to be fair, dude, chicks with no cell phone, they were sat and just waited for years, dude.
And then some fucking cavalryman comes in and a fucking
Just walked by and went,
yeah.
She was like, what's so funny?
Oh, your britches,
Madame.
Oh,
She's like, God damn.
and who might you be? I don't know. If you get cucked and then you're like, fuck it, I'm blowing up the pyramids.
Yeah, that's
You
fucking
do
sick.
rule.
That's sick as hell. But imagine, dude, true. That does rule.
I'm gonna
But
shoot a
also,
cannon at a bunch of guys riding camels.
that could be from, he could have
Oh, that
cowered
goes
in-
on. That goes on today.
He could have sunk into his cuckness and said he was like, blow the fucking face off that
Our
pyramid, dude.
boys, the Marines go overseas. They get cocked. They're like,
Constantly, bro.
just
Constantly.
fuck it.
Well, dude, it's your girlfriend's your chia pet, dude, and you don't fucking...
You don't water it.
No, I'm thinking of a Tamagotchi.
It's all right.
The Tamagotchi gets sad,
Yeah.
dude. And fucking meep, meep. Someone picks it up like, I'll give this thing a fucking pellet. And they're like, meep, 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 meep.
I saw those
They
boys
got-
I saw the boys in the trailer hitting the square formation against the cavalry, which is what you do, dude.
Yeah. I never saw a square formation before.
If there's a cavalry charge, you hit them with the square.
More of a Mongolian, dude. A little circle. I'm a Turk.
Well, that's
I'm a
what
Seljuk, dude.
That's how you defeat the circle.
The
You
square.
hit the square inside the circle, and now
What the
now it's a
hell?
shooting gallery.
Oh, Jesus Christ. That makes
Yeah.
sense.
Napoleon Thanksgiving is gonna be insane. If this movie sucks,
It's not, dude.
it can't suck.
Ridley Scott.
Ridley Scott
Joaquin
fucking
Phoenix.
rules.
Have you seen a bad movie with Joaquin Phoenix, by the way? I don't know of one. Yeah, it'll be decent.
Anyway, do yourself a favor. Go check out DJ Khaled and Napoleon trailer.
True.
So Napoleon with his troops arrived at the Nile River and he did conquer all of northern Egypt, but later on he left without his troops. People said that he abandoned them and they eventually surrendered to the British in 1801, even though Napoleon already left in 1799. During Napoleon's absence, his wife Josephine, who was still in France, had several lovers. A letter that one of her lovers wrote got intercepted by the British and they published the letter in order to humiliate Napoleon. He accepted the affairs because he himself had affairs and therefore it was seen as not as bad by the standards of that time. Super French if you ask me. As for France's historical power, which Shane mentioned earlier, according to historian Neil Ferguson, France is the most successful military power in history. France participated in 50 of the 125 major European wars that have been fought since 1495, more than any other European state. But nowadays, France doesn't get the respect that they deserve because of what happened in World War II. So that was all for today. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you did, please consider subscribing and liking the video. And as always, I will leave all links down below to the best podcast in the world, Matt and Shane's Secret Podcast. So definitely go and check that out. Subscribe to their YouTube channel and check out their Patreon as well. It is absolute class. So I hope you guys enjoyed, and I'll catch you on the next one.
Guys, and welcome back to the channel with another video. Today's topic of discussion is a big one that I think everybody was looking forward to, including myself. Imperialistic Japan. In the years leading up to and during World War II, Japan's rise to great power status was rapid, with victorious wars over China in 1895 and Russia in 1905. Later, Japan started their expansion with their invasion of China in 1937. The Empire of Japan stretched throughout Southeast Asia and the Pacific, for thousands of miles in all directions. The country formally entered World War II on September 22nd of 1940 with their invasion of French Indochina. At the outbreak of World War II, Japan's population approximately had 72 million people in a country the size of California. Now we're going to listen to some clips from Matt and Shane's Secret Podcast discussing Japan during World War II. As always, all of their socials and their podcast, Matt and Shane's Secret Podcast, are linked down below, so definitely go check that out. Now without further ado, let's get to it.
If you know anything about history, the Philippines in 1941, not a great place to be. Tinelli hoped to fulfill his one-year commitment to the army and then return back home to his new wife, Mary, and the Cardinals by the 1942 season. So in his mind, he was like, all right, I'm just going back. Yeah. 1 year, serve, come back to the NFL. Now, that all changed, Matt. December 8th, 1941, when Tinelli was roused from his bunk near Clark Field by an air raid siren. At 02:30 hours, a frantic Trans-Pacific message had crackled over the airwaves. Air raid on Pearl Harbor. This is no drill. Now, a lot of you are sitting there saying, Shane, December 8th, 1941? You mean December 7th? He was in the Philippines. Yeah. Come on, man.
Of course. I was about to jump up your ass.
Yeah. Now, it's the Pearl Harbor shit gets me fired up, dude. I like it. I was watching documentaries on it. It's like just the way like Churchill reacted and shit. He was like,
he must have been like, yes,
dude. He was so stoked.
Really?
Also, I know you guys like a little conspiracy that 3 of the aircraft carriers were not in harbor at Pearl Harbor. Those were the ships you actually needed.
Where were they?
They just happened to be out that day when we got hit.
Really?
Yeah, boy.
On December 7th of 1941, the Japanese military launched a surprise attack on the U.S. naval base at Pearl Harbor. The attack killed 2,403 U.S. military servicemen and wounded 1,178 more. The attack sank or destroyed 6 U.S. Navy ships. They also destroyed 169 U.S. planes. This attack led to the United States entering into World War II on the Allies' side, and directly correlated with the Allies eventually winning the war.
It's almost like someone... Now, they did know the Japanese were going to come at us.
Yeah.
Because the Japanese were ticked.
Yeah.
Because Japanese they were expanding like crazy. They'd gone into China. We talked about the rape of Nanking.
Yeah.
That was like 1937. They had taken, at this point, Japan controlled like Korea, all of Korea, Manchuria, into China. They took Indochina, I believe is what isn't that what Vietnam is called?
That's probably
yeah. Sounds like Indonesia and all that stuff.
So they took.
How many people did Japan have?
I don't know.
How do you
cover all that from
space?
Japan? I
Land
don't
of the gods,
dude. Guards? What?
Yeah. Land of the gods.
Well, the way they did it was brutal. That's how they kept people in order. Yeah.
Yeah.
And a lot of these countries were already under, like they had taken. Japanese took Korea in I think like 1905 in the Russo-Japanese War.
Yeah.
Which also started Matt.
Yeah. Yeah. What?
Oddly enough, the Russo-Japanese War started with a surprise attack on Russia's navy.
Really?
A little foreshadowing, a little trick that they like.
So the Chinese they like to kind of sneak attack the
Japanese.
The Japanese.
Japanese snuck attack the Ruskies with a little. They like to start wars by eliminating the other side's navy, which is a sick move.
But isn't it just one base? Isn't there like multiple? Or they just take a nice big chunk?
Not in wartime. Like that was the Asiatic. That was our entire Pacific fleet, just about.
Yeah.
So they fucked us up bad in Pearl Harbor.
Damn.
Like that was the fact that those 3 aircraft carriers weren't there, really helped.
Yeah.
The United States was going to win that war regardless. I believe as a historian. But really, hastened the victory.
So why did the kamikaze? Why don't they just drop bombs? I mean, it's kind of a mind fuck.
I think
I think they had production problems. Like I think they were like running out of
kamikazes. I believe.
Gotcha.
I don't know. I don't think they were kamikazes at Pearl Harbor.
Really?
I don't think so. I think that was like
kamikaze.
My bad.
Was,
I just assumed.
Excuse me.
That's all right. You've come a long way. I remember Pearl Harbor. You thought it was like biplanes and shit. This is good. And there could have been. I mean, the Japanese did a lot of like psychological warfare where they would just like they had banzai charges, which would be just everybody run at the other side. They would all die. They never worked.
Jeez.
Everybody would just kill themselves. And it was so bad that like it bothered the guys shooting them.
Yeah.
Like they were like, this is bad. We're in a bad place. These people don't care at all. And that was like the mystique they tried to build up for their own army. Was like, we're fucking nuts, dude.
Damn.
Like we are nuts. We're all ready to die.
I wonder how many personnel they lost doing
banzai charges.
just doing stuff.
So I was
like
listening to Hardcore History, that fucking
like
Supernova in the East. He has a bunch on it, and it's like he was talking about how you can look up aftermaths of banzai charges pictures, and it's nuts, dude. It's just hundreds of dudes just laying there that they all tried to charge.
Could they have like almost won if they didn't do that? Like,
No,
is it?
they had no shot, and they knew they.
It's
had
like
no
when they
shot.
tell you to stop buying like Starbucks every morning. It's like that's where you're losing your money.
It's like, no, that's not. It's because I don't have a job. No, it was the Japanese knew, a lot of their like higher ups knew they couldn't fuck with the United States because a lot of them studied in the United States. They saw what we had. They saw like the amount of people, the amount of land, all the farm. Like they were like, if this war machine gets moving, we have no shot.
Yeah.
So like a lot of the higher ups were like, don't try to fuck with the United States. And they went with it anyway.
It was said that before Pearl Harbor happened, there was some doubt about attacking the United States and whether it would be a wise strategic move. The Japanese leadership developed a plan in an echo chamber where only true believers were allowed to participate. All others who expressed doubt or disagreed were filtered out and removed from leadership positions in the civilian and military government institutions. The plan was to attack the US Navy so hard that it would take them 6 to 18 months to fully recover. By that time, Japan would have taken over Southeast Asia completely and set up a strong defensive blockade. Therefore, basically making it impossible for US forces to successfully attack according to their calculations.
What was Japan's
Tojo.
whole thing? Like, why did they team up with the Nazis? Did they team up with the Nazis?
They did team up with the Nazis, which actually allowed them to get Vietnam from the French in 1940. So when the French left, Japan was like, that's ours. And because they were allied with the Germans, the French had to be like, okay, and sign it over to them. So they joined with, they were just good allies to have, especially with Russia. With Russia, that way Germany, they were ready for war with Russia, and they wanted to have Russia have two fronts as well. So Japan, that worked out for them.
I didn't really think about that a lot. How they were all in like the Nazis team.
Yeah.
That
was a bad team.
Yeah, dude, that's a tough.
It was them, Mussolini, the Italians, dude.
Yeah.
And then the Italians turned on the Germans.
I bet early though.
Classic collective backstab.
Yeah, absolutely.
Hey, it's not going very well. Let's switch. Those other guys are winning pretty good.
Who would have thought this podcast would be more racist to Italians than Japanese? Just wait. We'll get there.
Oh, man. I didn't know they switched like that.
Yeah.
So they were like, you know what?
Towards the end of the war, the Italians.
This is messed up,
guys.
guys.
Like, I think we're doing it bad, dude. We got to switch. Maybe we were wrong.
That's such a sick move. Just be like, wait a second here.
Yeah. Well, they flipped right when, like, the war in North Africa ended. Or, like, when the Allies started to win in North Africa and started to invade southern Italy, they were like, hold on. We're on your guys' team. Yeah, dude, we got to get these sons of bitches.
They called a timeout. They're like, timeout.
Yeah.
Timeout.
Like, wait, what's going on? Who the fuck are these German motherfuckers?
What? We thought we were on your side the whole time.
The Axis powers, originally called the Rome-Berlin Axis, was a military coalition that initiated World War II and fought against the Allies. Its principal members were Nazi Germany, the Kingdom of Italy, and the Empire of Japan. With Nazi Germany mainly fighting in Europe, Italy under Mussolini fighting in North Africa, and Japan fighting in Asia.
That was awesome.
Churchill, when that I couldn't find it, but I could have sworn he sent like a cigar to the king.
I could be wrong, but he was fucking stoked when the U.S. As soon as the U.S. got bombed, Churchill was like, "Yes, dude, we won." In fact, that night, in his own words, written in a history of World War II, Churchill said that night he went to bed and slept the sleep of the saved. Pretty tight. Everything Churchill says rules.
Yeah, he does talk fucking awesome.
Yeah.
Slept the sleep of the slave. Saved.
Whoa.
Whoa.
I'm part of me, man.
Sorry.
I apologize. He brought up slaves.
He just came down from New England. I think they still.
That's a much different sleep, I would imagine.
Of the saved?
And the saved versus the slaved.
So. Yeah, that's a rough sleep.
This one letter changes everything.
Yeah. So the Japanese at this point, I mean, right when Pearl Harbor happened, they expanded everywhere. But like I said, they were already in China. They were in China. They had Korea. They had Manchuria. They were expanding quite a bit. Also interesting, the Japanese were very interested in biological weapons, and they were mostly trying them out on China, including they dropped ceramic bombs filled with bubonic plague.
Oh.
They tested typhus and other diseases on approximately 1,000 different Chinese villages.
Damn.
So they were just in there just...
Ceramic bombs?
I think it was a ceramic thing filled with bubonic plague.
Do they put they make like a little imperfection? Isn't that like a Japanese way?
Yeah, I think they patched the imperfection back up and then they like put like gold stuff.
Ceramics and balloons were used as biological bombs on Chinese civilians and prisoners of war by a Japanese chemical warfare unit. These bombs held bubonic plague carrier fleas. Each plane could carry 10 ceramic bombs containing around 5,000 fleas, which could kill a large number of domestic animals within 1 to 2 hours. The Japanese also used hot air balloons to distribute plague carrier fleas.
So our boy is sleeping.
Mario's...
He wakes up.
Keep in mind also, the Japanese are not great. 1937 rape of Nanking, we talked about that. 350,000 approximately were massacred in that.
Oh, that's a lot.
Right after Pearl Harbor, they expanded by attacking British colonies in Burma and Malaya, as well as Dutch-controlled Sumatra. So they attacked Burma and Malaya right away to get the rubber that those places had, and then they got Sumatra from the Dutch for the oil. And in Malaya, it was kind of a precursor. That's where like the bridge, the River Kwai.
Yeah, bridge over the River Kwai.
Yeah, so it was a bit of a precursor to what happens to old Mario, but they did the same thing. They took Malaya, just destroyed all the British prisoners. They really didn't take prisoners. The Japanese, like if you surrendered, you were nothing.
Damn.
You were lower than life. They hated it.
So they would just like kind of like throw you in a pit or something?
Yeah, I mean, they did everything that you can imagine.
Damn.
That sucked. And this is the thing. Carlin was saying that the reason, so they would like torture the fuck out of whoever they got. If they captured you, they would torture you. They'd cut your dick off, put it in your mouth. Scariest shit possible. And he said one of the reasons they did that was to ensure that their own troops never surrendered, because they knew they would get tortured for what they did. So it was like top-down order. You guys got to torture whoever the fuck you get, and just make sure no one's fucking surrendering. Like, make sure this is a war of just the worst shit possible.
Fuck. God.
Yeah, Japanese, not very good.
Yeah, that's pretty mean.
Unit 731 was a Japanese research program during World War II that conducted horrific experiments. This included infecting subjects with the plague, giving subjects frostbite, and cutting people apart while alive and unsedated. The Japanese also used many forms of physical punishment. Some prisoners were made to hold a heavy stone above their head for hours. Others might be forced into small cells with little food or water.
So right away, after Pearl Harbor, they also attacked other places on that day. They bombed just about every Allied airstrip in the Pacific. So they knocked out all of the airplanes and all of the Navy in the Pacific.
Damn.
In like a day. Which limited General MacArthur's plan. He wanted to defend the Philippines by defending the beaches. So not letting them get on land, kind of like Saving Private Ryan, like set up shit on the beach. But they couldn't do that because without naval support or air, they couldn't be out in the open. They'd just get crushed. They couldn't do anything about planes and shit. So instead, they'd be forced to kind of slowly retreat within the Philippines once the Japanese got there and tried to, make it as hard as possible, which was the WPO3 plan.
Just
Yeah.
for those people out there. Yeah.
What does that stand? What does that stand
I forget.
for?
I forget. I just
saw
heard
that
it.
on Wikipedia too. In my quick research.
That's gotta suck, dude. To start off a war with a hard, like your whole naval front is fucked up.
Yeah, and you're on an island. So that's another thing. Like with island hopping, which is what the U.S. would do they figured out island hopping. That's kind of what it's called, where you just pick which island you want to attack. So the Japanese, towards the end of the war, they knew they were losing, and they would try to set up like massive defensive fortresses on these islands.
Mm-hmm.
And the U.S. was just like, no, we're not going to attack that. we'll just wait. You'll run out of food. We control the sea and the air. You can't get food on the island. So that's kind of all these islands they kind of end up being prison colonies on their own. Like you're just stuck on this island with 100,000 other guys and no food.
Oh.
Yeah, and the Japanese wouldn't surrender, so they would just starve to death and then kill themselves. It was fucking wild.
Oh my
dude.
God.
I mean, listen to Carlin's Supernova of the East. It talks about like just the way they fought was just like they would use snipers that would they were all suicide missions. Like they weren't like our snipers.
Mm-hmm.
They weren't like Chris Kyle's, dude.
Of course.
They weren't American heroes. These were dudes that would just hide and wait with a machine gun. And if people walk by, they would just fucking shoot as many as they could and then die.
WPO3 stands for War Plan Orange 3. The goal of WPO3 was to delay the invading enemy forces until the US Navy could gather together its Pacific Fleet and sail to the Philippines. But the US Navy fleet was at the bottom of Pearl Harbor. The US island hopping strategy targeted key islands to capture and equip with airstrips, bringing B-29 bombers within range of the enemy homeland, while hopping over strongly defended islands, cutting off supply lanes. Though successful, this type of warfare was very costly and took a long time.
So MacArthur, I can't tell if he rules. A lot of people hate on the boy.
Really? No, I think pretty sure he ruled.
I can't tell.
I think he's
he
like
might
a
have
lot
ruled.
of guys. He like fucking ruled. Like Churchill ruled.
True.
And then I think like after the war is over, it's like, dude, you gotta chill.
Yeah, that was all the generals. Like Patton, allegedly they killed Patton. I don't know. Yeah, all these guys had weird because they were all. This is back. It's still the 40s.
Yeah,
like a general can technically take over the country.
That makes sense to me. I'd kill him too. I mean, you can't. If a guy wins World War II, is the guy that leads
Eisenhower, and then he becomes president.
Yeah,
true.
But he seemed pretty relaxed. Eisenhower of
all those guys. MacArthur was pretty nuts. MacArthur would carry like a baton. He always had like a corncob pipe type thing. He had that hat. You remember that hat he wore? That's a Filipino hat. That was the hat they gave the leader of their military. So he wore it because he was in charge of the Filipino forces. We owned the Philippines. That was a U.S. colony, and we had just I believe they were like independent for like 10 years. The U.S. gave them their independence in like 35, I think. I could be wrong, but
have they been independent since then, or
they're independent now?
Yeah. Philippines are fucked up. I was watching some.
Well, the Philippines are fucked up now, but dude, Philippines rules. Filipinos rule.
Dude.
So, December 7th was Pearl Harbor. By December 22nd, General General fucking Homo, dude. Japanese General Masaharu Homo. Also, I'm going to do this like The Irishman. Hung to death in 1945. You ever see The Irishman?
Yeah.
Whenever they introduce characters, they show you
how
they died. It's like pipe bomb to the face. General Hama hung to death in 1945.
Damn. By the Japanese?
By the U.S. for his dirty deeds. So everything this dickhead's doing right now, he's going to get hung for in like 3 years.
Damn, I didn't realize we were still hanging people then.
We're hanging people. We hung Saddam.
No, we didn't do that.
Oh, we turned the ball. We were like, all right, boys. I think Hama got hung.
Your culture?
I think he got hung in the Philippines.
You want to topple a wall onto
that dude got hung in the Philippines?
Yeah. They brought him back to the Philippines, and they're like, all right, remember these guys?
Oh,
they're your jury. So they landed on December 22nd. The Allies actually held out until April 9th. So they held out for months. And this was a U.S. and Filipino force, mostly Filipino. Yeah. And also the Philippines Army was 5 years old. They just, so like, you You ever see footage of like us trying to train like Iraqi dudes that can't do jumping jacks?
Yeah.
Literally. So that was the army. This is a new army, and the U.S. the soldiers had never fought.
Jeez.
And they had faulty equipment. All their helmets were from all their shit was from like World War One.
Yeah.
And then, like I said, there's no Navy and Air Force, so they're not getting resupplied.
It's like militarizing like Uber drivers.
Absolutely.
And they're all in like play it again equipment.
Yeah, it's 100,000 Uber drivers on an island, and they're going up against the Japanese who have been at war forever.
Yeah.
These are all like hardened psychos against Uber drivers, and the Uber drivers hold out pretty good.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
They just tell them like boring, sad stories. Yeah, well, I hurt my back. You know, he can only work 20 hours a week.
What about that MacArthur, huh? It's like, all right, man. I don't want to talk MacArthur.
In World War II, General Douglas MacArthur commanded Allied forces in the Asia Pacific. U.S. Army forces in the Far East had held out for 4 months against the Imperial Japanese Army, while every other island and nation in the Pacific and Southeast Asia fell to the Japanese Army. General MacArthur is one of the few individuals in history to receive a 5-star rank. He notably served in World War I, World War II, and the Korean War. He is the recipient of the Medal of Honor and 17 other medals. General George Patton in World War II led armies from North Africa to Sicily to the continent of Europe. It was said that he often led from the front. He was also said to be a bit of a hothead. This can be seen in an incident where he was disciplined for slapping a soldier who he saw as a coward for having battle fatigue. General Patton was the most feared general in World War II. There are some conspiracy theories about his death following a motorcycle accident, saying his death was no accident.
So Mario's on this island.
Mario's on the island, dude.
Damn,
Super
dude.
Mario's fucking. He's having a tough go, dude. This shit sucks. And again, the Japanese are so they retreat to the Bataan Peninsula, which controls like the Manila Bay, and holding that, trying to keep the Japanese Navy out of the bay is important. There's a small island off that peninsula called Corregidor, which is where MacArthur eventually is. He's like there, and it still sucks. Like you're in bunkers, just getting bombed all day.
Yeah.
There's no stopping there's no one stopping airplanes from bombing you. So it's just whenever they want. But Hama is under pressure to take this island. Like he has to get it because everybody else in Malaya, in Sumatra, all that, easy. Everybody won. He's the general that's like having a tough time with these soldiers. So a lot of his guys were like, just wait like another month and they have to quit. Like you don't even have to attack them. They have no food. But he felt pressure to keep attacking. At one point, he passed out. He fainted under pressure.
Really?
He's like, he fucking passed out under like all the stress of the battle.
Really?
Yeah. It was a negative experience. Also, this was interesting. Something I saw this in one video about Mario. Something like 1 or 2 in every 25 grenades they had worked. Nothing worked.
What?
All their ammo and shit was garbage.
The Japanese?
No, the U.S.
Oh, really?
Japanese were a war machine at this point. We just started.
So they would toss a nade and it had a 50% chance of going off?
Fucking 10%.
What?
And just throw it and be like, hope that, or it just hits somebody and like, But again, this is the worst place ever. This is like intense jungle fighting. Yeah.
Oh.
This is intense jungle fighting. This is Bataan has 2 volcanoes on it in a very small. It's not big. Like this peninsula is like pretty small.
Masaharu Homa was a lieutenant general in the Imperial Japanese Army during World War II. Homa commanded the Japanese 14th Army, which invaded the Philippines and perpetrated the Bataan Death March. After the war, Homa was convicted for the actions of his troops rather than for directly ordering atrocities. On April 3rd, 1946, Lieutenant General Masaharu Homa was executed.
It just blows. There were cool things that happened, including the charge of the 26th Cavalry, which was the final U.S. cavalry charge.
That's horses.
Really?
Horses. There was a horse charge in this.
The U.S. charged?
The U.S., so a bunch of the Japanese were crossing this river into a village where I'm sure they were going to fucking cut everyone apart.
Yeah.
And then they didn't have anything. There was a scout. It was the Philippine scout. These horses and they saw these guys trying to cross the river into this village, and they just charged into this village with fucking revolvers.
That's awesome.
On horses. Yeah, it was sick. Unfortunately, eventually the 26th Cavalry ate all their horses, so it does have a pretty sad ending.
How long after the charge did that happen?
I don't know. I don't know.
Months later. They just went into the woods with their horses?
sure they went through horses pretty quick. I'm sure they went.
I don't know.
They munched those horses.
How long does it take to eat a horse?
I mean, there's 100,000 people.
Oh, shit.
That's nothing.
So
that's like one.
People are just everything they could eat. There was stories of this guy who, like, when the bombs would go off and they were in their foxholes, animals would hide in the foxholes with them, and they would just grab them and munch them. And they were monkeys. And they were baby monkeys, and the guy said they looked exactly like humans. And even when he was starving, he couldn't eat them because they looked like babies. But yeah, like at night there'd be explosions, so the animals would hide with you, and dudes would just grab them and be like, just munch them like,
God.
Dude, you can't even. I'm telling you, this shit. I don't know. I was listening to this, just like, whoa, dude. How does anybody live this?
Yeah, well, how do you come back from that and then have someone be like, "Yeah, you like filled out this form wrong"? Like, what are you talking? I ate a baby monkey.
Yeah, I ate a monkey. I ate a monkey alive during bombs. I was that hungry. While bombs were going off, I was like, "This is gonna be pretty good."
Yeah, let me catch a quick snack.
So on April 9th, they had to surrender. They surrendered. And this was, I believe, General Wainwright's call. MacArthur was like, "Don't surrender." Mm-hmm. MacArthur kept telling him, like, "Don't worry." He hated the Navy.
Yeah.
There was a weird rivalry between the Army and Navy back then that was like, it was real.
That's when you gotta cut that out, dude. Like, I hate the Navy.
He was like, the Navy's being pussies right now. Although in his defense, he was like, "Stop being pussies. We need help." But everybody told them, "Don't try to defend the Philippines." Like, everybody told MacArthur, like, "You can't defend the Philippines."
Yeah.
And that was even when we had a Navy and Air Force. They were like, "We're never going to be able to get supplies there. It's so close to Japan. We can't resupply you."
Despite insufficient supplies, American and Filipino troops were able to fight for 3 months in the Battle of Bataan. The Battle of Bataan ended on April 9th, 1942, when the U.S. forces surrendered to the Japanese General Homma. After surrendering to Japanese troops, they were forced into the Bataan Death March, where some of the most horrific war crimes were committed by the Japanese.
Anyway.
So yeah, they're basically like, let that happen.
So yeah.
But MacArthur was like, "That's pussy stuff."
MacArthur
right?
was like, "That's defeatist." Yeah. Those were his exact words, which is why he wanted. That's what he felt about that WPO3 plan or whatever that was.
Yeah.
That's defeatist. Although it could have maybe worked long enough. They might have held out until the Navy could get there. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
As a historian, I'm not sure. It's up in the air for me.
The little blurb that I read was like, he was like, "This is bullshit. It's defeatist. We got to be more aggressive." And the Japanese kind of fucked him up real quick. And he's like, "All right, back to WPO3."
Oh yeah, right away. So yeah, the Japanese just kind of marched them back. Although the Japanese did have to like stop and like, so they were taking some hits. It wasn't like we gave them what for. The Uber drivers gave them fucking what for, dude. So at this point, Mario is on the southern tip of the peninsula when the surrender is issued. He's at a place called Mariveles. It's the southern point of the peninsula. So that's the beginning of what is called the Bataan Death March. So all these people surrendered. It's like 60,000 soldiers, 70,000 soldiers, and then a ton of civilians. All these Filipinos on the island were trying to run with the troops. So that also, like, I mean, thousands of civilians.
Jesus.
So that's also, there's no food. And these people haven't eaten in months already. And now they're being handed over to the Japanese, who don't respect prisoners at all. Like, have disdain for them. And didn't give them food or water. And they were then forced to march 60 to 70 miles to Fort O'Donnell. Now the march is like considered one of the bigger atrocities to ever happen to the U.S. And it was like it took 6 days. Anywhere from 5 to 18,000 Filipinos died on the march. Only around 500 to 650 U.S. soldiers died. They took it a little easier on us. They hated the Uber drivers, dude.
Yeah, that's a big beat. Filipinos get like the bottom of the barrel in the Asian world.
Japanese hated them, dude.
Chinese are not a big fan of Filipinos.
Well, yeah, whoever's number one in Asia at the time just fucking trashes everyone. They're like, Filipinos? Disgusting. Then the Filipinos come over here. We're like, what are you, Chinese? The hell are you anyway?
Hey, you're like Chinese but hotter. What the hell is that?
Fucking hot. This was wild. So all right. So this March, it was a real bummer.
What the hell are you anyway?
What the fuck are you?
I can't.
Why are they getting mad? I can't believe they're getting mad. I'm just guessing.
I'm in the ballpark.
I can't put my finger on what kind of bullshit you are.
Yeah. Hey, Matt. I don't know what the fuck you are, but I don't like it. All right. So the Bataan Death March. Matt, if you ever didn't want to do something, it was the Bataan Death March.
Oh my god!
All right.
My survival rate would be pretty decent.
You ever think about something you don't want to do?
Yes.
It's the Bataan Death March.
Dude.
But of the, like, what did I say, 70,000, 60,000 soldiers? 70,000 soldiers that surrendered. Also, this was the largest surrender in U.S. history.
Yeah, it's a lot.
Since Harper's Ferry in the Civil War. And I think like 12,000 soldiers. I forget.
That's Union soldiers surrendered?
Union soldiers surrendered. The old Stonewall, your boy.
Wow. So 70,000 people were like, all right, they said uncle, basically.
70,000 said uncle.
That's a lot of people to surrender, dude.
It is, and that was. It's weird to read these histories where they like kind of try to like let Japan off the hook a little somehow, where they're like, oh, the reason they treated him so poorly and didn't feed him or give him drinks is because they weren't prepared for that many prisoners.
Yeah.
Which I think technically they weren't, which just led to massive overcrowding in everything they did. But also they wouldn't let them drink water.
Yeah.
Like they didn't. They emptied everybody's canteens when they started the march. They took everybody's fucking hats and helmets off so that they got fucking sunburned.
Damn, they took everyone's flat brims.
They took all their fucking doughboy flat brims, and they called it. It was called sun treatment. They would literally just sit you in the sun. They were cunts, dude.
Yeah.
The Bataan Death March was the forcible transfer by the Imperial Japanese Army of 75,000 American and Filipino prisoners of war to Camp O'Donnell. The main march lasted 5 to 10 days. The captives during this march were beaten, shot, bayoneted, and in many cases beheaded. A large number of those who made it to the camp later died of starvation and disease. During the few months in 1942 that Camp O'Donnell was used as a prisoner of war camp, about 20,000 Filipinos and 1,500 Americans died there of disease, starvation, neglect, and brutality.
And
Can Asian people get burned?
I would imagine.
Yeah, for sure. They can cop a burn.
But
how long do you
I don't
think it
know.
takes?
These guys seem to handle it.
Yeah.
I don't know. But yeah, Japan, yeah, you get burnt.
Yeah.
There's like snow there. They can get crushed.
Cop the parasol.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Filipinos, they can take it. But the sun didn't get them.
Obviously not.
The swords and bullets got them.
Okay.
And trucks.
Oh.
They would follow the line of people with like trucks and tanks. So if you like fell behind, they would just get run over. If you started to straggle, they would kill you. If you asked for water, they would kill you.
Damn.
I mean, here's one that this was interesting. So there's a thing called the Pontingan River Massacre. Pontingan River Massacre. Hundreds of POWs were executed and they were executed by sword and bayonet, and I mean there was beheadings. Japanese love cutting fucking people's heads off with swords.
Yeah.
It's got to be kind of cool.
I just got to that part of Westworld.
When you sharpen a knife and like
Westworld.
cut a tomato.
Yeah.
And you're like, wow, it went right through.
Yeah.
It's also weird too. The war prisoner culture is weird. Where it's like, yeah, and they were jerks to the guy. Like you're supposed to if you're killing each other, then you're like, all right, time out. And they're like,
Well, you are.
Here's your room, sir.
There's rules.
Yeah, it's fucking nuts.
There's
though.
rules, and the Japanese were like, nah.
Yeah, they're like,
They didn't go with any of that.
Yeah.
well, it's just fun. It's just funny to be like, all right, when we're done killing each other, you got to give me room and
It's
board.
just to make sure your guys get the same treatment. That's what it is.
that makes sense. That
So
makes sense.
again, that goes back to why the Japanese did this.
Yeah.
Which is they never wanted their guys to surrender.
Yeah.
They wanted to make sure their soldiers believed that if they got captured, they would get this. All right, listen.
Go ahead.
Listen. All right. So in that river massacre where hundreds of Filipino and U.S. soldiers got massacred, that was under the order of Masanobu Tsuji. Now this is interesting
because, like I said, Homo got fucking hung for what he had done. Tsuji was in that same. He was in the same boat. He was about to get hung. He escaped. All right. Tsuji managed to elude capture while facing war crimes by escaping to Thailand by himself.
Blended in.
Yeah, true. We're like, we can't find this motherfucker.
He's disappeared. Fuck.
He could be any of these. He took his hat off and just stood next to another guy. We're like,
I mean, dude, that was the absolute puzzle for a 1940s white dude. He going to Thailand. He's like, God fucking damn it.
He's like, there he is. Ah, shit.
You got to get him before he gets to Thailand. Are you that son of a bitch? You're doing war crimes?
We got to get him before he gets into any group of 5 dudes. Because he's vanished. So, this guy vanished. He just walked slowly to Thailand. We couldn't get him. Interestingly, now this is a guy who did. This is crazy. And I looked at the documents. I looked at the damn documents.
You looked at the docs?
I saw the docs. I saw the dossier on Tsuji.
Damn.
Tsuji, after this, in 2005, declassified documents revealed that Tsuji became a CIA asset during the Cold War.
Stop, dude.
Bro.
What?
Yeah.
How'd they find him?
I don't know. There was rumors that he was in North Vietnam helping the Viet Cong. There was, I don't know. Wild times,
That's
though.
fucking crazy.
But then, it was like, wait, he was a spy for us during the Cold War? I think he was also retarded. I think in the notes, they're like, this guy's totally useless. All right. I figured you'd be interested in a little Tsuji info.
Yeah, that's pretty nice, actually.
Masanobu Tsuji was a fanatical Japanese militarist and brutal warrior. He was hunted after World War II for massacres of Chinese civilians and complicity in the Bataan Death March. Through the 50s, he worked for American intelligence, becoming a spy for the CIA during the Cold War. As an asset to the CIA, he was described as having no value because of lack of expertise in politics and information manipulation.
Following the surrender of Bataan on April 9th, 1942, I believe this is just, the Imperial Japanese Army prisoners were massed in Marivelis, where Mario was, and Bagak town. Forgive me. They were ordered to turn over their possessions. American Lieutenant Kermit Lay recounted how this was done. Actually, I'm going to do this like Carlin.
Please do.
I've been trying to sleep while listening to Carlin.
Yeah.
And it's impossible because he fucking screams quotes.
Yeah.
Have you ever listened? He's like, now you're talking the type of slaughter you couldn't even imagine. American Lieutenant Kermit K. recounted how this was done. They pulled us off into a rice paddy and began shaking us down.
He yells.
He screams the quotes.
He yells. He gets quiet. He changes the pace. He's like,
and this is what can you even imagine what this was like? Kermit K. had this to say. They pulled us off down into the... Yeah. It was making me laugh last night doing that. Anyway, here's the actual quote. They pulled us off down into a rice paddy and began shaking us down. They began shaking us down.
Shaking us down.
There were about 100 of us, so it took time to get to all of us. Everyone had pulled their pockets wrong side out and laid all their things out in front. They were taking jewelry and doing a lot of slapping. They're slapping the boys around.
Fuck.
I laid out my New
Grab
Testament. He laid out his Bible, so go ahead. I dare you to take it, boys. After the shakedown, the Japs took an officer and 2 enlisted men behind a rice shack and shot them.
Damn.
And shot them. The men who had been next to them said that the Japanese, they had Japanese souvenirs and money. So anybody that was found with anything Japanese, the Japanese used it as an excuse to execute them for stealing. And they did this the whole time.
Oh, fuck.
A soldier approached our boy Mario. He's marching. So Mario's standing, he's in the march. A soldier approaches Mario. He demanded Mario's Notre Dame ring. Remember that ring that he loved?
Yeah.
Super Mario was still wearing it in the march for some reason.
It's hilarious.
I think he forgot. He was probably pretty hungry.
Yeah. Wow.
The soldier put his bayonet to Mario's neck, and a U.S. soldier turned to him and told him it wasn't worth dying for, because Mario said no. He loved his ring. This Japanese soldier put a bayonet to him and was like, give me the ring. He's like, no, you don't have to take out a ring. This is pretty crazy, though.
Did he get the ring off his hand?
He did.
Okay.
Japanese soldier steals the ring. Steals his Notre Dame class ring, and Mario is fucking... Whoa. So fucking sad, dude.
Oh, man.
Then this happens. This is wild. A Japanese officer approaches him and says, in perfect English,
Says, did one of my men take something from you? Which is like, the hell is this guy doing speaking my language?
Yeah.
And Tonelli said, yeah, he took my ring. He took my class ring. And the guy says, the officer says, I studied in the United States. I went to Southern California. I remember that run. He remembers the game. He remembers Tonelli's run in 1937. He was like, I'm familiar with Notre Dame football. And he handed him the ring back.
Whoa. It's fucking wild.
That's pretty crazy. So he got to wear his ring.
Kept his ring. Now, the officer was like, you got to fucking hide that because everybody's going to try to steal that.
Yeah.
So,
he
I don't know where
respected the way
hit
he
it.
pounded the ball.
He loved that north-south running approach.
Wow.
But yeah, he's a Japanese officer. He studied at USC. He's like, I remember that 1937 run.
Yeah.
What a
Crazy.
game.
Think about like running into like Reggie Bush.
True.
Like if we, all right, let's say we like invaded like
Yeah.
Jamaica, and you just saw Usain Bolt walking, and you're like,
Oh, shit.
I remember that guy.
Yeah,
Hey, man.
I would be like, kill him right away. If
Like, he's gonna escape. That motherfucker.
if he's on the other side.
Tonelli
yeah,
didn't.
he's huge.
Tonelli had his
He can
strength, dude. He could, dude. You know how fast he would have trucked through the baton death
Oh,
march?
That's true. If you saw like
Just- just lowering the shoulder. You ever see All-Star highlight videos?
Yeah.
Where he's like trucking through like 12 dudes. Would have been incredible. See those tiny Japanese try to tackle him?
Oh, no way.
Nobody could have stopped Mario.
Yeah, if you saw like an emaciated Usain Bolt,
Yeah.
you'd put the gold medal back on.
Yeah.
You'd be like, come on, man. Just
The fastest.
Mario said this about that officer. He said, I always thought that someday he'd try to look me up. I guess he probably didn't make it. And
he didn't try to look that guy up. He didn't know that guy.
no, you fucking he didn't. I doubt he knew his name. It's like I looked up Matsuhaka Bakaraki or something. I don't know.
Yeah, they got streets over there.
Couldn't Google it.
Yeah.
I'll tell you this.
He's got his ring.
He's got his ring. Anyway, Mario's got his ring back.
Mario Tonelli was a staff sergeant in the U.S. Army 200th Coast Artillery who survived the Bataan Death March. It is actually true that during the Death March, his Notre Dame ring was stolen by a Japanese guard. The ring, however, was returned to him by an English-speaking Japanese officer who had been educated at the University of Southern California. The officer had seen Tonelli score the winning touchdown in the 1937 game between the two schools. When Tonelli left the US, he weighed 210 pounds, and when he returned on American soil, he weighed 98 pounds. Although still physically weak and suffering from the aftermath of malaria and other tropical diseases, Tonelli was signed onto the Chicago Cardinals during the 1945 season. After that, he got into politics and remained employed in local government until he retired in 1988 after 42 years of public service for Cook County in Illinois.
Last night, this is what I called Chris because this shit was sick, dude. If you get a chance, listen to Jocko's podcast or read the book.
Yeah.
It's by Jim Bollich. Jim Bollich, Bollich. He has a book called The Bataan Death March, A Soldier's Story. And Jocko has a whole podcast on it where he basically just reads passages.
I love
from
when
the
he
book.
does that. Yeah, he just like reads
Dude,
books.
I was listening to this thing like, it was crazy. The end of this book fucking ruled.
What was it about? So it was about a
Alright.
soldier's account of the Bataan.
Yeah,
Death
he
March?
was with Mario, and oddly enough, they were in the same camp initially as well, which was called Cabana Tuan.
Nice.
They were both in that camp.
Got a cabana.
Cabana Tuan. But this book, dude, like the fucking shit they went, like the march. Dysentery, turns out it's not as funny as we all think it is.
What happens?
You end up like shitting out blood and mucus for the majority of it.
Oh.
You know, I always thought it was just diarrhea to death.
It's blood and mucus.
I thought it was.
It is. You diarrhea out blood and mucus.
I think I've had a little dysentery before.
Wiping too hard and
Little
getting
bit
dysentery. The beginning, you just crap. Yeah, you crap.
Yeah,
and then you start when shit
And then
gets.
the lining is gone.
Yeah,
and
then
you just,
You just crap out everything.
You crap out. And so all these guys had dysentery.
Oh.
All these guys had everybody was crapping out. Everybody, obviously there's no showers, there's no water. Jim Bollich, I'm gonna fuck his name up. Jim, we'll call him Jim. He fucking at one point he's marching. They would do this thing where they saw a well, like where you could get some water, and if you went to the well, you would get shot. But they were all so thirsty that they would all agree a bunch of us are going to get shot, but we got to try to get this. So they, like, a group of 12 dudes would run to get water. 5 of them would get shot to death. He was one of the guys. He went for it. Jim did, got a gulp of water and ran back in line and made it. But like 4 other guys got shot.
Damn.
I mean, it was crazy. The whole at one point he was marching and he saw a canteen on a fence while they were marching, and he was like, I thought it was a trap, but fuck it, I took it, and he got it. Jim got a canteen that got him through the march, and he had to hold it the whole day because he was like, I can't drink it in daylight because if somebody sees me, they'll kill me.
Yeah.
So he just marched with like a canteen hidden.
Oh, it would kill me.
He was so thirsty.
He had a bev.
Yeah.
Oh.
Also, what was interesting about that was he started to get dysentery, and right when they got to this camp, Cabana Tuan, there was a tree there that had leaves that cured dysentery. He got lucky that he started to get the symptoms of dysentery like during the march, so he knew he had it, so he started munching these leaves, but within like a few days the tree was empty. There was no leaves because everybody had dysentery.
Damn.
Dysentery has been an epidemic in armies throughout history. Its symptoms include blood and pus in the feces. It was said that it reduced men to living skeletons.
Everybody died. I'm talking like they all died.
Damn.
Now they split them up, U.S. and Filipino camps. So the Filipinos, during the march, like Filipino civilians were getting killed. Like they would try to give people food and they would get executed for that. Like,
fuck.
Dude, the Japanese were so mean, dude.
Yeah, dude.
Man, what's their problem?
What
Did we
take over the
massacre
world?
anybody?
Did we?
White people?
We don't do that kind of thing.
No, we don't do that crap. What do you mean we? I stand by nothing the United States has done.
No?
Other than going to the moon.
True.
That's the only one.
the only
I
thing I
feel like I
celebrate.
had something to
Colonize
do with
the moon.
that. All right, so Mario's at this camp. So is old Jim. Jim had like, if you listen to this podcast, it gives you a deeper account. I mean, I'm starting to run out of steam here because the rest of this is now, and also you got to keep in mind this is the beginning of the war.
Oh.
This is like the very beginning of the war. These guys got into prison camps, and the prison camps are exactly what you'd think they were. There's like fucking bamboo walls, dirt.
Yeah.
You just get killed. 4 guys tried to escape from Cabana or whatever the fuck it was called, and
Cabana
Tuan. 4 guys tried to escape. They all got brought back. They got placed in crates at the front of the camp, like small, tiny crates, so that everybody could see what happens if you tried to escape. Then they marched everybody out, had the 4 guys dig their own graves, and then got executed into their own graves.
Oh.
After that, they split up into like a buddy system, a group of 10. So if one of you escaped, everybody died. And anytime somebody escaped, everybody else got executed.
Kill all your buddies.
Yeah.
Jesus.
They're mean, dude.
Oh, that sucks, dude.
Yeah.
Did people successfully escape from there?
Yeah, and what was cool, especially some of that cavalry unit, some of them escaped, and they formed a guerrilla resistance in the Philippines for like a long time.
Fuck.
Yeah, pretty tight.
That's pretty rad.
Yeah. Also, listen to the hardcore history on this. The Australians versus the Japanese, pretty tight.
It's a good battle.
They're
tight now. They're allies.
Are they, boys?
I think the allies.
I think there's so many Japanese.
Mm.
We're all allies with Japan now.
Yeah. Japan.
Okay,
yeah. Japan was like,
Anything Australia
give us
is doing is
baseball, give
us.
us
That's
basketball.
yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So I was reading about.
If you think of Australia, that's basically Canada for us.
Gotcha. Yeah, for sure.
Everything we do, they're like, hell yeah.
Southern Canada.
Yeah.
Copycats.
They rule, though. Just
sure.
like Canada.
Yeah.
Canada and Australia both kind of rule. Whoa, you don't like Canada?
I'm not about. I think Canada's cool.
yeah.
I'm saying they're kind of like copycats.
Yeah.
They just chill, do stuff, and then like, what's America up to? Man?
Yeah, except both of them fight like hard.
Australia and Canada.
Yeah, they're hard.
I mean, Australia would crush Canada.
You'd be surprised.
I mean, I know there's some tough dudes from Canada for sure.
Canada was a D-Day. Canada fucking balled out because they were all
Really?
English.
But I thought they were at like the weak parts. Were they Omaha, Utah, or were they like?
Look, I don't know
down the
exactly where.
line?
I know the Canadians did work.
Yeah, I think so. But there was sections.
Historically, Canada has done.
So you're saying
good stuff.
Aussies are kind of yellow bellies. when it
No,
comes to
Aussies are hardcore fucking.
So there's
dudes.
no yellow bellies.
Neither of them. I'm saying both of those countries are hardcore.
Nice.
Hardcore.
What's the?
It's history.
I feel like somebody has to be a yellow belly so I
Gallipoli
can
or
feel good
whatever?
about myself.
France. You could say France.
Oh yeah.
France is weak.
No, they just ran into the
Buzzsaw.
Germans twice.
Yeah.
That's like, I mean, they ran into Alabama twice.
In World War II, some 1.1 million Canadians served in the army, with 42,000 of those soldiers being killed and 55,000 wounded in the war. Almost 1 million Australians served in the army during World War II. Over 27,000 Australians were killed and 23,000 wounded.
Germany's Alabama. Germany's Alabama.
Yeah, that's got to be fun. In the beginning, Italy had to feel like they picked the right horse. They were like,
Fucking right, dude. Look how sharp Hitler looked. He was up there screaming and shit. It's like, yo, this is our fucking team. Compare him to fucking Churchill.
Yeah.
And also, Germany had just taken everything they wanted the whole time.
Yeah.
And then I popped on, Carlin came on. Listen to he's got a new one against the Japanese. He's on the third one of that.
He's still going
which
hard.
I feel a little uneasy listening to anymore.
Really?
No. But it was funny just he was talking about Pearl Harbor.
Yeah.
And how like historically it's like one of the dumbest fucking decisions ever. Like military planners today are like, why would they do that?
Well,
I mean, obviously hindsight's, two nukes, but still it's funny to just
double F. It could have been a double F.
No, how would it be a false flag?
Because they're like, we just want to go attack the Japanese.
So we hired the Japanese to attack us?
I don't know.
No,
you think someone faked it? It could have been actors. It could have been actors.
You think there was the Japanese Navy was in on it? They're like, hey,
it was two planes, right?
In Pearl Harbor?
Yeah.
Did you what?
It was two planes that crashed in Pearl Harbor, just one. You could easily fake a Pearl Harbor.
Do you think Pearl Harbor was 9/11?
I'm saying if you're I'm just throwing it out there. If you're saying that it didn't make any sense.
No, but it was more than two planes.
How many was it?
Probably like 100.
100 planes attacked Pearl Harbor?
It was the aircraft carriers.
I thought it was just like two little prop planes crashed, and everyone was like, what the fuck?
Oh, really? You thought it was like
I thought it was
two
like
shitty planes? And we were like, oh, we're going to war, dude.
I thought it was like two propeller planes came in.
Did you really?
Yeah, I swear to God.
No, it was a huge operation.
Yeah, they're big planes.
They brought their Navy.
Damn.
Yeah, it was war.
The Navy pulled up, and then the planes.
It was aircraft carriers. Yeah.
The big ones.
Yeah, they brought the boys out.
Fuck.
Yeah.
So they like totally devastated it.
Yeah, if it was two planes, it would have gone almost unnoticed.
That's what I was saying. I was like, you wouldn't even know. It would be like that could be anyone flying a shitty plane into like. So it was the boys pulled up.
They really went for it.
Okay.
It's documented.
Gotcha. So
now the false flag comes in where did we know they were going to do it and
that's
be
what
like,
it was.
all right, go ahead. Because there was some weird shit about us taking some ships out of that harbor.
Mm-hmm.
Some like good ships.
That could have
just happened to not be docked that day.
I could have held them off.
That not would have held them off, but would have been shitty to lose for us.
I got you.
So we like kind of kept some old shitty ships for them to blow up.
Yeah.
And be like, oh, you got us. Well,
yeah, it's also weird. Yeah, like back then, people didn't just like overseas like stealth fly over. There was like a massive ships coming for probably several days, and I'd imagine the U.S. military was scoping the waterways and being like, "Yo, bro, the Japanese Navy's on the way." You're like, say what?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, there was like radio stuff where they would be like, "Oh fuck, something's happening."
Yeah.
Where are they gonna hit? Oh, the closest island to them? They thought it was going to be around there.
Right.
Which I think they did get hit, too, like Guam and shit like that. But
who knows?
Regardless, I thought it was funny to... Like, I've never heard historians talk about how fucking stupid that was. Like, because, I don't know, for some reason you think of it as like an even matchup, the U.S. and Japan in World War II, but it wasn't.
Yeah.
It was like...
Yeah, well,
it was literally just sucker punching the biggest guy in the room.
It was
and then being like, oh fuck,
yeah,
oh fuck, he's still up. And they're like, why did you think you were gonna knock him out?
Yeah, that makes sense. It is tight to roll up with your Navy and be like, what's up, guys?
Yeah, fuck you guys gonna do, dude?
It's like, dude, don't you know you have like space bombs and shit, dude?
Yeah.
What the fuck are you guys doing? Get out of here.
Fuck you up for this.
I mean, they did.
Yeah.
That was pretty minimal too. They killed like what, a couple hundred people?
Yeah, I mean, it was probably like less than 2,000. I think. No, it was. Yeah.
So they about 9/11.
They hit us with a good 9/11.
All right, so they give us a classic 9/11.
First pitch, though. That's the good first punch was a 9/11, and then sit back.
Various conspiracy theories allege that the U.S. government officials had advanced knowledge of Japan's attack on Pearl Harbor. The USS Lexington and the USS Enterprise were two aircraft carriers that were in the Pacific, but not at Pearl Harbor during the attack. Their survival allowed the US Navy to mount an effective counteroffensive against the Japanese.
They were winning up front the first like year. Year
that year of that
they
war?
were fucking us up, yeah.
Yes, we were just loading these huge bombs and being like, whatever you guys think you're doing.
Yeah, it sucks.
It's about to become a humongous...
They were attacking us with like swords and whistles and just charging. And it was like, all right, well, we're going to just have some Jewish dude build a nuke. I listened to Carlin's hardcore history on Japan.
It's
Pearl
scorching.
You might get you going, dude.
What'd they do?
You'd ought to get you going.
What'd they do?
Yeah, they just fucking snuck attack, dude. Very dishonorable.
That is pretty dishonorable.
That was something they debated. It wasn't honorable.
Who debated? Oh, the Japanese. When they're planning the...
when they were really fucking up China.
Okay.
They were destroying, raping.
They
were butt fucking China.
Literally.
And they were
Damn.
Quite a few documented butt fucks.
What the fuck?
They were also... they were just taking other islands. And they were expanding. Their empire was huge. And we were supplying their oil.
What year was this, roughly?
This is the 30s.
So the 30s, it was massively accepted to go into another country and just literally fuck people into submission.
It wasn't accepted.
By the Japanese, though, it was like...
Oh, yeah, they didn't give a fuck.
Yeah, they were completely on board with this.
They were like, why are you guys... their opinion was it was better that they were colonizing than white people.
So, we gotta fuck these guys
They're
faster.
We're taking all of Asia. It's ours.
Okay.
But then the United States... instead of intervening, because there were a ton of Westerners in China that were like, this is crazy what's going on here.
Yeah, we're getting raped hard.
There's a hard rape. There's a lot of rape.
So it was these dudes were coming blurry genitals first. And
blurry genitals everywhere. Just going wild.
The Japanese Empire was huge. The total amount of land of the empire reached 8.5 million square kilometers. They had conquered mainland China, Korea, Taiwan, Hong Kong, Vietnam, Cambodia, Laos, Thailand, Malaysia, the Philippines, the Dutch East Indies, Singapore, Myanmar, New Guinea, Guam, and different smaller islands in the Pacific.
And then what's funny is there's a bunch of Japanese historians that deny it, which is still an issue.
It's
still an issue that Japanese textbooks don't really acknowledge the atrocities.
Makes sense. Well, there's so much shame, dude.
I mean, compare that to fucking our textbook.
Yeah.
Well, I got remember slavery?
I got the watered down version in my grade school.
Early on, yeah.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Even high school, they didn't really hit me with a lot.
I remember it definitely
I also didn't really pay attention.
Yeah, our history definitely filtered in. Slavery was studied that every fucking year.
My history teacher cut a deal with me. He told me if I just stopped disrupting the class, he would give me a B. And I was like, word.
Incredible.
It's wicked.
Yeah, dude. You terrorized that motherfucker.
I actually liked him a lot.
Into appeasement.
He gave me.
He tried to appease your
empire. He ended up giving me guitar lessons. And we smoked weed together. It was pretty sick.
Damn, this guy's
when
a man.
I was a sophomore, we would smoke weed, and he would give me guitar lessons, and that's when he cut the deal. He's like, bro, you have to stop fucking shouting shit out in class, 'cause the whole class goes into disarray.
That's sick.
It's couldn't help it, bro.
Yeah, you're Kim Jong-un, dude.
They fired his ass. Yeah, well, I was Kim Jong-un.
I have nukes. He doesn't have nukes, but what are we going to do? We're going to appease him. But
these guys deny it.
So Japan was butt fucking China hard.
Damn.
And people were kind of calling for intervention, but no one wanted to have an all-out war. So the United States was like, we're going to cut your fucking oil off because we were their oil. We were
oil, fuel in the butt fucking.
Yeah,
we were the lube.
Yeah, and I think we gave them a year.
Stop butt fucking.
Stop butt fucking. And if you don't stop butt fucking this year, we're done.
So I'm just imagining all my little Roman computer legions running in and fucking butt fucking.
Yeah, the Romans were. Yeah.
So we were no, we sanctioned them.
We were we're gonna cut your oil off in a year.
Damn.
And if we did that, they were fucked. Nothing would work if they did that.
For sure.
So that's why they attacked Pearl Harbor.
That's not a way to hold on to your oil supply.
Yeah, but then there's oil supplies around that's held by European countries.
Oh.
In the Pacific.
So they try to backdoor us?
They attacked us and then started taking up as much resources as they could. And they had China. That was a ton of resources.
True, yeah. Fuck. Bastards.
They fucking snuck attack, dude.
Well, that was full Game of Thrones back then.
Yeah. Especially then, especially in the 40s, it was go time.
There might have been 2% of Americans who were we shouldn't fucking bomb. We shouldn't do this.
Well,
I mean, when they dropped the atom bomb, I'm sure people were not totally stoked.
I'm sure everyone was fucking stoked.
What percentage of people was were against that? You know?
I bet it was incredibly low. Especially that was the end of the war.
True. I mean, that was probably
done.
I mean, that was like getting the Twin Towers hit. There was probably people who were like so stoked on nuking
and
Japan.
the atrocities they were committing.
Yeah.
To people that everyone knew.
True.
Like everyone knew people that were over there.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, fucking get rid of these motherfuckers.
They hit him with a fucking nuke.
Hit him with a nuke, and we're like, yo, chill. And they were like, all right, we surrender. And then we hit him with another one. And we're like, you better fucking stop. Make VCRs.
Well, the other one was like, sorry, we got to test this other one out.
Well, the other one, again, I've said it before, the other one was like at Russia. He was like, you guys better fucking chill, too. We got a bunch of these, dude. We looked at them in the eyes, and we're like, you see what we're doing to these dudes? Better calm down.
That's fucking crazy.
Yeah, that's... The Cold War was just a continuation of that.
Of being like, yeah, we'll fucking do nukes.
Yeah.
You want to do nukes?
We were allies, but then as soon as everybody got defeated and there were two empires there, it was just like, all right, well, we got to fight you now.
Yeah.
But
hopefully they don't.
The second atom bomb might be seen as unnecessary to some. However, it was stated that one bomb might mean that was the only one that the US had. But a second bomb would lead Japan to believe that there was a whole arsenal of them. And the US could start destroying whole cities, one after another, whilst also sending a message out to the rest of the world, especially the Soviet Union.
Yeah.
So wait, what are they saying about Japan? What is that?
I don't know. They said a new photo may prove that Japan captured Amelia Earhart.
What year was Amelia Earhart? Was that like the 20s?
1937.
Oh, 37?
Yeah.
Oh, damn. So she was almost World War II, dude.
Yeah, she was probably the first shot.
Yeah, the Japs were
they probably
like,
thought Amelia was a bomb.
Oh.
All the raining women, I don't know.
Oh, very pretty white lady.
Amelia Earhart was declared dead on January 5th, 1939. On July 2nd, 1937, Earhart disappeared over the Pacific Ocean while attempting to become the first female pilot to circumnavigate the world. The conspiracy here is that Amelia Earhart actually didn't die in some remote part of the Pacific, but that she was actually captured and killed by Japanese soldiers who suspected that she was an American spy. She nor her aircraft carrier were ever found, despite the US Navy looking for her on all islands except for Japanese-owned islands. The Imperial Japanese Navy didn't take kindly to American visitors to these islands, and had banned Americans from visiting even back in the 1920s.
Murdered 10,000 of their citizens.
Dude, we gave the Japanese what for in World War II, dude. We gave them a hard what for.
Dude, that's what they got.
They got fucking
that flag,
with, dude.
That flag will pump you up, though.
The Japanese flag?
That, like, setting sun-looking flag with the rays out. I'd be pumped up for that.
Yeah, that's a sick
Plus,
one.
they were, like...
Empire of the Sun,
They fell
dude.
hard. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
dude, we fucked Japan up.
Yeah, Japan got fucking butt fucked. You know what also is annoying to me?
What?
You hear a lot of people with history that are like, the U.S. was, like, super hard on... Like, we shouldn't have dropped the nuke.
Yeah.
It's like, dude... Yeah, they fucking had that one coming.
The nuke?
The fucking Japanese
I don't know anything about it.
They deserved to get nuked twice.
What were they doing?
The Japanese in World War II?
I know they're being bad.
They were bad boys.
So they got the fucking...
They got the fucking elbow. They got the stinky leg drop, dude. They got the hardest fucking top rope fucking frog splash, dude. Twice.
That's definitely like a group of 14-year-old kids talking shit, and someone's like, you won't do it, and one dude just throws a punch, and everyone's
Haymaker.
like, yo, fuck.
Well, no. I mean, obviously Pearl Harbor.
Yeah.
They fucking threw the fucking first sucker punch.
That could have been a false flag operation.
There's a lot of gay rumors about false flag, but whatever. Yeah, we were like, all right, please hit us. That was the U.S. being like, go ahead, dude.
Yeah.
Do something.
I wonder, too, if people wanted to use one of those things, and they were like, all right, fuck it.
Well, that's the...
Chop it on them.
That's another thing, is the first one...
Yeah.
I believe Hiroshima was... Because Nagasaki as well. We dropped two.
Yeah.
And the first one was for Japan, and the second one was for Russia.
But
the second one was like, we looked at Russia while we dropped it, and we were like, dude, this could be you if you don't fucking chill out.
Damn.
Yeah, dude. You know in John Wick when he shoots that guy in the head while he's looking at it? Never mind. You won't get that reference.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
Somebody will get it. You know when he's in the party? When he fucking attacks the guy's son, and his son is getting out of the hot tub? That was Russia. And we were holding Japan down. We looked Russia in the eyes and fucking executed them, dude.
Fuck.
But it also, the only thing that was impressive about it was that it was one bomb. Because we inflicted that much damage and much more casualties in places like Dresden and Tokyo.
Okay.
Before that.
True.
Between February 13th and February 15th of 1945, over 1,000 heavy bombers of the Royal Air Force and the US 8th Air Force struck the city of Dresden in eastern Germany. The bombings and the resulting firestorm ended up killing up to 25,000 people. The bombing of Tokyo was a series of air raids on Japan launched by the United States Army Air Forces. These bombings left an estimated 100,000 civilians dead and over 1 million homeless.
So what were they doing so bad, just for people who don't know?
What Japan was doing in World War II? Well,
just for people
pre-World War II, so around when that fucking stud Earhart went down, they raped Nanking.
Who's Nanking?
It was China. They fucking went into China.
And his butt fucked them?
It was such a catastrophe that it's actually historically known as the rape of Nanking.
Holy fuck.
It's documented as the rape of.
So they went through... So they got decked out in raiding gear and went into
and went in there like,
and just raped everyone?
Dude, it was all Japanese men, too. Just fucking... all their pussies were blurred out. They're fucked up.
Their tentacles are coming out and raping shit.
They did wild shit. They did the fucking Bataan Death March. Dude, they did crazy shit. Like, beyond crazy.
Jesus Christ. So
they believed their emperor was a god.
Yeah, I know that about Japan.
And they were willing to fight to the death. Like, so when the U.S., after the atomic bombs, after the emperor got on the radio and was like, "I surrender," a lot of the people would refuse to believe it.
The voice of God, basically.
Yeah, and they killed themselves. They were jumping off cliffs.
They were hot to fucking stab themselves in the belly.
Japan was wild, dude.
They do love killing themselves.
Seriously, if anybody in World War II deserved to get hit with the fucking 1-2, Japan may have needed it. All right.
That knocked a lot of the bullshit out of them.
The Nazis definitely needed a good fucking pounding.
Okay.
But Japan needed a hard fucking like...
Well, that goes back to the numbers of everything.
Here's reality.
That goes back to the numbers of everything.
What about that?
Well, how many people died in Japan? How many people do you think Japan killed of their own citizens?
Of their own citizens?
Yeah, or even China. Combined in China.
China was worse.
China killed what?
In World War II,
50,000 people?
I believe China is number 2 in casualties. But back to the Japanese.
Yeah.
They got everything.
Those fucking rascals.
Dude, believe it or not.
So the bomb. How many people died in the bomb?
Not as many as you think. I think like 80,000.
Okay. At once.
Yeah, in one flash. One quick Polaroid, just fucking everyone's gone.
God damn, that's like the Goosebumps book, Say Cheese and Die.
Oh, say cheese. That's what at least one person in Japan said. When the flash happened, he just turned and was like, "Oh, cheese."
Oh my god.
No, dude, that's
damn.
Yeah, that was
again.
That's
fucking hardcore history. That's so funny.
But I watched. There's a documentary on HBO on the bombs, and it's like Black Rain, I think.
I saw some of that.
Really fucking good, but really fucked up.
Yeah, I saw people like melting and shit.
Oh yeah, everybody melted and burned, and it like if you were at the epicenter of the bombs, it was okay. Because it was just fucking, you're evaporated.
Yeah. That was Say Cheese and Die.
Yeah, that was Say Cheese. Fucking gone, dude. That's nice. That's a good way to go.
Yeah.
It's a flat. You know what's cool? A lot of people don't know this. The bomb goes off about a mile up from the ground.
Really?
The atomic bomb doesn't
hit the ground.
Not a mile. I think a mile might be exaggerating. But no, it doesn't hit the ground. It's timed to detonate above ground. So it's in the air when it goes, and
that's
it flashes
why it has that big mushroom cloud?
in the air. I don't know if they're correlated, those two.
That's fucking crazy.
The bombings on Hiroshima and Nagasaki killed between 150 and 250,000 people. The bombs exploded 600 meters above the ground, or 2,000 feet. Detonating it above the ground makes the effects of the bomb even more extreme. Survivors of the atom bomb were called hibakusha. They were treated by many like outcasts in Japanese society after the war.
We gotta get one.
We gotta get an atomic bomb.
Nukes,
yeah, you sound like North Korea right now. That's what he was saying, dude. Kim Jong-un was like, "Oh, very cool. I need one."
That's how everyone's gonna get rid of nukes. I've heard about them now. I'm like, damn, these things sound fucking sick.
It'd be super sweet if I had one.
It is hard to be. We should get rid of all of them, and it's like, all right, you get rid of them first. It's like
exactly. That's what happened. That's what happened.
Well, as soon as if one person has them, they're in control of the whole world.
Exactly.
So it's like we did all that weird shit too, where we're like, all right, guys, we can't have these things anymore. Russia, come on, get rid of them. Like, what about you guys? And we're like, we'll get rid of them too, but fucking come on.
Yeah, but first, don't even try to make one. And they're like, well, you guys have one, so get rid of yours and we'll stop.
Like, no.
And it was like, we know you're not going to stop, dude. We knew they weren't going to stop.
Yeah.
They wouldn't have stopped. They were fucking dickheads.
Oh, that's true.
But yeah, the fucking Japanese got what they had.
God
coming,
damn, that's
dude.
a sick take on that. You never hear anyone say that.
Well, I mean, anybody that's ever studied history,
oh yeah, of course,
knows that Japan in World War II was equal imperial-wise to Germany. They were just as imperial. Like, they were taking everything.
Well, you don't. Now it's like the history book's one page, and it's like white people did a bunch of bad shit.
Yeah, now the
it's
history
like,
pages. Now it's like, maybe we shouldn't have dropped the bomb. Maybe that was too harsh. And it's like, dude, what are you talking about?
Yeah.
That was a fucking display of like, all right, we're done.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, it's kind of like, you ever fight, like, it reminds me of like wrestling with my dog. It's like, he's biting me, I'm pushing back and forth, but eventually you have to hit him with the fucking, like, chill the fuck out.
Yeah,
and fucking just fucking hold his head down and be like, that's it, we're done, dude.
You're like, I'm fucking around with you.
Yeah. That's what we did to Japan. We're like, dude, we're fucking done. Stop it.
Dude, it's so funny though that they were like running around there looking like Power Rangers bad guys, swinging swords.
They were. Oh fuck.
Well, they were like, they ruled Asia.
Yeah,
Japan. Everyone hated Japan.
Well, they raped Nanking.
Jesus, dude.
They raped a city. They had territory wise, I think the largest empire ever. I think.
That's so fucking weird.
Well, the British Empire, pretty good.
So they were going in and just fucking busting out the boners, dude.
Oh,
they put the swords down and busted out the beast
They
stingers,
went
dude.
full fucking boners and fucking, yeah, dude.
They ransacked the city boner first and just
Boner
came
first.
in,
They were like
crashing through walls like the Kool-Aid man with the dick out, like, oh.
Like, a Chinese, not a good, very good people. We can very good rape them.
You just see a dick through your straw hut and you're like, oh. Like you're sitting on the floor eating soup and a dick pops through and you're like,
what a horrible life.
All you see is the head. You're like, huh?
What a horrible fucking life.
Oh, dude, what was this? The 40s?
Can you imagine getting raped by a bunch of Japanese dudes?
No, I can't.
Oh
dude.
man, that fucking sucks.
First of all, their bushes in the 40s are probably like not touched since puberty.
Full fucking sick ass pubes. Some Japanese soldiers' pubes, dude. Oh my god.
Jesus, dude.
Yeah, dude. No,
and he like walked from Japan to rape you. He walked all the way from Japan. He can fuck you for.
He hopped on a boat.
Yeah, he rode and then walked, and now he's fucking you in your straw hut, and then he's gonna light
came
you on
over
fire.
there just to fuck you and then behead you. Dude, they did like, I'm talking like babies on bayonets. Like they did.
Jesus, man.
They did the worst.
What the fuck was their problem?
Well, it was actually similar to the Nazis and Soviets, where it was like, these people aren't human.
Yeah, yeah.
So like the government, your emperor, who's a god, is telling you. So basically, Donald Trump, our god emperor.
Yeah, our godhead.
If Donald Trump was like, Matt and Shane, these people aren't human.
Yeah,
we'd be like, sweet, we can kill them.
Can we rape them? He's like, yeah, sure.
He'd be like, you should rape them. Everybody says you should rape them. You should go rape them.
Great.
Yeah, but that's what they did.
Dude.
They got a little wild, and then they got fucking nuked. They got so wild that a nuke was like,
well,
a reasonable.
I would say raping an entire city.
Yeah,
you get nuked.
You get nuked.
That's the Eastern law of karma at display. Really.
True.
That's the biggest dick of all, coming down and just being like.
It's a hard dick. It's a flash in the sky. Next thing you know, you're melted.
You're a fucking skeleton, dude, holding a cup of tea, just like.
On December 13th of 1937, the Japanese Imperial Army began its seizure of Nanking, the capital of the Republic of China. Japanese troops killed Chinese soldiers in violation of the laws of war. They murdered Chinese civilians, raped Chinese women, and destroyed or stole Chinese property on a scale that had never been seen before. The death toll of the Nanking massacre ranges between 200 and 300,000.
Oh, the fucking yeah. All right, so I was watching this documentary, and I was a little more liberal about it at the time. I was like, when you watch the documentary, about the bombing.
You showed me some of it,
dude. It gets a little like, damn, I wish we didn't do that.
Yeah,
like I mean, of course,
Yeah.
You don't want to fucking do that.
Of course.
You don't want that.
I hope not, yeah.
But I was watching it, and there's a story in that about a house that was on fire, and this guy's brother was inside burning to death, and he had to hold back his own mother, who was trying to kill herself in the fire with her son, who was like, let me die with him. And I was sitting there like, I was a little hungover. I was like, holy fuck, this is fucking so fucking depressing.
Well,
and
you think you're depressed, yeah.
And then my dad was in the kitchen, and he just walked by and was like, good. And I was like, fuck you, Dad. He's like, you don't understand, Dad. Like, you're a fucking idiot. And he was exactly right, dude. He was exactly right, dude. That was the most American fucking thing he could have said. He was like, yeah, fucking good.
How sick is that?
He just saw a fucking Asian person like, and the fire was a very great. And my dad just good. And kept walking. I was like, God damn it. This one's about the USS Indianapolis, which was...
Where'd that float around?
That was in the Pacific in World War II. It delivered parts for the atom bomb. So it delivered parts for the bomb that hit Hiroshima, and it was like a secret mission.
Yeah, naturally.
Yeah. So there's like 1,100 dudes on this fucking ship.
Holy fuck. Which is atom bomb parts?
Yeah. They bring it to the island. They're on their way back.
Jesus
like a little, I think it was east of the Philippines. And they got torpedoed in the middle of the night by a Japanese submarine.
Fair enough, dude.
A submarine.
Can you imagine the dudes on that ship? So that would have been like our great-grandfathers just on a boat, and they're like, what are we bringing out here? And they're like, I don't know, man. Those new bombs are supposed to be fucking...
Dude.
What was it?
Basically grandfathers.
Okay.
These guys were like 20, 19.
Okay, yeah, you're right.
These are
That was
kids.
what year was that?
1945.
Fuck yeah, it would have been my grandfather, yeah.
Yeah.
They're born 1918.
Start to finish, this thing's a fucking nightmare. I'm ruining the episode, but whatever. If you weren't going to listen to it, this is what happened.
So these dudes are on the boat.
On the boat, ship gets hit with torpedoes.
They hit with a torpedo.
They get hit with 2 torpedoes out of a Japanese submarine.
God, those things are probably so fast.
The ship sinks, like it's a huge ship, and it sank in 12 minutes,
Terrifying.
which is like right away.
Oh my god.
And they had to, I forget what it's called, but compartmentalize the ship. So you got
they block off water.
You just got to block off rooms that your friends are in.
Fuck.
So like again, you wake up in the middle of the night and you're like, goodbye, all my friends that were in that room.
You just shut them in there?
Yeah, you got to lock it in. And they're like, let us out. And you're like, I can't. I'm sorry. Then
and the ship's sinking anyway.
Ship's sinking. The one part he talks about, the ship goes vertical, like in Titanic, and dudes are hitting the propellers that are still running and getting launched like a fucking baseball, just home run.
I mean, they're into pieces too.
Yeah.
Holy fuck.
And it's one of those where the ship sinks, you get dragged under. So everybody knows that, so they're all swimming as fast as they can. A bunch of dudes get sucked under.
Wait, when the ship sinks, what, like it
brings shit down.
The water bends down?
Well, it's like a vacuum. It sucks things.
Oh, Shane, that's terrifying.
The current sucks you under with it.
With the weight of the ship?
Yes.
Fucking Jesus, man.
Then there's a 2-inch thick...
I'd rather get shut in my room and just fucking die.
Oil slick on the water. So everyone's burning. You can't get oxygen. You can't come up for air without burning alive.
Imagine being the Japanese dude who shot the shot. It was like perfect. Fucking beautiful.
Great fucking hit, dude. Let's go to sleep. Yeah. All right, you clock out.
Let's go to our tiny pod and sleep, dude.
Yeah, good job today.
That's a perfect shot.
That's the worst. You just inflicted hell on 1,300 people.
And meanwhile, atom bomb parts are just floating to the bottom of the sea?
It was on the way back. They delivered it, dude.
Oh, okay.
That submarine got what it had coming to it. I mean, people will try to justify the atom bomb all the time, and I'm like, dude, look at what happened there.
Yeah.
Fuck them.
That was pretty
That's
bad.
worth 2 atom bombs.
Yeah. So what happened?
Yeah. So then they go into the water.
What were we doing with those atom bombs? We were bringing them to bomb Japan anyway?
The USS Indianapolis was attacked on their way back from Tinian Island on July 30th of 1945. Shortly after dropping off parts for the atomic bombs that were being used on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. The USS Indianapolis sank in the Philippine Sea. Out of the 1,195 crewmen on board, only 316 survived.
Yeah, they were delivering the parts to bomb them.
Oh my god.
So
that submarine's hit him on the wrong part.
Yeah.
Like, we got him, fuck yeah.
Yeah, it's like, no, they already did it, dude.
Oh my god.
Delivered it. But
so they're burning alive.
the people that survived that, I think 300 people died pretty much right away in the first like 15 minutes. So now there's like 900 dudes just in the water. And that's when the shark feeding frenzy starts for 3 days.
God.
3 days.
Oh.
And it started out with the sharks would eat like carcasses. And then they got tired of that and started eating dudes that were like wounded and stragglers because they all went into different groups that were spread out over a
Were they
huge...
laying on a piece of wood or something, just floating?
Some had rafts, but yeah, most of them had life vests. And you're just floating. And one thing Carlin was talking about was how like it's not like the North where you just die. It was warm water, so you could live. Like you just die of thirst.
Sunburn, dude.
And sunburn.
Ugh.
And like there's stories of like dudes who, because their life vests, like it looks like your friend's just sleeping, and then you go to touch him and he floats up and his whole lower half is gone.
Oh.
Because there's so many sharks.
Oh.
Just all around. Like, dude.
Jesus Christ.
The guy who found them, like a dude was flying when he saw them, and he was like, we went low enough that you could just see people getting eaten. Like, while they flew over, people were getting ripped apart by sharks.
I mean, that's a fucking jackpot for a shark.
Yeah, dude. There's a story of these dudes on a raft, and there was a hole in the middle of the raft, and this big ass tiger shark kept sticking his head into the raft, dude. Oh my god. A shark's head was coming into the hole in the middle of this raft. It's the scary, and dude, at night, you're floating at night in the middle of the ocean, and there's sharks everywhere.
Jesus Christ.
And there's this kid was like struggling, and this dude in a group was like, I'm going to go try to save him. He went out, a huge fin comes, chases him back to the group. Oh. The kid's just out there getting ripped apart.
Dude, the moments for bravery are over, dude. As soon as I'm on a raft, there's sharks, I'm just like...
Yeah.
I just don't see myself being like, let me get off this fucking raft.
If someone's screaming for help...
I'll toss him a rope, dude. I'm not I don't like going in the ocean past my knees.
They didn't have a raft. They're just in clusters of dudes with life jackets.
True.
And there's a dude, like, if you wanted to die, you just separated yourself from the group. Like, people would kill themselves just by being like, all right, I'm done with this.
Yeah,
swim fucking 20 yards out and sharks will rip you up.
Munch you.
Yeah.
Fuck.
And dude, it's the worst.
But if you're clustered in with all your boys, sharks are like...
At first, they were leaving you alone.
And then they started being like, we can eat that. We can eat that,
They started taking chunks out of the group. It's fucking crazy.
Holy fuck. How many people survived it?
I don't know. I think...
Just the one guy from Jaws.
I think 300 of the 900 that went into the water
Jesus,
got out.
Dude.
I think. I could be wrong on that.
And they just went right back to work.
I doubt it, dude. That fucks you up forever.
It was said that up to 150 men were killed by sharks. Mainly the oceanic white-tip sharks, who are known to be aggressive against humans. This frenzy is often referred to as the worst shark attack in history.
The captain committed suicide 20 years later.
What?
He's still getting letters from people's families that were like, this Christmas would have been nice if you didn't kill our fucking son.
What?
He kept all the letters he got from these people and killed himself. These people were the most fucked up PTSD you can... Dude, imagine...
Why did I know? But why did
I know. That family that did that's a bunch of fucking losers.
The captain's supposed to die. Captain's supposed to go down with the ship.
Yeah, until the ship's going down, then it's like, all right, I'm not gonna die right now.
You say you ditch the captain code if your ship went down.
If the ship's burning?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think I'd ditch the captain.
Burn. I'd take that fucking hat off right away and sneak out.
I'd ditch the captain code if they're like, you gotta transport atom bombs across the Pacific into enemy territory. I'd be like, yeah,
I
quit. Skipper, get up there.
Yeah, but just
that's fucked up. They're like, it's not him. It's
I know.
Like,
there's people dealing with.
Yeah, their kid getting eaten by a shark.
Idiots too, probably.
Some of them might have been like burning alive while being eaten by the top half burning, bottom half getting eaten by a shark.
Yeah,
think about that.
It's the worst possible way to
s'mores, dude. The sharks are probably like, tasty.
You got some s'mores, dude. Yeah, and like the sharks they were talking about how big they were, like huge tiger sharks. God. Just like
those sharks are probably freaking out, dude.
Yeah, it was a frenzy. They were going nuts.
Yeah, they never eaten white people before, dude.
Now they got some white meat out there.
They're like, whoa, dude.
Yeah, there's 900 dudes just floating.
Those sharks are probably like, you gotta try this shit. This is
he went
delicious.
back to his pals. He's like, come on, man.
There's fucking white guys up here.
There was another guy got grabbed by his waist and dragged through the water, like waist high though. Like he stayed up. he stayed up and was getting pulled past everyone screaming.
Oh,
dude, it's the most horrific thing you can imagine.
Horrible.
I can't get it out of my head. Floating in the ocean at night, and you just hear people get pulled under, and then the vest floats back up. Like,
just waiting to get bitten by a shark, and then the moment one of those finally snagged you, it's probably like, no. Oh my God, that's horrible.
Yeah, USS Indianapolis.
Does that captain have any relatives?
I don't know.
I might start sending him fucking hate mail.
Send him a hate mail. Be like,
your bitch ass granddad. Kill yourself, dude. Your grandfather's a fucking piece of shit, dude.
Pussy, dude.
He should have went down with the fucking. He should have locked himself in and went down. I think you're supposed to just like climb to the top of the ship and grab it and fucking submerge.
Which is such a ridiculous. Imagine the first guy to be like, "Yeah, captain goes down with the ship." The captain's probably like, "What? Wait, why are we starting that fucking tradition? That's a dumb tradition."
It's funny to think of the people who are like, "All right, that's what I got." It's like, what? No, dude.
Yeah, wait till the room's
just a job, bro.
When the room's on fire, you're getting the fuck out.
Yeah, this is just a job.
Yeah,
you totally leave. That's when people are like, can't believe those soldiers deserted. I'd be like, dude, first chance I fucking got, dude.
Get out. I deserted day one of boot camp.
We're fighting a battle in the woods. I'm hitting a left, dude. Yeah. Peace.
The crew was in the water for 4 days before being rescued. Many died from either overexposure, dehydrations, or from wounds suffered from the torpedo attacks. And, as said before, out of the 1,195 original crew members, only 316 of them survived. After years of mental health issues, Charles B. McVay, the captain of the USS Indianapolis, took his own life at the age of 70. World War II was the deadliest military conflict in history. Japan's losses were said to be around 2.5 million. Germany lost between 6 and 9 million of its own population. The United States lost over 400,000 soldiers. The Soviet Union's total losses ranged between 25 and 35 million. These numbers are all still very relative because nobody knows for sure, because Russia never reported any of their documents and many of its own civilization died during the war within Russia. China has the second biggest losses of World War II and their total losses surmount to around 23 million. Estimates of total losses range between 70 and 85 million people. Alright guys, that was all for today. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you did, please consider liking and subscribing to the channel. Now these conversations were all taken from Man and Shane's Secret Podcast, so if you liked it, I'll link everything down below. Please go and check them out and show them some love.
I'm reading now is some really interesting stuff about the
What
military.
is it? Really?
And how like civilian and military, there was never, that changed in the 19th century. There was never a separation between the military and the population. Like civilian didn't even mean non-military.
Really?
Civilian meant like you studied law.
What?
Yeah, like you knew civil law,
that
some
person's
shit
a
like
civilian.
that. Yeah.
What?
And like the military wasn't ever regarded the way we regard them now, as like with so much reverence.
It was
and,
just kind of like, fuck, we gotta go.
Yeah, the people that were in the militaries were a lot smaller back then. At least in Western Europe.
Mm-hmm.
And like, it was like you basically just served the king.
Mm-hmm.
That was it.
So you were like a mercenary.
Yeah, there wasn't. And
it was like thieves,
and
soldiers.
there was a lot of armies were compiled of dudes from other countries.
Yeah, as I'm saying. So it was
just
like
mercenaries,
thieves,
it was
soldiers,
like a job.
Sailors. Yeah, it was.
It was just a job. There wasn't this like, this is my country, I'll die for it.
How did
It
they
was just,
fucking
like,
trick everyone?
Money. They would just pay dudes. There were generals that were generals for like 6 different countries.
I'm saying, how do they trick everyone now to be like, I love my country?
Well, that's what this book's about. It's about total war.
What?
And it's about amassing the entire country as a weapon. And these apocalyptic wars that are like, this is the war to end all wars. Instead of back in the day when it would be like, this is a war for this small territory. These 2 kings want it.
Wow.
We're going to have a gentleman like this. It was part of life. Wars were considered just like a natural part of life.
Yeah.
Like, we fight gallantly, like all this bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
Now it's like, we hate war, but when we do it, it's to end all wars.
Yeah, that is fucking
and
weird.
Like, we need to end all war. Like every war, so like Napoleon, somebody gave a speech like, this is the last war. World War I, they were like, this is the war to end all wars. World War II, they're like, finally peace. And then
wow,
I'm excited about these books I got.
That's fucking awesome.
Fucking sick. They're like Napoleon, dude. I started to talk about it on the Patreon.
Yeah,
listen to the Patreon.
Sorry,
dude.
I missed it.
Patreon 2 is out, dude.
Patreon 2 is in the air.
Patreon 2 is gonna be sick.
It's fucking lit.
But I was talking to I talked a little bit about Napoleon's parents because I don't know anything about Napoleon.
True. Me either.
For some reason in our history, we don't talk about it.
He sabered. I know he sabered champagne bottles. I think he invented that.
He was wild.
That was part of his clique did that.
But he was his dad was this French dude that was just fucking wild. The stories are fucking sick.
What'd he do?
He was just out fucking everybody.
What?
He was even linked to Marie Antoinette. Like there was a lot of like.
Who's that?
She was the queen of France.
Damn, he fucked her?
He was fucking everyone. He had like sorcerers.
His dad fucked the queen?
Allegedly. But listen to this story. When his dad met his mom, Napoleon's parents, they were both married.
Uh-huh.
Napoleon's mom was some 18-year-old. Napoleon's dad was at war. They met while he was at war.
Okay.
And they like were writing letters back and forth. And then finally she basically said like, yeah, we can fuck.
What?
So he went down and fucked her. And her husband, she was 18. This guy was like 40. He was some lawyer, some French lawyer.
His letter game was that strong?
Yeah, Napoleon's dad's letter game was strong.
How did he? So he was like, "Yo, let me get." He's like, "But you got an address though?"
Yeah.
And he was like,
she was
"All
like,
right,
I will succumb to you and get and."
Fuck.
So he went and was fucking her, and then the guy who suspected that she wanted to fuck that guy wanted to find out if she liked him. He wanted to find out if she loved the guy that was cucking her. So he was
he was cucking someone?
Yeah, he cucked this lawyer.
Napoleon's
French lawyer.
dad.
Napoleon's dad was cucking a French lawyer with Napoleon's mom.
Fuck.
His 18-year-old hot mom.
Damn.
And then he was the guy came home and was like, I hate to tell you this, but that guy you've been writing to, he's fucking dead. He died in battle. To see if she would like cry. And she was like, well, I must have brought him back to life because he's in the room over and we just had sex.
Damn.
And then
Napoleon's dad fucked his lawyer up?
No, then they might have had a menage a trois.
Stop, they had a devil's threesome?
Yep. Then
God damn, that's the most French thing I've ever heard.
Yeah.
He was like, I am so outraged, I must fuck you with him.
Then him and Napoleon's dad ran a train.
Wait, so Napoleon
Napoleon's
was
mom.
basically created by two men, but
maybe.
He might have two daddy.
He might have two daddy.
What?
Yeah, dude.
Damn, dude.
Yeah.
What a sick origin story.
Yeah.
He was a product of a devil's threesome?
Yep. And then I think they split up. After they fucked. I think the mom like found God and started focusing on that, and the dad went back to France and just fucked everyone.
So let's get into this. His parents were of Italian origin. His dad, Charles Marie Bonaparte, was a Corsican attorney, and his mom, Maria Letizia Ramolino Bonaparte, was thrown into a life of wealth when her son was crowned emperor of the French in 1804. As for the other guy, I've looked online, but there's no evidence about the Devil's Three-Way, so I don't know about that one, but it definitely makes for a good story, though. So, hey, who knows?
Yeah, but
and
he was
this lady
also
raised Napoleon?
Yeah, and the dad who was like a war hero, or he was fucking everybody. He was also like a war hero. He was like the man in battle.
Of course.
Yeah, dude.
And he would just write letters
was
and
the fucking man.
So that guy would just like battle, write letters, and someone would be like, all right, you can fuck me, and he would just, this guy would come across the French countryside as fucking like blue balls, just like, oh my god, I have so much coming to me.
What was funny was the author of the book was like, and I can't even state enough how much of he was such a philanderer that by 18th century French aristocracy standards, they were like, that guy's a piece of shit. And back then they were fucking everybody.
What?
Yeah.
Holy shit, dude.
And it was weird the way that he describes the military as like the officers, because they would only fight between like May and October.
Sure.
So it wasn't a full-time job. Like you would leave the military.
And you would fuck.
And they would all go fuck and like write poetry and like be artists.
What?
Yeah. They were gay.
So that guy would like, I mean, back then too, like if you saw a chick in the woods, that was fair game.
Oh, 100%.
You could be like,
chick in the woods?
Yeah.
I mean, that's still fair game.
In the French countryside?
If you run into a chick while you're at midnight howling,
for sure.
That's
I wouldn't even, I mean, she would just probably go prone, assume doggy.
She'd be a bitch. You'd have to run.
True.
If you saw a hot babe in the woods,
true.
That's a bitch.
I'd get bitched in. I'm like, wait, what? Everything cool out here? Yeah, dude, that would be awesome.
Yeah, I'm excited to report back next week with more Napoleon facts.
Dude, I fucking need that. I don't know anything about the guy.
Napoleon,
his origin story is awesome.
Origin stories. He got fucking banished at one point. He has like 2 reigns.
His first reign,
he got banished to an island.
Dude.
Then he fucking came back and took power again.
What?
Yeah, bro.
God damn.
Yeah, but that was like the whole book is
Did
about.
He fuck a lot too?
Napoleon? He had I'm sure he did.
More of a power boner?
He was he was like that was one thing he said. He was like, I didn't have friends growing up. All I had were books. He like studied war.
Damn.
He just became, that's the book's about him like inventing total war.
That's
and being
tight.
like,
If you study war, there's definitely an outlet. Like, what do you want to do? Be like, wage war? And they're
Yeah.
like, all right, we can plug you
all
in
right,
with some
psycho.
guys. Like, we got to think
I was
for
writing
that.
poems, but all right. What are you doing? I'm trying to get pussy and write. What are
I'm
you
trying
up
to
to?
wage fucking war.
I'm going to
dude.
conquer Europe. It's like, all right.
Damn.
Let's get you up there.
I mean, dude, if you get the right, if you get the right channels, you're like, all right, army, check. You can just start mobilizing that thing and conquering. It's pretty.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a fun thing to do.
Yeah, except then, like I said, I got that Goya book. That was all his drawings from what Napoleon was doing in Spain. Like the army was just murdering
A
and
lot
raping.
of devil threesomes.
A lot of devil rapes, dude.
What the fuck?
Yeah, and then I was looking at it, and it was funny because I read that story about them fucking.
Yeah.
And I was like, this entire tragedy came out of those two fucking. Like,
Yeah,
they
that's-
had one kid, and they created
Oh my
the
God.
fucking devil.
They literally
They
did.
created the Antichrist, and he took over most of Europe.
Holy fuck.
Yeah, pretty wild.
Only if she tore up that letter. If only that girl wasn't such a fucking slut.
Only
dude.
that 18-year-old wasn't a goddamn slut. She didn't need to cheat on that geezer that
How
loved
many people died because she was a fucking...
because she whored out.
Where did she even meet his dad? He just breezed through town?
Yeah, he was at war. And back then, war was like...
Yeah, you're just kind of
you
bopping
just
around.
go down to a city.
Jesus
Like, we're going to
Christ.
go to war tomorrow.
Yeah, I love you.
Yep.
I fucking
Boom.
love you, babe.
Next thing you know, you give birth to Napoleon.
Damn, dude. That's
Yeah.
fucking blowing my mind.
Wild stuff.
God,
I'll show you
that
these fucking
bitch.
These Goya
I'm
drawings.
so mad at her, dude.
Yeah.
It's all her fault. Let me see them.
Yeah, they're hilarious. And like I said, the captions are like, he did not want this. It's like a priest getting cut open. It was not good.
That's hilarious.
So when the capital Paris was captured, Napoleon was forced to abdicate his power in April of 1814. He was then exiled to the Mediterranean island of Elba, and the Bourbons were restored to power. However, Napoleon had a little comeback in his mind, and he did so in February of 1815 when he escaped the island of Elba and took control again of France in what became known as the 100 Days. Shortly after that, however, he got overthrown again and exiled again to an even more remote island, St. Helena in the South Atlantic, where he was unable to escape from. As for Francisca Goya, he's actually a very interesting character and he has some crazy paintings. And when Napoleon's armies entered Spain, Napoleon's brother Joseph was placed on the throne. Goya, who was the court painter, was able to keep his position in the court. After the French rule, the disasters of war were released, which represented drawings that he had made during the war. Goya recorded his own reactions to the invasion and to the horrors and disastrous consequences of the war. All of the events that he witnessed were painted with brutal details that created a vivid picture of what was going on during this period in Spain. This gives an interesting take about what's going on behind the scenes during a war. Because you always hear the stories about conquest and it gets romanticized a little bit, but to see things like this, you get an understanding of how terrible the realities of war really are. So that was all for today. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you did, please consider subscribing. And like I said earlier, check out Matt and Shane's Secret Podcast because it's the #1 podcast in the world, in my opinion. Just go and subscribe to them, show them some love, and I'll see you on the next video.
I took Christopher down to Gettysburg. It was his first time. I said, why don't you head down here? I'll show you something.
Did you give him a tour?
I gave him a pretty decent tour.
It was nice.
Yeah. To be able to drive there without looking and then be like, this is the southern end of Pickett's Charge.
So you
and
know the
then
land.
across the field, I'd be like, that's where they went.
Yeah.
They went through this clearing of trees to try to get over there.
Fuck.
What's going on, guys, and welcome back here at Comic History Tales. Today we're going to be listening to another segment of Matt and Shane's Secret Podcast. As always, I will leave all links to their podcast and their Patreon down below, so definitely go and check them out. Today's topic of discussion is the American Civil War. The Civil War was from 1861 until 1865. Some of the most famous people during the Civil War were General Robert E. Lee, Ulysses S. Grant, and of course, Abraham Lincoln. The war was fought between the Union and the southern states that seceded from the Union and therefore became the Confederates. Now let's go and listen what Matt and Shane have to say about this.
And then we went up to Little Round Top, which you may know from the famous movie Gettysburg.
Of course.
Jeff Daniels and the 20th Maine.
For sure.
Jeff Daniels.
That's where they charged.
Played, yeah,
I
we were
know.
up there.
Yeah,
It was
Dude,
fucking
yeah,
sick.
it was
It's
it was
so
really
nice.
wild.
They all die?
No, they won.
Did they?
Yeah,
Yeah,
you're
they-
thinking Glory.
I'm just nodding my head, dude. Glory. They all died in Glory. Yeah.
Glory, yeah.
Yeah.
They tried
Oh,
to
that's
charge.
what I was thinking of before.
The
Yeah,
black guys?
yeah. Glory's the
that's
one with the
Faint and
cannonball
Fury.
hits that guy in the face.
Oh,
that's
there
what.
you go. I was
Yeah.
like, I don't remember that in Gettysburg.
Yeah.
Took a cannonball to the face.
Yeah, he's like, let's go, and he turns around, a cannonball just hits him, takes his head off.
God, that fucking sucks.
That'd be a good way to go compared to most deaths in that.
True, laying
cannonball off your head is nice.
Yeah,
true.
Yeah, we were looking at some of the charges they have. Those bullets, where there's just like a case full of beads.
Yeah,
they just fire a thing and sprays everywhere.
Oh, like the shrapnel spray kind of thing?
Yeah, except it's just, it's like golf ball sized balls of like metal. Golf balls. Just perfectly smooth. The canister shot is what it's called. And when they get within like 300 yards, it's just...
What was the objective of the Civil War? Was the South trying to get up to like the Capitol? Like, why were they...
The South was north of the Capitol. We're in Gettysburg, man.
Yeah, but I'm saying, like, if you're... So it's a Civil War... They have a bunch of cannons and shit, like, pointing at you. It's like, all right, let's fucking walk around this shit and, like, try to come from the other side.
That's exactly
what I'm saying? It's like, what was
they almost did that.
What was the objective?
All right, to destroy each other's army.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the only way that gets done is
they weren't
if you
trying to
fight
get
each
to
other.
a specific
No,
place.
no, no.
They're just trying to break the spirit.
Well, there were a couple times where
they
they were like, we're going to try... So they were going to try to get the army out of D.C.
Yeah.
Try to lure the army of the Potomac out of D.C. so they could take it. But they were never going to be able to take D.C. They were like... At that, the South was winning every battle up until Gettysburg.
Yeah.
And it was kind of like a war of attrition where the North was getting tired of it. The people in the North were like, we got to stop this. We just keep getting our fucking dicks knocked in.
So they were losing.
The North was losing bad.
What?
Bad until Gettysburg.
At the Battle of Gettysburg, between 46 and 51,000 soldiers from both armies were casualties in the 3-day battle. Because of this, it became the most deadly battle in U.S. history.
That was the turning point.
That was the turning point. And then we were standing at the turning point.
How the fuck were we losing?
The turning point of the turning point, which was pretty sick.
Yeah.
At the end of at Little Round Top.
How the fuck were we losing?
We were losing because the North had a lot of inept generals that were like they.
Yeah, wasn't one of them like a drunk.
No, that was
pussy?
Ulysses S. Grant.
Yeah,
he was a drunk and he was the best. He was our best guy because he was like, "Fuck it, we'll just throw people. We have more people than them.
Yeah.
So every battle we can just we can go person for person, and we'll end this thing in a war of attrition."
Who was the dude who was like, we just got to keep training? We're going to train
McClellan.
Oh, okay.
McClellan. They all loved him. All the soldiers loved him.
Right.
Somehow, but he never fought. He was always afraid to fight.
He was a big trainer.
He just had his boys training nonstop, and he always overestimated whatever the South had. Like, no matter what.
Sure.
And Lee, they had Lee the whole time.
He was good.
He was a beast.
Yeah.
He was Bill Belichick. He was the coach, dude. He was the genius. He was fucking everybody up. But at Gettysburg, so like you said, like, why don't they walk around? Every battle was defensive for the most point for the South. Usually the South would get somewhere, set up shop, and the North would come to them.
Okay.
And so they would just be dominating.
So they would just come up and be like, we're in your state.
Yeah, they'd be like, what are you going to do about it? We're like, you better get out of our state. We're like, what are you going to do about it, dude?
Where they have banners like, we love slaves.
Yeah, they do. No, they went the route of like, they would never mention slavery.
Yeah.
Ever. They never were like, hell yeah, slavery.
So they were like,
this is about states' rights
yeah.
and death to tyrants.
Yeah, because they were being...
Because they were like, the federal government was telling the state what to do.
Yeah.
Which back then wasn't happening.
So that was a... So the federal government won that one.
The federal government was like, yo, you guys better fucking listen.
Damn.
And they did. And now they listen.
Yeah, they won that one.
Yeah, the federal government won. We were the Federals. So they were the Confederates. They were anti-federal. Wow. The Confederates.
So they're basically like, you can't tell us. The federal government has no say in the states' rights.
Yeah.
The federal government was like,
the federal government was like, well, yeah, we do.
The southern states seceded from the Union because they believed that a Republican government would dissolve the institution of slavery, would not honor states' rights, and promote tariff laws.
Yeah, we're gonna. So they're like, we'll kill you guys.
Yeah.
Until if you guys don't do this.
The North was hesitant. I think the South was the one who seceded. They wanted they were like, and then the Union was like, you can't leave. We can't split this country in half.
Yeah.
You guys are staying. And they're like, we're leaving. And we're like, you're fucking staying. Come here.
So it wasn't
We're
as
a family.
We're a fucking family. Now get over here.
So in terms of the slavery thing, was it as much as slavery or no?
Yeah, it was about slavery. So the South tries to act like it wasn't. And they're like, it's about states' rights. It's about states' rights to own slaves.
Yeah. They're like, we gotta stop it.
And people from the South always be like, the North was just trying to like cripple the South's economy by taking away slavery. It's like, why would they? They're in the same country. They're not trying to do that.
Yeah.
So stop.
That's contradictory to a lot of the stuff too. And they're like, slaves aren't even that big of a deal anyway. People didn't even really have them. They didn't. Really,
it'd be like people didn't have them.
Yeah.
People didn't have them. You had them.
Didn't have him.
You probably.
No.
Wait, I was on a roll,
Go ahead,
dude.
go ahead,
I
go
was
ahead.
fired up.
Let's talk.
War,
Let's talk.
dude.
Let's talk.
Yeah.
All right. So your point was, why don't they just fucking go around them?
Yeah.
So that was what happened. So the South was usually fighting a defensive war.
Okay.
Then they got to Gettysburg. That was the only time they invaded the North. That was the only time they ever even got into the North.
So it was a one and done. They were feeling the roads.
They were feeling good. They were undefeated.
Damn.
Dude. They were fucking us up pretty much everywhere.
Fuck.
And then
God, they must have been so annoying. Like
exactly. They did the rebel yell.
Yeah.
So gay. Like, dude, shut up. But yeah, then Lee. So his right hand man, Stonewall Jackson, got killed.
Oh, fuck.
Friendly fire. He
I'm like,
went
dude,
down.
imagine killing the general at battle, being the guy who fucking nails them, and being like, that's a big win.
Yeah, be like, I got a guy. I shot him off a horse.
Yeah, it's like kind of smoky. Yeah, you're like, yes, nailed him. Yeah,
nailed that
Did you ever
guy.
play
You see that?
paintball? You hit someone, it's so satisfying. If you shot the general, they're like, well, their general's dead now. I'll be like, fucking yes.
Yeah, except it was you on your own team. You shot your own general.
Oh,
yeah.
Who shot him?
Fire.
His own guy. His own guy shot him.
Friendly fire?
Yeah, he was evil. It was kind of a
Double
dumbass-
agency?
No, it was kind of a dumb fucking move. I think he was doing like a.
They
night-
kill that guy?
I don't think. I think
Really?
everyone was like, "You're gonna have to live with that one, dude. You just killed like the most famous Southern
You
general."
lost the war.
He was on like a night ride, like behind enemy line. Like he was kind of fucking dumb.
Yeah.
And
Who, Stonewall?
Stonewall Jackson was kind of a fucking blockhead.
So him and some
Rocks
other
for
dude.
brains.
If he cheddar bobbed himself, that'd be hilarious. So his boy, it was him and his boy doing a night ride.
Yeah, him and his boy were out kissing out in the woods, and a Confederate rolled up on him and was like, "Hey, god damn it, knock it off!" Shot him.
Stop.
That's what happened.
Stonewall Jackson
He
was
was rock hard, dude. He was Stonewall. That's what I call him. Man. He was rock hard out there.
So he
Deep
got
dick.
shot accidentally.
He got shot accidentally. Yeah, it was friendly fire that killed him.
How though?
It was nighttime. He was riding up on a fucking guard post.
Yeah, it's probably coming back.
Shit!
Riding a horse. Yeah.
And someone was just doing their job.
Yeah, someone was just being a guard from the South. Some fucking moron from like Virginia was just standing there.
Who goes there?
Yeah. Halt! God damn it! I said halt. I'll fire. Shit! I killed our general. God damn! I'm bad. I'm not cut out for soldiering.
Thomas Jonathan Stonewall Jackson was a Confederate general and military officer. He played a prominent role in nearly all the military engagement in the eastern side of the conflict. On May 2nd of 1863, he was accidentally shot by Confederate pickets. He lost his left arm to amputation, and weakened by his wounds, he died of a pneumonia 8 days later.
Yeah, because the outfits were the same, right? Except for the color.
The outfits?
Yeah, the outfits looked exact. Like on all the
at night-
statues, it's like I can't.
Yeah.
'cause
Yeah,
it's all
true.
bronze. You're like, I
Yeah,
can't
I'm always
look at
walking
that.
around
Yeah.
looking to see what statue I'm taking down. I'm like, is that a fucking
Is
gray
that
outfit?
Confederate or blue?
Yeah,
'Cause if
yeah.
it's blue, they freed slaves.
True.
They abolished slavery by risking their own lives.
Yeah.
So that's kind of honorable.
Yeah,
But you know.
some good boys out there.
So anyway.
So that's why they
So they were a little confident. This was their first invasion into the North, and the North set up a defensive position.
Yeah.
Along this ridge, they were in like the shape of a J.
Nice.
All right, so they're shaped like a fish hook, like a J on this like ridge, and the South was coming in trying to attack. And Longstreet, his new right hand man, was like, "Dude, we're killing them. All we have to do is be defensive. Let's retreat and set up on like a mountain and tell them to come fucking get us." And Lee was feeling himself and was like, "We can do it.
This will be the
We're
true
gonna
turning
fuck them
point.
up." And they tried.
Dude? How many fell?
Oh man, you're talking probably 20,000 people.
Damn.
In 3 days.
Damn.
You're missing my favorite part of the story, which is when Warren goes up.
Oh, yeah, this is great.
Warren goes to check out Little Round Top and Big Round Top.
All right,
He's like, yeah, I'm gonna see what our forces are looking like up there.
Yeah. So to set this up, the J.
Yeah.
At the bottom of the J. So if the J was upright, it'd be so the fish hook at the top of the fish hook, not the point.
Gotcha.
That's the left flank,
Okay.
and it's unguarded. It's the top of a mountain, or like a very small hill.
Sure.
And the general sends this guy up, General Warren, to go check it out. And he gets up to the top, and like the whole Southern Army's on the other side. And he's like, "Oh fuck!
Yeah.
Oh shit!" And he had to like signal down with like a flag, like, "Get the fuck up here! They're down here."
Yeah, they're about to fuck us
Great.
up.
It's great
Yeah.
imagining a dude walking up the hill like, and let's see what. Holy fuck!
Yeah,
They're here to kill us.
Oh yeah, they were like coming up, and then the South got fucked too because they were looking at Big and Little Round Top and be like, yes, there's nobody up
there's
there.
no one here. It overlooks the whole battlefield. If we take this hill, it's over.
Yeah.
The North rushed like 10,000 dudes up the other side of the mountain and just were standing up there waiting for him. So the Alabamians came up. Yeet! Roll damn time! Come on, woo! We got slaves still, woo!
Dude, and then the
Got
Rochester
lit up, dude.
Racers came
Imagine
in.
if they won.
Oh
So,
yeah,
honey, we
it was
can
that
keep our
close.
slaves. We
So
won.
the casualties, I said, was 20,000. That was just the Union.
I'm going
It was
like
24 was for the Union.
36.
28
28 for the.
28 for the Confederates. So now this is
Damn.
casualties.
But we have more people, so.
Casualties, not
deaths.
Not deaths.
Yeah, that's like a dude down.
Yeah.
I'm
But-
sure a lot of those turn into deaths.
Yeah. Wounded. If you were wounded in the Civil War, you fucking died.
They just got to cut it off. Yeah, and they're like, oh, you got
Or
hit
you
in the leg.
or you got diarrhea, which is I think more people died of that.
Yeah, imagine
And
being
bullets.
the dude who
Yeah,
shot
yeah.
the general. You have like you're just on a farm, just staring at fucking corn your whole life, and you're like, you go to a war and shoot the general, and then you lose. It's like the most like pointless, senseless fucking existence you can think of.
Yeah, man. What
Maybe
a loser.
he used to
Yeah.
hit his wife, and he's like, I guess I'll go
Yeah,
to
it
the
would
war. He's
suck.
like shot the general and went home like, oh, my slaves are
Like,
gone.
how
He's
was
like,
how was the war? I don't want to talk about it. It's like, damn, you must have seen some shit. It's like, not really. I was a guard.
It's fucked up.
5 years of your life.
Yeah,
it's
as a
just
guard.
this. It was all kind of a blur.
Kind of blur, except one night where I killed Stonewall Jackson, shot him in the fucking.
Imagine if he could have been the guy who'd be like, nah, Lee, for real, like, let's not do this. And some guy
He
shot
would
him.
have probably not. He was also a firm believer that like God had his.
True.
That's why he was stoned. He just stood in the middle of like artillery fire, being like, "Well, if it's my time to die, it's my time to die." God
That
wills
was
it.
the fall of Magellan.
Oh, when he
Magellan
got
the
like
Explorer.
hit with sticks.
Magellan, yep, Magellan the Explorer. He like had a dude with him. He was like, "We'll show them that our God's the best. There's 300 of them and 30 of us. Let's show them what Christians do." And like everyone deserted it. He just died.
He got hit
So then
with
like
blocks.
his slave was the one who actually circumnavigated the globe. Magellan died before fully circumnavigating. The globe.
Really?
The only guy left
But
was his
you know,
slave.
his
who
slave
did.
was just on the boat.
True. He had enough.
I mean,
He had enough sense to be like,
technically
"Yo,
the
I'm
slave and like probably a rat from where they took off circumnavigated it.
he had enough sense to be like, yeah, I'm gonna sit this battle out, dude.
That's great. I remember as a kid, I had a computer game about explorers where you would like click it and it would just it wasn't even a game, it would just click it and it'd show you, and Magellan's was like him running on a beach with people throwing shit at him. It was great. It was great. I even remember as a kid being like, what a fucking asshole.
Ferdinand Magellan was a Portuguese explorer best known for having planned and led the 1519 to 1522 Spanish expedition to the East Indies. He died on April 27th of 1521 at the age of 41 years in Mactan, Philippines. The American Civil War left an estimated 698,000 soldiers dead, along with an undetermined number of civilian casualties. This made the Civil War the deadliest military conflict in American history. Soon after the war is over, Abraham Lincoln gets shot dead. So that was all for today. As always, I will put all the links to Matt and Shane's secret podcast down below in the description, both their YouTube channel and their Patreon. So go and check it out and show the dogs some love. Now, if you have any suggestions for upcoming videos, put them down in the comments below and I'll check them out. Thank you for watching, and I hope to see you again here at Comic History Tales.
When people talk about 400 years ago, it's the most annoying thing. It's like acting like they actually crashed. He was like saying how like Columbus was thought he was in Japan. He's like, and he hit the Bahamas, and it's like, dude, of course you hit the fucking Bahamas, man. What would you have done? I hate when people get all high and mighty about that shit. And to think about like, you come here, you don't even know this landmass exists, and now you see different people for the first time, and it's like, and they just treat it. And it's like, dude, you're in like a fucking video game.
Yeah.
They got like sharp sticks, and you're like, yo, what the fuck, dude?
Yeah.
Get the fuck out of here. And they start getting loud, and you're like, all right, I'm busting out a musket, dude. I don't even know you guys. I hate that when they're just like, and then they do this fantasy of gold, and they ruin these people, and it's like, that stance on history.
You know what else is
pisses me the
weird
fuck
about
off.
that is Columbus wrote in his journal that these people would make fine slaves when he landed.
Mm-hmm.
That was just in his journal.
Yeah. Yeah, that's his personal thoughts, bro.
I mean, of course he ended up cutting people's ears off and shit. and genociding, but
Yeah.
you know,
That was his first
wow.
impression. Like, these would be good
these would be
slaves.
pretty good slaves.
So-
He just kept it. He was like,
well, that's
just kept it to himself.
That's his own
'Cause
personal
that's
thing.
1492.
I mean, if you check my journal, dude, there's a couple of I've seen people before. I'm like, you know what?
that's a fine slave, dude. That would be a great slave. I don't want to get too racist. Never mind. I'm not going to name good slaves.
So if you want to read the exact quote, you can pause the video right here. And let's keep going.
Yeah, but it's like,
who do you think the best slave possibly would be?
I'm saying, man, you go over there and you discover Native Americans for the first time, and they're fucking running all fast, bare feet. You're like, damn, bro.
Yeah, that's a good slave, dude.
Give that motherfucker a
couple-
wheelbarrow, bro.
Yeah.
That guy would fly.
Tie some stones to his back, let him run around.
Give that guy, like, you see guys with fucking, I mean, they had tomahawks.
Yeah.
They're fucking chopping down trees for arrows. You're like, put him on a fucking apple orchard. This motherfucker would be picking, he'd be
That's
killing
Cortez, by the way.
it. I just hate when people put a modern mentality on the 1600s. It's like, dude, you have no fucking idea.
Yeah, of course. It's like in Apocalypto when there's the eclipse.
Great movie.
Did you see Apocalypto?
No, I want to see that.
He's an Aztec.
I almost lied and
or
said
a Mayan.
yes.
Yeah, that
I always do that.
I always do that
Yes.
shit. And it's like, you know the part where that happens? And it's like, yeah.
Yeah.
I love that part. And I'm always such a psycho that in my mind I'm like, maybe they're just making that up to try to trap me. I'm that much of a fucking psycho. But in Apocalypto, they're doing the Aztec thing where they're ripping people's fucking
It's
hearts out and
crazy.
cutting their heads off the top of pyramids, which they did.
You've seen this movie, you
at
know
an
this is
astounding
crazy.
rate.
Yeah.
Like lines would be miles long. This is a bad rain dance.
Yeah.
That's what it was. It was a real bad rain dance. And
Yeah.
the worst fucking rain dance possible.
Exactly. Explicitly trying to.
But then
control.
there's just a lunar eclipse or a solar eclipse while he's about to get his heart ripped out, and they're all just like, "Whoa, the sun god has had its fill of blood. Let this guy go. Fuck yeah!" But it's just
That's awesome, man.
It's funny that just a freak occurrence happened, and he was.
Well,
he didn't
dude,
get his head cut
that's
off.
crazy. Well, it's funny that everyone thinks like quote unquote white people were just like a race of like just pure conquistadors who came over here and like, shoo, you fucking beast. And it was just this guy being like looking through one eye and like, what the
Can you
hell is
imagine?
that?
Yeah, it was like in The Revenant. It was like Tom Hardy in The Revenant. It was like this balding, like flea-infested dipshit fighting a shirtless fucking Indian.
I mean, dude, it's really like, did you ever, when you were little, trap like two bugs under a glass and watch them fight?
Yeah.
Fucking man.
Pretty much what it's like, dude. You're like a spider and
you
a
were like
bee,
the
and you're just
British.
like, there you go.
The British captured two retards, put them in a jar. I was like, whoever wins, we're going to take over.
Yesterday was Columbus Day.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah.
Columbus.
Dude, Columbus fucking rocks.
I don't know what. I lived in Spain for a little, and people over there
Spain.
love him, dude.
Really?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, dude.
And they were just getting wind of like him being a bad guy,
Yeah.
and they were just like, bro, it
Yeah.
was pretty incredible what he like. They were all
Which, let me ask
they'd
you
be
a
like,
question.
yeah, what happened was pretty bad, but he
Right.
took a wooden ship across the ocean,
Yeah. Why? And he named them after girls.
and then he showed up and just was like, all right, you guys are doing what I say.
Yeah. Yeah. I have on a metal helmet.
Yeah, it's over.
That's what it is, dude.
Metal helmet. and
I'm
it was
coming in
over.
with my fucking hat on sideways, and that's what it is. And you guys are gonna
Yeah.
listen. Like it's 1492. Why are you still making underwear out of leaves?
Yeah, he's like, you
What
guys
are you
ever seen a
doing?
fucking horse? That's what I thought. You're gonna do what we say.
Yeah.
When the Spanish came over, brought the horses, and then the horses would start to escape and get out, and certain tribes didn't know what to do. Like the Apache were just eating the horses.
Really?
They
weren't sure
actually
how to
thought it
use
was good for their immune
These things
system.
are
I
good.
looked
We're
into
gonna keep bunching
it. They
these.
actually did eat them all, which is crazy. But they did it. Apparently, they thought that they wouldn't get
And then
sick.
the Comanches
if they
started
ate the
riding them
horses.
and got like incredible at it. And then so for like centuries they were the lowest on the pecking order, and they would get fucked up
The
by
Comanches.
everybody. Yeah, the Comanches would get rocked by everybody, and then they got horses and just they got
The
revenge.
Comanches
Dude.
were
They
wild,
Columbined
man.
out.
Right.
All the
They
people
they
that were
big
picking on
dogs.
them
Got
paid
fucked.
for it.
They got
Big
it.
time.
They got it hard.
So the settlers and Americans and Spanish, all of them would team up with local like tribes that hated other tribes.
Okay.
So there was always tribes like scouts and shit like that with. It's the same way. I'm jumping around here, but the Spanish conquered like the Aztec Empire
Yeah.
and the Incan Empire with like 100 dudes.
You know, Montezuma and all that.
Like literally like 100 conquistadors
That's it.
conquered
Yeah.
the whole empire.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Because they just
the
used
other
tribes that
set
were
them up
tired
against
of
each other.
Right.
getting their fucking heads cut off.
So you're
for the
saying
sun.
100 conquistadors plus thousands
Yeah.
of. Right.
Yeah.
Got it. Got it.
Yeah.
Yes.
About that, what I thought was interesting is the Spanish, the way they colonized like Texas and Mexico and all that, was very government oriented. Like
if you were a settler there, you would be living near a fort. Like you would be as close to the government as possible. But then when the Americans settled like Texas, they were just sending fucking religious nuts out into the woods and be like, all right, you guys build whatever you want. Shit.
So you're saying the Spanish settlers would come and they always had the assistance of the Spanish government and soldiers.
Yes, this is crazy actually. Like the Spanish government wanted all the Americas to be Christian, basically.
So Spanish settlers weren't getting killed at the rate U.S.
They were more focused on
they were
making
more
them Christians.
The Spanish were also more into like missionary shit.
Exactly.
They were sending out like priests and shit. The priests would get fucked up.
They would get fucking destroyed.
every once in a while they'd run into a non-believer.
Like, I'm gonna pause it real quick.
Take it out.
When Columbus came back to Spain and Queen Isabella found out what he did to the native people, they actually put him in chains and he was in trouble, big trouble. Because the whole goal was to make them Christians, and the natives were looking at it and they were like, why would we ever want to go to heaven if that's where you guys are going?
Yeah,
it's like pretty bad.
Dude.
Yeah. But, then they would get revenge.
They would, yeah.
The Spanish would be like...
So the Spanish killed a lot of Native Americans.
Spanish were doing some bad
stuff. Because we had... the Native Americans didn't have guns at this point yet, right?
At that point, yeah, they did.
They did. So it was...
By the time the Texans were there.
No.
Yeah.
Yes. When it was the Spanish, no.
No guns.
They didn't have guns or horses.
Right.
So they were just...
They would get lit up.
Were shit out of luck, dude.
Yeah, so like
they were in trouble.
when the Spanish came, the Comanches were just short Mexicans.
Yeah, it's a mismatch.
They had nothing to do. They had icy carts, and they were just going to get shit on.
And that was one thing that was interesting about the book. And the book is the Empire of the Summer Moon.
Right.
It's pretty sick.
Sick
the way he talked about it was like they came over. A lot of these tribes came over on like the land bridge, between Russia and.
Oh, the Siberian land bridge. Yeah.
So they just for some reason they developed agriculture like 1,000 years after us.
Right.
Us again.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is crazy.
Us. The best.
Yes.
But so they were just like 1,000 years behind.
Right.
Just time wise, that's just how they developed. So they were kind of like in the Stone Age when they ran into European settlers. They were like living in like mud,
right,
and like using rocks and shit.
That's just the truth.
And then they got horses and they immediately jumped.
So they were both
you could
technologically
see in
behind.
1800s, mid 1800s.
I'm gonna pause real quick. They were technologically far behind the Europeans, and they weren't adapted to the diseases. So it wasn't like the Europeans killed like a lot of them. I mean, they did, but the majority, like 90%, came actually from smallpox, like the diseases that they weren't prepared for.
Brain to look at these people and just think like they're lesser.
Yeah, and then I mean this is like 17.
Oh, the 1700s.
Well, it's still 1860s. This shit was still going because the Comanches were like some of the last tribes to get taken down because they were just
going crazy. They kept fighting.
So awesome.
They ruled.
Yeah,
they fucking ruled. But yeah, that's how they would look at them. They'd be like these people. They don't have pants.
Right.
What are we doing? Get out of here.
Yeah.
You guys are just living on top of gold.
Right. So
we're going to need that gold.
Yeah.
And then they'd get there and be like, oh, we're in Kansas. There's no gold.
Yeah.
Anyway, get out of here. Dude, the Spanish spent like 50 years
Spanish went far,
cities of gold.
In Kansas.
And they'd end up in like Kansas and Utah. Like just
fucking idiots.
Kept looking for it. They'd be in Florida.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was nuts. It wasn't just, it's important for everybody.
It's actually crazy. Like the Spanish there are reports that they were in like Northwest Territoria, like Canada.
Just to know.
Looking for gold.
I'm a big fan of the Comanches.
You like the Comanches?
I like what they were up to.
But then do you want to call it Indigenous People Day or Columbus Day?
Well, look, man.
Do you want to just call it?
Very complicated.
How about with this? Just to do it. Why don't we call it Comanche Columbus Day?
That would rule.
That's it. That's what we're going to change to. We're going to get specific. We're going to call it Comanche Columbus Day. I like Indigenous Peoples Day presented by Christopher Columbus Day.
Yeah. It is good.
That's what it is.
Yeah. That's a good one.
Yeah, it's like, because then it's like everybody's happy. It's like, this is what it is. It's Indigenous Peoples presented by Christopher Columbus Day.
You should have worn a mask day.
Yeah, exactly.
They didn't have those N95s back then, you know?
Yeah, exactly, dude. Then you would have fucking not got smallpox like an idiot.
So this is where the podcast ends, but I wanna give you guys some extra information. I've seen in the comments that like the extra information you'd like to have it at the end. So let me just some things that I thought were interesting, just some dates. So basically, Mexico gained their independence in 1821, and there were two important people, names to remember: Francisco Pancho Villa. Pancho was his nickname. and Emiliano Zapata. Then another big community was Gran Colombia, which is modern-day Colombia, Venezuela, Panama, and Ecuador. They were all together one big country. They gained their independence in 1819, and their big hero was Simón Bolívar. You may have heard his name before. He's quite famous in Latin America. He was a soldier from Venezuela. He played a big part in the whole Southern American independence movement, and he was considered a hero. After Simón Bolívar became president of Gran Colombia from 1819 until 1830, while simultaneously for a couple of years he was a dictator of Peru from 1823 until 1826, so that's kind of crazy. And then the country of Bolivia is also named after him, Simón Bolívar. Argentina became independent in 1816, and basically by 1836 all of Latin America had gained their independence except for Puerto Rico and Cuba. And then there's one big exception, Belize, or Belize, I'm not sure how you say it exactly. They did not gain independence until 1981, so that's 40 years. And they gained their independence from the UK, so I didn't even know that they were ruled by the UK. But anyway, that's it for today's video. Check out, I've got all the links and descriptions for Matt and Shane, their podcast, their shows. Check them out, show them love, because all of these videos, I mean, I love making them. I hope you guys love watching them too. And it definitely gives me motivation to keep going. So let me know what you guys think of the new format. And if you guys have any suggestions or anything you would like to see, let it know in the comments. I'll read all of them. And yeah, that's it for today. See ya.
That's all it would take. Them to be like, bro, we've all been dead. That's what I'm reading the Crusades book, and he's like, well, who really was the? It's like, dude, everyone was just being massive dickheads back then.
Yeah,
you had massive dickheads at the top of society clashing with each other, then recruiting the dumbasses of society.
Wait till you
stab each other.
So this is all the Crusades, or just the first?
All of them. But he went to the People's Crusade. He went into that.
Wait till you get to the end,
bro. I can't. I'm excited.
The fucking 6th Crusade is like they don't even go to the Middle East. They go to Constantinople and just sack a Christian city.
What's going on, guys, and welcome back here at Comic History Tales. Today we're going to be listening to a segment from Matt and Shane's Secret Podcast. I will leave all links to their podcast down below, so definitely go and check them out. Today's topic of discussion are the Crusades. If you don't know what the Crusades are, they were a series of military expeditions initiated by Christians from Europe to fight Muslims over the Holy Land, aka Jerusalem. The first crusade was in 1095 and it ended in 1291. In total, there were 8 major crusade expeditions. Now let's go and listen what Matt McCusker and Shane Gillis have to say about this.
Really?
Yeah, they're like, fuck this.
They talk about the People's Crusade, so just to keep the chronological timeline, they get a couple dukes going up, and then it's going through the papacy. Like the Muslims are they're crushing it. They're set for fucking holy war. It's nothing to get them in a holy war. It's like, yeah, dude, we know it's in our book. Like, we'll turn it on if we have to. The popes were apparently obscure and didn't have authority over all of Christianity. Like the Pope had its own struggle to be the fucking spiritual general of all the Christians or all the Catholics. So there was a thing saying the Pope really stoked the flames of the Crusades. Then that elevated the papacy to a power position. Because people were kind of like, yo, who the fuck? This guy was like, I'm your boss. And they were like, shut the fuck up.
Who?
Fuck you.
There's a guy in Italy.
Yeah, dude. And that guy was from France. Pope Urban was from a monastery in France. And he fucking somehow religion lorded Game of Thrones, which is such the darkest and most evil shit in the world. But Pope Gregory was like, yo, we should probably, it's kind of cool if we fuck people up in God's name. And the people were like, what the fuck, dude? Then he died, and Pope Urban was like, yo, that guy was crazy. But for real, guys, these Muslims are out of control. Yeah. And if you want to get all your sins wiped away, just go to pilgrimage and bring swords. If you fuck some guy up and you die, that's cool. You're allowed to do, dude, it's mega resolving all your sins if you go there and just chop a dude up. But he was like, but only sins you confess. So there's all these things. But then you get street guys who would it was what was this guy's name? Something the Hermit. This dude was basically Smeagol. He only ate fish and drank wine, and he was revolted. His appearance was revolting.
Probably stunk like shit.
Dude, he was a frog as well. Northeastern France. I'm blanking.
Frogs are nasty.
He was a guy apparently who actually sent 15,000 people to just get slaughtered in the First Crusade. Peter the Hermit.
Nice. And 15,000 people, he brought his brothers and they all got rocked.
He survived. He came back oh, fuck.
Yeah.
So during the First Crusade, Peter the Hermit, also known as Little Peter,
organized and guided the people as a spiritually purified and holy group of pilgrims who would, supposedly, be protected by the Holy Ghost. Peter did not train his army, nor did he supply weapons or food. The peasant army of this crusade was destroyed by the forces of the Seljuk Turks at the Battle of Civitat in northwestern Anatolia.
But he would come back. But
Was it the Mamelukes who fucked them up?
Yeah, I think so. I think the Turgeluk. What were the Turks?
Turk. Yeah.
Some shit. Turgeluks or some shit.
Yeah, they were nasty.
They got taken into the Sunni, I think, fold. The Shiites, I think, were in the south towards North Africa, and I think the Sunnis migrated closer to the west, which I think they then formed like those countries that ended up traditionally trading more with the west, and the Shiites are like, fuck those guys.
Nice.
If I'm not mistaken. But yeah, so he brought the bros over, and it was like just you've talked about this before. They both went out. The first crusade was just dudes wandering and getting fucked up.
Yeah,
unanimously just.
I'm excited for you
different.
Because I vaguely remember what happens. But there's like the children's crusade. There's like.
Yeah, they brought their kids too. Apparently,
it's nuts.
It was 15,000 with like 8,000 soldiers and like 10,000 women and a ton of women and children.
Yeah.
They just wandered down and got destroyed.
The Arabs must be like, "What? Who the fuck are these guys?
I know.
What is being told to them?
I know.
Why are they walking
Well,
here?"
that was the question because they were like, the Pope Urban was like, "We're under threat. Like this is a real threat."
Yeah.
And I think the Moors were coming up and they were clashing, but there was no like cohesive threat of Islam because Islam was fractionated.
Yeah.
At the time, but the thing is like. Yeah, but like these dudes didn't fucking know this.
No,
they're just hearing word of mouth shit, and they're like, "Yeah,
they're getting Fox News."
Yes,
they're like they hate our freedom. Dude.
Pope Urban literally was like, "These guys are doing unthinkable things to children.
Yeah.
These guys are monsters." They hit him with like World War II propaganda.
Yeah, they hate our freedom.
Still works. They're doing it right now.
Yeah,
on the news.
Yeah,
Russia's fucked up. Dude.
Russia tortured guys.
Yo, Russia's built different. They're hitting us with like, "Yo, Russia's fucked up, dude. Unspeakable atrocities." Still works, dude. 1,000 years later.
Yeah.
It's like, who? Wait, they're doing what to who? Those guys are evil. We're good. Let's go get them.
Yeah.
So that the authors
the Moors were sneaking up, dude.
They were creeping. He gave credence to that.
España, dude. They got.
Yep. First, I thought he was going to be like, "Yo, fuck the Christians. The Muslims are all good." But he's he's basically being like, there's a lot of different accounts, and there are firsthand Muslim accounts of like, yeah, they were fucking up Christian.
I'm sure they were
dudes coming through there.
I mean, it had to be.
Yeah, dude. Like,
I mean, they still hold it down like that. They still tax.
Yeah.
There's under, ISIS and shit. They were like, you're either getting killed or you're paying like ridiculous taxes.
That's what it was.
If you're not a Muslim.
In the year 711 AD, the Islamic Arabs and Moors of Berber descent in northern Africa crossed the Strait of Gibraltar onto the Iberian Peninsula, and in a series of raids, they conquered Visigothic Christian Hispania. Their general, Tariq ibn Ziyad, brought most of Iberia under Islamic rule in an 8-year campaign.
So the first invasion, I'm only up to I only got to the start of the second one. First invasion, wildly unsuccessful, although it did, people started being like, yo, that's kind of sick, the crusade.
Yeah.
So then they had like the nobility, none of the kings got involved during the second one, but all of like the nobility, a lot of them were like, they were just like, look, they were opportunistic. These dudes would sell all of their shit.
Yeah.
They would sell all of their belongings and be like, let's fucking go. And go crusade, and then there was just like a bunch of the French nobility and
dude, you gotta watch Kingdom of Heaven.
I can't wait, dude.
It's fucking sick.
Is that what it's about?
Yeah.
Fuck. I can't
Orlando
wait.
Bloom, dude. Come on.
What?
Yeah.
But yeah, that's where I'm at right now in the book. The dudes are like now like the real deals are going down there to be like, all right, the guys with like actual military experience fighting the Muslims are like, we're going down there. And then they talk about all the infighting going on, and dude, the Muslims killed it, and then all started grabbing for power. Which it happens to everything.
Yeah, of course.
But yeah, that's when the Sunnis and Shiites started beefing. It's pretty sick, man. To know more. Every time I learn more about the Sunnis and Shiites, I'm like, yes.
Yeah, I always forget too.
Yes. I had no idea. I went back. The beef is that far back.
Yeah.
And then there was one.
But it's not. See, back then it wasn't that far back.
Yeah.
This is 1099 or something was the first crusade.
Yeah.
Muhammad was what, 500?
Oh no, for sure. I'm talking about now.
Oh yeah,
it's like now to then. It's like, God damn, these guys have been fighting for fucking ever. But yeah, there was one of the caliphs. He was called the Mad Caliph. He was like, dude, he apparently was crushing it, like just like sacking tons of cities, and he like got so good at that.
Yeah.
He just all of a sudden declared himself a god, and then started attacking his own people. I was like, that must have been the funniest shit in the world. Just like, what, dude? Stop!
God
no,
damn it! He
this
thinks he's
dude
a
is
god.
completely turned on his whole fucking squad.
Yeah.
It was like, dude, I'm God. I'm gonna fuck literally just everyone up now, and everyone. They probably had to like put him down, but he probably led a battle into his town.
Anytime you do that though, and you're like, I'm God, it ends. You're gonna be naked in a town square, getting like drugged by people.
Caliph al-Hakim was known for his cruelty against Jews, Christians, and Sunnis. On the night of February 12th in the year 1021, at the age of 35, al-Hakim left his room, supposedly to go to the hills on the outskirts of Cairo. However, he was never seen again. A search found only his horse and blood-stained garments. His disappearance has remained a mystery.
Well, you know they say lended to the militarization of Christianity.
What is it?
Was taking in the pagan hordes. So they were converting all these pagan guys, and they were like back then they're highly militarized people, and a lot of these like Christian lords were like, yeah, I could kind of use a little bit of that for my.
Yeah, we need these fucking forest retards.
Yeah, you can kill people literally.
Yeah.
Yeah, you guys can still kill people. That's actually kind of sick.
Yeah, we like you guys. We're gonna put you on a boat, and we're gonna ship you down there.
Yeah.
And then you guys go nuts.
So that was they had to like, because they were like, wait, I can't attack it. That's so fucking gay. And they're like, no, you can attack. I mean, if you have like a good reason,
You're still allowed to attack people.
Fuck people up. Like we're not like, we're not against having fun or whatever. Like we're just doing our stuff.
If you lived in the woods and your whole thing was like, dude, we get to attack people.
Yeah.
And then some Christians came and were like, stop. You'd be like, dude, I can't stop.
A lot of them they're like, that fucking rule. Like, wait.
Attacking people was cool.
Apparently these dudes are pretty wooed over by Jesus stuff. They'd be like, yeah, that's better than ours. They were like kind of like, man, that rules.
Yeah, Jesus, the message of Christ usually works.
They're like, wait, somebody loves me?
They're like, yeah, we can just be nice to each other and stop all this attacking.
Yeah.
That had to be tough though, because there were definitely societies that based their entire identity around attack.
The Turks, bro.
Yeah.
Turks at first, dude. The Turks, their big thing was they had two strategies.
Turks have been pretty nasty throughout history.
Dude, total encirclement. They would just totally encircle whoever they were. That was their one military formation. Encircle, shoot bows and arrows, and then just fuck them up. Or they were famous for fake retreats. They would fake retreat.
Yeah.
Let them break formation. Then
you like that swarm, that circle with the arrows?
Yeah, dude.
It's pretty tight.
Dude, they could shoot those arrows 300 yards back then.
Really?
Yeah.
That's exciting.
So could the English. Or the Christians.
Longbowmen.
Longbowmen. 300 fucking yards.
Get the British longbowmen out.
300 yards, dude.
Dude, if you only gamed like I did, you'd know all these things. If you play with the Turks in medieval Total War, you can hit the circle. That's a move you can do.
That was their two moves.
Yeah. If you watched Kingdom of Heaven, you'll see them hit the circle.
Really?
You'll go, God.
So
damn,
they're all they were ponies,
nice.
Circles. They were all speed.
Yeah.
So they had a West Coast fucking offense.
It was a West Coast offense.
Ponies, speed.
And the dumbass Crusaders thought they could wear all their bullshit armor, make it in the desert.
They talk about that too.
Bro, it's not going to work
They talk about how heavy. They said their broadsword was more of a bludgeoning instrument than like an actual thing to cut people up with. They had a heavy piece of steel that was like kind of like a butter knife that they'd be like, whack!
Fucking smack it, dude.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah. What about Barbarossa? When was Barbarossa? And who was it? One dude just in the desert just ran straight into the water. They like got to an oasis and he got in the water and drowned.
What?
They were wearing armor.
Yeah, that sucks. I was hearing about it was. And that chainmail didn't. If something was like really sharp, it would just cut them. It would fuck them up. Like only if someone like went by and like nicked them, it would help them from that. But if they got like just hit with a fucking sharp sword, it went right through it.
Oh man, now I just want to watch Kingdom of Heaven.
Yeah, we should. Yeah, it's not a bad preparation. But yeah, dude, the book so far has been really, really good. That's my favorite time period, dude.
Yeah.
Like 11, 12, 13, 14.
That's when it gets gay for me. Once you get into like the Renaissance and shit.
Well, for sure. But know what's crazy though is like, holy fuck, you're telling me between 1400 and 1700, the amount of advancement was blinding.
Yeah, it was crazy.
Between 14 and 1700 was insane.
Yeah. And then think about now.
Dude, that's what
now is ridiculous.
That's what I got tripped up on. I was like, oh my god, that's the exponential curve.
Yeah.
Of like 1400s, 1700s, 21, whatever fucking year it is. I always embarrassingly forget. I've been on 2023 forever. I'm like, I signed everything 2023 and like, bro, it's 2022. Can you fix it?
Yeah, I'm there too. I get confused by that. What is it, Sean?
They said it was Barbarossa who drowned, and
it was Barbarossa.
He had such a long journey, and then he ended up just drowning.
He wanted a drink, and he got in the water, and he fucking drowned like a dumbass, dude.
He's like my dog Jack. My dog Jackson will drown if you put him in water.
1190.
He'll go into the water and start to drown. He has to be safe.
It was 1190. Was it the Fourth Crusade? What the hell was that? What was he doing down there?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, I wish I read more. The book's long as fuck, dude.
Yeah, I got hit with guns.
23
guns,
hours
germs,
left.
and steel last night.
Did you?
Yeah, was talking about the Aborigines.
What about them?
They were in the Stone Age.
Were they really?
Yeah, they were stuck in the Stone Age.
Jesus Christ!
When they were found, they were in the Stone Age.
That stinks, man.
So Frederick Barbarossa participated in the Third Crusade from 1189 to 1192. After having left much of Anatolia behind, he drowned on the 10th of June in 1190 in the Salев River, what is Goksu River today. There are some discrepancies in the historical accounts of how exactly Frederick Barbarossa drowned, but the main idea is that he was so thirsty he went for water and just fell in, and because of the weight of his armor, drowned. So that was all for today. As always, I will put all the links to Matt and Shane's secret podcast down below in the description, both their YouTube channel and their Patreon. So go and check it out and show the dogs some love. Now if you have any suggestions for upcoming videos, put them down in the comments below and I'll check them out. Thank you for watching, and I hope to see you again here at Comic History Tales.
This guy's giving like a multiple account of like, here's what's going on in the Muslim world, here's what's going on in the Christian world.
Yeah.
He calls it the Latin world the whole time, but... So apparently the fucking French, man, are apparently at the center of this.
The frogs were over there.
The frogs are big time, bro. Because he said
Guy de Lucien or whatever in there.
Yeah, the one there was the, was that the guy you're saying?
That was in the movie. Kingdom of Heaven. You get to the Knights Templar?
Not yet. This is they tease you with the Lionheart. They hit you with a little bit of Lionheart, which I'm like, all right, I'm ready for that.
What's going on, guys, and welcome back here at Comic History Tales. Today we're going to be listening to a segment from Matt and Shane's secret podcast. I will leave all links to their podcast down below, so definitely go and check them out. Today's topic of discussion are the Crusades. If you don't know what the Crusades are, they were a series of military expeditions initiated by Christians from Europe to fight Muslims over the Holy Land, aka Jerusalem. The first crusade was in 1095 and it ended in 1291. In total, there were 8 major crusade expeditions. Now let's go and listen to what Matt McCusker and Shane Gillis have to say about this.
But they so they go in and there's just these dukes. Who dat?
I don't know.
There's these they're explaining like how there was just these knights who were like, they were like, you know, they're not like the king, but there's just these disparate bands of just like military royalty.
Yeah.
That just rolled around, what you were saying earlier, on basically ponies.
Yeah.
And they were just there. They would just like sit around and
just
like
to
live
reiterate,
off
the horses weren't big.
Tiny horses.
They rode ponies.
Ponies,
back
dude,
then.
armored ponies.
Yeah.
And like if you were like, there would just be these knights kicking around on like land, like, you know, with their vassals and shit, and they'd get hired every now and again to just like charge some dude on a pony.
Yeah.
Because that was like if you were trying to fight, a dude would just come run you over with a pony, and then he'd be like, all right,
dude,
fucking, I'll pay the king or whatever what I owe him. And they're like, you better, I'll fucking kill you.
Have you seen Kingdom of Heaven?
No.
Yo, you're gonna love it.
I can't wait.
It's fucking tight.
Do they keep it pony?
Ridley Scott, dude.
Does he keep it fucking?
Nah, he doesn't keep it 100 on the ponies.
Come on, man. Nobody does. Nobody does.
Yeah, you can't do the Braveheart speech on a pony.
Why, dude?
You can't.
Just, dude, it's such an important detail
It
of
is.
the time.
It's very important.
And they were crazy expensive. To have a pony was like unheard of. Like no one else could afford a pony. So you're a knight. You're on your pony, and you had 4 servants.
Although
that could
I know
also
the
fight.
Arabs may have had stallions. They may have had.
I think they were on at least in the beginning. I think they're still on.
ponied
They're
up?
on ponies as
Okay.
well. So it's pony on pony attack.
The majority of medieval horses, including those used in war, had a height of 4 foot and 10 inches, which is the maximum height of a pony today.
There's nothing you can do.
But
about
so they
it.
have these guys in the Christian world. It's just the knights kicking around, doing their thing. And there's this one guy from France who was just he was a Frank. This is like 1000. So I don't think it was France was barely even started yet. It was just the Franks people. But he his name was like Smooth Folk or something. I forget the guy's name, but he was a brutal fucking duke and warlord. And he was just fucking people up. And then like towards the end of his life, he was like, he got really into Catholicism or Christianity, Roman Catholic church. So he was like, back then, in order to like make up for your murderous deeds, they would go on these like epic pilgrimages to like Jerusalem. They're saying that's a huge part of how it started. So Pope Urban Pope Gregory started it off as basically you had these like rich elite dudes going into the Holy Land. This guy's like a warlord, and he's like, why the fuck are Muslims in charge of this? This fucking sucks.
Yeah.
And they were saying they were getting unfairly taxed because they said it's unclear who really started the aggression, because the Christian account is like Pope Urban gave this huge speech in France being like, dude, they want to tax you so bad that like they're worried people are swallowing gold. So if they suspect you of smuggling gold by swallowing it, they'll cut you open and open up your insides to fucking look into what nature has kept hidden, dude. So that's the Christians were coming through,
Yeah.
like, yo, they're slaughtering Christians. There was one lord who was going over on these pilgrimages who apparently had his eye pulled out.
Yeah.
They said it was like an apocryphal tale, but he carried his eye back to be like, yo, fuck Muslims, dude, look what they did to my eye.
Yeah.
So all these dudes were getting. So they had these like.
He was like, this used to be in my fucking head.
But a fucking Muslim
and
ripped
a
it
Muslim ripped out my fucking eye.
because he refused to pay taxes.
Get your swords, dude. We're going back.
They'd be like, we're going on holy. These guys were like never taking shit ever in their life.
Yeah.
They were just in charge of it, basically everything and everyone they knew. They're like, all right, time for pilgrimage, and they'd go through the towns. I'm like, and they'd be like, the fuck are you? And they'd pull a sword to them. I'd be like, give me half your shit. And they'd be like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
So these dudes were just running into buzzsaws. So they'd come back and be like, yo, fuck those guys.
Dude, does it get into the fact that Muhammad never set foot in Jerusalem? Ever?
I thought they said that's where he ascended from.
Yeah, they yap about it. They made that up.
But he never did.
They just were like, no, this is ours. This is where Muhammad came. They were like, dude, Muhammad was never here. They're like, yeah.
Really?
This is ours. Jerusalem's ours. It's like,
They didn't.
bro,
So they didn't get into that.
the Dome of the Rock? Look into it.
Really?
Yeah, they fibbed, dude. They said he teleported to Jerusalem and then he ascended. It's like, dude, you guys are lying. You're cheating to get Jerusalem.
So Muslims believe that Muhammad was transported to Jerusalem during his night journey. The Quran describes how the Prophet was taken by the miraculous steed Burak from the great mosque of Mecca to Al-Aqsa, the farthest place of prayer, where he prayed and then to visit heaven in a single night in the year 621.
It's obviously Catholics.
I would agree. Do is give it up. The least they can do is give it up.
The Muslims have no say.
Dude.
Other than it is in the Arab world.
Dude, I don't
Other
wanna
than
go-
it is on their land.
True.
But
I don't want to, but dude, they kind of Sprite remixed of religion.
they did.
And I know I was with Christianity.
We already had Coke.
We had Coke.
Coca-Cola. They were
Sprite
like,
remixed.
no, Coke Zero. We were like, dude, you guys need to shut the fuck up.
Dude, they really did mishmash deal, and we
I
got
thought, I could be completely wrong, but I thought Islam came out of Muhammad being like, I think he was a general, but it
Yeah.
was kind of like because he lived in a heavy trade area,
Mhm.
and he kind of came up with like codes of how to, like, it was good. It was like a moral way to make sure everything was cool with trading and how to operate and all that shit. I forget.
He
And
went
then
by he went by the way of the sword towards the end.
Yeah, he did.
I heard a similar thing where, like, if you read the beginning of it, it's like, man, this is great. What beautiful verses. And then he apparently really dialed it up of like, yo, by the way.
Well, he was a man.
He
That's
was
the
a
thing.
man. He was a man.
He was a man. That's the
Yeah.
thing. They were,
He was just a dude who
he
then,
was a dude.
then teleported.
He could
though.
fall to it.
Then he teleported.
He did teleport and ride up on a chariot or some shit.
Yeah. So that did
But
happen.
we worship a god, dude.
That's what I'm saying.
Jesus was not. I mean, he was a man, of
He
course.
was a man.
But he was
There-
the Holy Trinity.
There is there's a heresy stating that Jesus was a man. Obviously, he got kicked out of the Catholic Church. One of the heresies, dude, there's a ton of
Yeah.
heresies. One of them was that Jesus was just a dude who got just like taken over by the Spirit of God,
Yeah.
and then as soon as he died on the cross, it just went up, and that was that. And Pope was like, "Fucking," there was a bunch of dudes like, "No fucking way, dude.
Yeah.
Bullshit. Get him out of here.
Set him on fire.
Get him the fuck out of here.
Do something bad to him.
Just dressed like maniacs.
Just like a moron.
Bull fucking shit, dude. That didn't happen.
Yeah.
Get the fuck out of here.
Think of the worst thing ever and do it to him. Get him out of here. Rip his fucking tongue out.
Yeah, they just were like, yeah, exactly. It came up with like a Muslim code. Here's what we're gonna do, and then like, yo, and in terms of like, yeah, dude, actually, like Abraham was kind of sick, Jesus was kind of sick. That was like, but then it became like, genuinely like a militant.
Yeah.
And this is what they're arguing. Like, the military shit was built into Muslim theology. That
Yeah.
was like an easy. There was no big quarrels to get into that.
Yeah.
Although he was arguing like they really weren't that interested because they had already like basically the Muslim Empire had just been established and smashed.
Yeah, it was
through
dominating.
But then
Yeah.
it fell apart to infighting. That the Sunnis and Shiites go back that far.
Yeah, I know.
I didn't
They-
know that.
They disagree on, it was on Muhammad's successor.
Oh, exactly, dude.
Yeah.
On Fatima, they were like, I'm
Yeah.
related to Fatima, his wife or niece or whatever. I'm related to
Yeah,
all the
they're still going.
caliphs.
The Sunnis and Shiites are still bickering.
That was based on who was related to fucking Muhammad, which is
Yeah.
crazy.
Yeah.
I had no idea that's what that was.
Oh, really?
No clue.
Yeah.
It went back that far.
Yeah.
They're like, fuck you, dude.
Iran and Saudi Arabia are still tearing the world apart because of that. Because they're like, dude, that was his uncle. It's like, nah,
You fool.
you fucking fool.
Well, the funny part was, and this is what I didn't realize.
And it's definitely Saudi Arabia and Iran tearing the world apart, not us.
So after the death of Muhammad in 632 AD, the Muslim world would split into two camps. the Sunnis, who believed that the caliphs of the Islamic community should be chosen by consensus, and a second group, the Shia, who believed that Muhammad's successors should be members of his own family. So that was all for today. As always, I will put all the links to Matt and Shane's secret podcast down below in the description, both their YouTube channel and their Patreon. So go and check it out and show the dogs some love. Now, if you have any suggestions for upcoming videos, put them down in the comments below and I'll check them out. Thank you for watching, and I hope to see you again here at Comic History Tales.
Washington, dude.
Yeah.
What do you guys know about him? What do you say?
I mean, Washington is
Never
like
lied.
a transitionary guy because he was so British. He was a British general. He wasn't like a, he wasn't born in the America. He didn't create America. It wasn't even his idea.
Yeah.
He was just a tool of. He was the first general president.
No, he was born in the U.S.
No, I know, but he wasn't like he was a Brit. He fought
in the French and Indian War as a British.
Yeah,
yeah.
He's a lord.
He
Wasn't
actually kind of sucked in that.
In that war,
in fact, also kind of
everybody sucked in the wars. Though.
Everything he did was
It
retreating.
was luck to win anything. Then,
yeah, he was good at retreating. That was like his number one.
It's an important thing to be
which
good
is
at.
very good in war. They don't
Otherwise,
teach
you
that.
lose once. He would fight again because he retreated so well.
Yeah,
It's pretty tight though. Show up, be like, nah, and
Yeah.
just run away. I'm like, nice.
If you're interested in some additional information about this topic, you can pause the video right now.
1789. That's when he started.
Well, most of the guys, it was so hard. Like a lot of the army didn't want to be there and didn't have to be there. It's crazy. Like 1776, the year that Washington did all that insane shit. It's crazy that people kept expecting the army to flee.
Yeah,
but they hung in there with little. It's not like they were like, we're making America that's coming later.
Yeah,
they had no fucking idea. So he's as good as they were, basically. And it's not, like you picture him on this horse, like talking, but no, most of them didn't even look at the guy. They didn't see him. Like in the movies when they show a guy making a speech to a whole army, and there's 3 guys can hear him.
It's impossible.
And the rest are like, what's even happening? And they're all shitting on
it's
the
like
ground.
Braveheart
They're
when
all
he's giving the
dying of-
speech. The only people that can hear him are like, shut up.
Yes,
The
yeah.
two dudes are like,
Yeah,
the
yeah.
English are too many.
The English are too many.
Home.
Yes, we will live.
Yeah. We will live.
That's a good
All right.
point. I never thought about that.
Yeah.
No one heard those.
No one
speeches.
No one heard any of their speeches, so it was really these guys all got together. I don't know. They got
stood
together.
there.
They decided to just keep doing it.
Oh,
I don't want to spend too much time on Washington.
Yeah, Washington. I was
played
never that.
out.
I never really. I mean, the great thing he did was leaving when it was time to go.
Yeah.
It was like the thing because a lot of them wanted him to be king.
Yeah.
And a lot of them wanted him to be permanent. He's the one who said the thing where they wanted him to be Adams.
Yeah,
wanted
Adams.
him to be Your Majesty or Your Excellency.
Yeah. They went by His Excellency.
And he said, Mr. President.
No.
What?
Jefferson was the first Mr. President.
Yeah, but Washington wanted Mr. President.
Washington went with His Excellency because Adams had this long one. His Majesty, all this shit.
What?
Washington kept His Excellency.
According to the HBO series about John Adams,
Yeah, but I looked into it.
Washington said, I want Mr. President.
Maybe he did, but he went by His Excellency.
Again, if you want some extra information, pause the video right now.
Therefore, the reason he did it was because he didn't want to shake people's hands. And back then, that kind of...
Because he was like Howie Mandel?
Yeah, he was like, he'd rather just
He was
have
a
people
germaphobe?
bow. I don't think he was a germaphobe as much as he just was like, this does command some respect. When did they set term limits? I didn't even look into that because he just left.
Right, he was the first one to go. I could stay, but let's
he's
get
like,
this
I'm done.
going. Let's get this started.
Yeah.
Term limits actually weren't a thing until February of 1951.
There's some famous moment where he was speaking to the Congress and they were trying to get him to king himself. And he was apparently really vain about that he wore glasses, so no one ever saw him with glasses on. And so the moment that's supposed to be this shocking moment was that he took out his glasses and put them on and he said, like, I fear I didn't see you for what you are. That was supposed to be this big moment. I like to think that if he did, like he was really hoping if he missed, he's like, I fear I didn't see. And they're all like, yeah, you wear glasses. We all, you know what I'm saying though?
Yeah.
Like he keyed the whole thing on this moment. See what I'm saying? And they're like, George.
Yeah, it's also a good moment for him to be like, yeah, you're right. You should not.
How
be
do you
king.
turn down
You're
king
trying to do
status?
funny
though?
jokes.
What?
How do you turn down? Like
That's what
you
makes
should
him
be
the
king, and you're like,
That's what makes
no.
him the man, dude.
That's wild, dude.
That's what makes him.
Well, also he wasn't. Again, none of these people knew the future. He didn't know that he was giving away the keys to later nuclear war America.
True. Yeah.
He thought we were a dumb fucking like what?
Yeah, and these were all separate colonies.
Like if Louisiana became a separate nation, the first president of Louisiana might be like, "You guys, I'll do one term.
Yeah, I'm
It's
done.
good. I don't need to like hang in there."
All right,
So-
Adams.
John Adams was born on October 30th, 1735 in Massachusetts. He was the second U.S. president from 1797 until 1801. He was a leader of the American Revolution that eventually achieved independence from Great Britain.
Okay, Adams was like my favorite of those guys. Of
I
the
like
founding
Adams
fathers.
I like
dudes.
Adams from the show. I loved him in that. He was great, Paul Giamatti.
Well, I
As
read his biography. I listened to it. I don't read
As a
anything.
president,
counts.
Oh, he was not a great president.
Not at all.
It shows everybody's got these different kind of strengths. He was a great framer. He was one of the guys. He did many very important and gutsy things. And he was also the only one of those guys who was not rich. He was a poor farmer. He was his education changed his life. He's like one of the first Americans who had that experience, where he was, had a decent farm, but not much, but he made his brain work, and he excelled and passed that on to his son, who we'll talk about.
He
John
fucking
Quince.
ruled in the revolution.
Yeah.
Adams was the man.
Adams
Trying to
was
stick
the
to
man,
his-
and because these other guys, fucking Benjamin Franklin was just a giant perverted asshole.
Benjamin Franklin was born on January 17th of 1706 in Boston, Massachusetts. Benjamin Franklin is credited with drafting the Declaration of Independence and the American Constitution.
I loved him.
Oh, he was great. And all these guys
Yeah.
are great. I'm not judging any of them, but he was of limited use because he was intrigued by America, but he didn't give a shit.
Yeah.
He never would have shed any blood or sweat or tears for the country. He just was interested, and he had a huge brain. So he'd lend it when he felt like. He was also full of shit, like he was supposedly invented electricity, but some other guy, he saw a guy in his own autobiography.
What?
Hold on
He
a
saw.
second.
He
I
never
just watched
faked
Ken
anything.
Burns on him. I'm pumped on him right now.
Okay, so he saw a guy do the kite.
What?
And he was like, "That's cool," and he paid the guy for like the license to the gag, and then he got one of his sons to do it, to go around doing it for money. It was just a thing that he picked up other people's ideas, which is its own thing.
He also, all of his inventions he would never patent, which is
Really?
pretty sick. He was like, all my inventions are for everybody.
Yeah, he was
Tight.
for what do you call it? Open source.
Open source.
But
yeah.
he did get a little jealous because all of a sudden, because he was the man.
Yeah.
He was the American that everybody loved.
Be
and
frank.
then then Washington became the man.
The general.
Like the French were like, General Washington's the guy. So he got a little, he was a fame hungry.
Did you ever read his
Yeah.
autobiography?
No.
It's amazing because he has no judgment of himself. So he's the only, like, a lot of people that write autobiographies, it's kind of careful. But like he tells this story about he was living in London and there was a guy who worked for him, kind of like a half tradesman kind of guy who he befriended. And the guy had a woman he wanted to marry, a maiden, but he didn't have a position and he didn't have his own home yet. So, and his mother didn't want, I don't remember all the logistics, but it was that that he asked Benjamin if he could move his wife into his house so that they could marry. And he said,
Yikes.
sure. And he said, and she moved into my home. And then I took it of my pleasure to,
Fucked her.
to partake of her sexually. And she, spurned my advances. So I threw her out. And that was the end of their marriage. And I never saw him again. He was real upset, and I never saw him again. But I know both their lives were destroyed. And then in May, I met this other guy. Like, he just talks. He did awful things to people, and didn't give a shit.
Yeah, there's some pretty sick quotes about slavery too. That he was like, I am racist. Like, he was one of the first, if not the only founding father to like constantly be like, I am bigoted.
Right.
None of them, everyone else was like, this is the law.
Everybody was like, Ben.
Yeah, shut the.
This is it's economics.
You're trying to fuck
it's
this
not
up.
about
He's like,
race. And he's like,
something's
oh, it's
wrong.
totally about race.
Yeah, they were writing the Constitution like, look, our hands are tied. We can't do
Dude,
anything.
they had to
now.
drag it out.
We can't do
So he
anything.
was when he showed focus, he was of use to like the revolution, and the same with Jefferson.
Thomas Jefferson was born on April 13, 1743 in Virginia. He was the third U.S. president, and his presidency was from 1801 until 1809. Thomas Jefferson was the primary author of the Declaration of Independence.
Jefferson was like a depressive fucking freak, and so he would just like leave Washington. Yeah. He would just go like, my wife is dead, whatever bullshit. And he would get on his horse and just leave, because also he was a man of great wealth, and he had his life in Monticello and in Virginia was, we'll get to him, but the point is that Adams was just a doggedly hard-working. He was the only one who worked constantly.
Yeah.
And it was really the three of them in Madison, but he was the guy who did the hardest work to get this shit started.
Yeah.
He also apologized for cursing.
Adams?
In one of his things, he's like, I lament to admit that I sometimes cursed, which I feel shameful about.
Also, when Adams did his did the Constitution of Massachusetts, the Constitution of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts is like the most liberal document in the world, because Adams was like, he's like, I'm going to get it right. Everything that I couldn't get done in the American Constitution, I'm doing in this.
Again, if you want some extra information, pause the video right now.
Hold on, I got what Adams did while he was in office. He was worried that his logic was another country could just come take this at any moment. So he came up with the Alien and Sedition Act, which meant if you talk shit on the government, we can jail you. So he started arresting journalists. He started
he was the first liberal who got befuddled by guys that back then it was another Democrat. It was Jefferson.
Yeah,
going like whatever it takes to win.
Yeah,
it's always been like the different parts of American democracy, the different kinds of people. The people who are like, we got to get this right. We got to sell our good ideas and convince people we're right. But then the other guys who are like, we just got to take office. We just need to win. And nerds lose that fight. Adams was the first one-term nerd president. There's a few of them.
Yes, you're exactly right.
Bush the first is another one.
He's a one-term guy. He was from 97 to 01.
Yep.
Let's move to Jefferson.
He's number 3.
That's 01 to 09. He was a two-term guy. Adams was a Federalist. Washington was obviously independent. Jefferson was a Democratic Republican. He was the first Mr. President. Right when he got in, the French and the British started going to war. So everybody in America was like, fuck England. Also, France just helped us.
Yeah.
Fuck England. Let's join it. And he was.
He loved the French. He loved the revolution in French.
Yeah, he did.
The Adams didn't, because it was bloody and horrible.
And he didn't like the French.
He didn't. And Jefferson loved the revolution, and he had all his friends over there. He spent a lot of his life there.
Yeah. But Americans started being like, fuck England. Let's join France in the war. He was the only one with the foresight to be like, we have 40 guys in our military and 3 boats.
Yeah.
Let's shut the fuck up.
Let's not.
So he declared neutrality, and everybody called him a pussy. Then England started blocking his like fucking ships. I think he might have been the one who said, we're just not going to trade with either of them. So then the American economy just plummeted. England started just saying, if you're not trading with us, we're just going to confiscate your ships, kidnap all the sailors, make them join the British Navy.
What?
So he was getting punked by England.
You're talking about Jefferson. Well, it's interesting because Adams, what ended his presidency was a fake rumor that Jefferson started, that Adams was trying to start a war with and start a navy and do all this stuff, and it was all fake. But then it ended up kind of haunting Jefferson, because the truth about all that ended up fucking him a lot.
Huh.
One thing interesting about Jefferson is because he's so famous for having had a slave and having had like 50,000 slaves, or whatever, not that many. And having had children with his slave, and I don't think he ever even gave her freedom. He didn't free
the kids.
He didn't free a couple. I think he freed a couple.
He freed 2.
Yeah,
and the rest he kept enslaved until he died.
Thomas Jefferson owned more than 600 slaves over the span of his lifetime. He fathered children with his slave Sally Hemings, 6 in total, 4 of them surviving to adulthood. Out of those 4, he freed 2 of them, and in his will, later after his death, he freed the other 2.
And what was interesting about them.
Damn, he did the ultimate because I said so.
Is so like that. Can I stop being a slave? He's like, no. I said no. They were like white.
Really?
His slave children, the woman that he
Sally.
had kids with, Sally,
Yeah.
was like half white. Or like was very light skinned.
Yeah, I think her mother, because her mother was in his family for a long time.
And his dad was fucking like.
Yes.
I mean, it was like.
What?
She was kind of a product of his father.
I'm not sure about that. I'm not sure
yeah.
about that. But it's
Something
but an
wild,
interesting
dude.
thing about him in terms of slavery and American politics is that his first elected position was in the Virginia legislature. He was like a House of Reps guy in Virginia, and the very first thing he ever did as a politician was to propose a bill in the Virginia government to abolish slavery in the state of Virginia. It was the first thing he did.
Whoa.
Of course, it got shot down, but it was his desire and his dream.
Yeah, because he was big on that with the French Revolution.
Yes,
With
and
Lafayette and yeah.
Yes, and all of these early guys wanted slavery out, but there was no way the South was going to do it.
Yeah,
and they wanted the Southern because the choice was to have like just 2 countries or 4 countries over here, or have a unified country and just deal with it.
Yeah,
we're going to have slavery, but create a framework.
Yeah,
where in the future, when it becomes possible, when things change, when things get more modern, we can get rid of it in the future.
And I could be wrong, but I think the North had abolished slavery early, like 1806, which is while Jefferson's in office. I could be wrong.
I don't know.
It was around the exact same time as England. In fact, maybe before.
really?
The North. We were right. Us Northerners, we got it right.
Pennsylvania was the first state to abolish slavery in 1780, and by 1804 all northern states had voted to abolish slavery. As a comparison, England only abolished slavery in 1834.
A fun Jefferson story that I like is that when he was in Paris, he had this woman, a girlfriend named something Causeway or something. His wife died when he was pretty young, and she made him promise on her deathbed that he would never have another woman, which is a horrible thing to do.
Yeah, fuck,
to
man.
a young man that you're fucking.
Yeah, it's like
not even somebody to take care of the kids they had.
It's like, no, I promise.
Yeah, I know, but he's
oh, for sure.
So it was part of the reason that all of it, including Sally Hemings, that his loves were all secret because he was ashamed of every woman that he loved after that.
That's hot.
And so there was a woman in Paris. She was a British painter, and her husband. She was a woman. She was married, but she was a painter, and she fell in love with Thomas Jefferson, and they were very much in love with each other. But then the way they broke up was very funny to me because he wrote her these beautiful letters. She was in love with him. He was in love with her. But then the French, when he was leaving France, they wanted a great portrait of him to put in the National Gallery. And they said to him, you can choose any painter in the world. And he was like, no, I want, a real guy. His girlfriend was like, why not me? And he's like, baby, come on. I mean,
Like, you're good.
You're good, but you're not like fucking grown man. You're not like fucking, I'm not for history.
True. These guys were that's the weirdest thing. How history they were like knowing they were going to get sucked into history, which is crazy to think about.
So here's a good one because we got to speed up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he goes over. So Napoleon's in there in France.
Yeah.
Post revolution. This is the Louisiana Purchase. They sent James Monroe over. That was his bro. He goes to France. They thought they were negotiating the sale of just the port of New Orleans. This is all thanks in part to the fucking Haitian Revolution, which fucked France. Look into the Haitian Revolution. Yeah. It rules.
The Haitian Revolution was a series of conflicts between 1791 and 1804 to overthrow French rulers in Haiti by the Africans who had been enslaved. This created the establishment of an independent country governed by former slaves.
He gets over there. Monroe finds out, they're trying to sell all of the Louisiana, like it's from New Orleans to the Rockies to Canada. It's huge. From the Appalachians to the Rockies, basically.
In 1803, the United States purchased over 800,000 square miles of land from the French for $15 million. That equals around 4 cents an acre.
And they didn't have time to consult Congress. So Thomas Jefferson just bought it on the spot. which he was like, I abused the fuck out of my power. And that was his whole thing, is government should have no power.
Yeah.
He was against any federal...
Well, that's what Jefferson's whole life was like, doing fucked up things and then saying nobody should be able to, like, saying slavery. He's like, people that need to stop having slaves. He's fucking a slave, and it's like, somebody's got to put a stop to this.
We got to stop this.
Yeah, somebody's got to stop this. Somebody's got to stop fucking these slaves.
Yeah.
Well, Louisiana...
I wish it could be me,
got 6
but I
kids.
need to fuck this one right now.
Those arguments must have been crazy. Dude.
All right.
But yeah, that was big because that secured the southern port. And then we had
And Monroe was Secretary of State.
Monroe, yeah.
And then wasn't he the...
No, Madison's next.
Because usually the Secretary of State would end up being president.
Vice president at this point, although was Jefferson Adams?
Jefferson was Adams' vice president.
Yeah. So that's 2 straight vice presidents. Then we got James Madison.
James Madison was born on March 16, 1751 in Virginia. He was the 4th U.S. president from 1809 until 1817. He is known as the father of the Constitution.
He was a dork.
Yes.
He was a huge dork.
He was a nerd.
He was a frail, nervous, think Gerbies.
What?
He was Gerbies.
Really?
But this is sick. So basically he had the first, they said his lady was the first lady. Dolly Madison, that was like really like they would have parties at the White House. They would like try to get.
And also, he was Jefferson's mentor. He was another guy like Adams who was there all the time.
Yeah,
he was like a worker. He kept shit going, and he would write Jefferson and say in France and go, "Can you fucking come home and be president?" And Jefferson would write back and go, "I am just enjoying Paris, and I don't want to do it."
And
then he would float in and just take the fucking big job. And yeah, Madison gets 4 years, and people are like, dude, you're boring.
No,
America has never liked nerds.
Madison gets 2.
Don't touch me. Don't ever put your fucking hands on me.
I can't touch your
Don't ever
shoes
put
out
your
of respect.
Fucking hands on me.
I'm gonna grip you up.
God damn it!
Hold on. So Jefferson was shut the fuck up, guys. Shut up, guys.
Sean, get out.
Sean, don't look at me. So Madison takes some of the flack because everybody was calling Jefferson a pussy for not fighting England. So he's like, you know what? Fuck it. Let's do it.
What?
So America just declares war on England.
He nerd raged.
He nerd raged on England. England immediately marches down and burns Washington, D.C.
Burns it down.
They burnt the White House immediately.
He spaz cried.
But he spaz cries. He's like, nobody's going to call me gay. But then everybody always acts like we lost 1812 just because they burned that shitty White House.
Yeah.
So first off, Washington, D.C. was a swamp. It was literally a swamp. It was a shithole. No one lived there. War of 1812, we fucked England up.
The War of 1812 was from June of 1812 until February of 1815. The reason for the war was said to be because of disagreements over trade and the habit of the British Empire to use American men to fill up their own navy. The eventual result of the war is said to be inconclusive.
Fort McHenry, Star Spangled Banner, all that shit. Battle of New Orleans, we smashed them.
Battle of New Orleans was what's his name?
Jackson.
Jackson.
Yeah.
And Jackson, they were fighting the Battle of New Orleans. The war had been already over for a while.
Oh, really?
Yeah, the war was already settled.
Oh, yeah, they fought
the
it in
treaty was
1815.
signed.
It was in January of
And
1815.
he was still fighting.
Yeah.
Once you get to Jackson, he's fucking
He's
incredible.
wild.
Incredible.
All right. So
first Trump. He was the first Trump.
Yep.
So all of a sudden, America, that's our first war as a country.
Yeah.
So now America's not
before
just
that,
colonies.
because England was just taking pot shots. England would just park a ship outside of like a Baltimore or whatever,
They're
and
so
just start
good.
heaving fucking fireballs for no reason. Like
dickheads.
you know where do you know Hudson, New York? It's a town on the Hudson. It has a weird maritime feeling to it. It looks like Nantucket, and that's because it's all people from Nantucket. It used to be this little whaling village in Nantucket, and in the 1810s, the British would just park a ship and just set houses on fire for fucking fun.
What?
So all the people that lived in that town founded Hudson, and they would go out and whale in the ocean, and then they'd drag a whale up the Hudson River.
Holy shit.
And they would slaughter it and then send it down the river. It was a great way to send whale meat and oil down to here, New York City.
Yeah.
And that established a hub in New York, in upper New York State. Hudson became a very big, important. And that's where you ever heard of a guy named Legs Diamond? Because Diamond Street was like the first whore street.
It sounded like
Hudson became a place for farmers to bring their herds and get laid and get, just fuck and gamble and have their animals slaughtered and brought down here on boats, and then they go home.
Got paid. Damn.
Yeah.
Anyway, so that's what was going on. That's how much things like just the English, one English ship lobbing fireballs changes a ton of things.
Yeah, some
and they finally needed it to stop.
Resulted in some guy getting head. Like, I'm never going to be able to face me wife.
Me wife.
So.
Okay, so now you got...
Now we're kind of unified. That was the first time...
Madison.
The War of 1812, it was a draw. I mean, they signed a treaty after 2 years.
Nothing changed, though.
Nothing changed.
The English stopped harassing us, though.
But we declared war. They came over.
Yeah.
We kind of fucked them up, though. I looked at the casualty numbers. It was like double.
That doesn't matter in the historical
Of course. But everybody always acts like... Because they got over here and they all died of disease kind of immediately. Like, they got fucked up.
It was hard to...
And they were like, we can't afford to fight this while we're fighting the French. Truce. That brings us to Monroe.
James Monroe was born on April 28, 1758 in Virginia. He was the 5th U.S. president, and his presidency was from 1817 until 1825. He was known as the last founding father president.
Monroe was kind of the man. Monroe was the last founding father to be a president. Fought in the Revolutionary War, was at Valley Forge. He came up with the Monroe Doctrine, which is neutrality. We got the Americas. Nobody fuck with us. Because they were all worried Europe was going to Spain or Europe was going to come back and take South
that was
America.
all the source of all our problems was these other fucking European countries being involved in their wars. So he was the first guy to go,
yeah, we're never going to go get involved in their wars.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and that's kind of what they were saying was that's like the most lasting policies of any of the founding fathers was like American neutrality. Europe, you can have your wars. We're staying the fuck out. Obviously, it lasted 100 years. Added Florida. Monroe got Florida from the Spanish.
Nice.
So the reason that happened, though, was because of Jackson. Because Jackson was taking his troops to Florida, and Monroe was sending a guy on a horse, or I don't know if they had telegrams yet, but it'd take him 8 days to say, leave Florida alone. We're trying to negotiate a price. But finally, Monroe decided, we don't want Florida anymore. They're asking the Spanish owned it. We can't afford to buy it. I can't justify it. I'm not going to get it through Congress. And Jackson was writing back and saying, I'm just going to take it. I'm just going to take it militarily. I'm going to attack them. And Monroe said, no, you may not. I'm the president. You may not do that. And Jackson just ignored him.
Started attacking
and he
him.
did it. He took Florida.
President Monroe ordered Andrew Jackson to defend the U.S. border with Florida, but instead Jackson invaded Spanish West Florida on May 24th of 1818. He occupied Pensacola with his troops even after the Spanish surrendered.
And then he showed up in D.C. and was like, right? That was good, right? And Monroe's like, yes, thank you very much.
Yeah, he's like, but also I bought it.
Good job. Yeah, also I think
He
we
paid for it.
We paid for it, and it was a mess.
While Jackson was like fucking with them, the Spanish were like to Monroe, they were like, yeah, you can buy it.
He just went and killed him.
He was down fighting them, and he was like,
yeah.
Actually, you know what? Yeah, we're gonna sell it.
There's two generals that did that. Him and MacArthur did that too. Just did shit without permission.
Yeah.
And then showed up and said, right, Mr. President, wasn't that the plan
That was
all
pretty
along?
good.
And he goes, like, yes, it was the plan all along. Whatever you want. Whatever you want.
So you got that, but this is interesting because Monroe was the first part that this is where the slavery issue starts to take real issue because it was the Missouri Compromise. So Missouri was becoming a state; it was another slave state, pro-slavery.
Yeah. So every time they added a slave state, they'd have to add a free slave,
free one to make sure it was balanced.
Yeah.
So that's when we added Maine. Missouri got to be a slave state. That's it for him.
So that was it for today's video. I hope you enjoyed it. If you did, please consider subscribing, and I'll catch you on the next one.
Also, paying tithes is unfair, and we shouldn't do that anymore. And the bishop had to be like, yeah, fuck. I just lost all of my money because I took away hunting.
What's up, guys, and welcome back to the channel. Today's topic of discussion is the French Revolution. Now, the French Revolution started in 1787 and it ended in 1799. The goal of the revolution was to completely change the relationship between the rulers and those they governed. and to redefine the nature of political power. The reasons for the start of the revolution were the following. The bourgeois, a class of business owners and merchants, emerged in the late Middle Ages. They were seen as the middle class between peasants and aristocracy, and they were starting to resent their exclusion from political power. Now the second reason were that the peasants were less and less willing to support the burdensome feudal system. Now the third reason was that French participation in the American Revolution had driven the government to near bankruptcy. The fourth reason is that France was the most populous country in Europe at the time, and in 1788 there were many crop failures, which were coming on top of a long period of economic difficulties. This compounded already existing restlessness within society.
It was nice. I got a little more of the French Revolution. Dude, the Revolutions podcast is so long. It's so long. I'm listening to French Revolutions. There's like 36 episodes. And it's not, he just gives you facts. He's not Carlin, where he's like, this is this. Yeah. Imagine.
Yeah.
Imagine. This is like just a guy reading, like, this is what they did.
Just the facts.
Yeah.
So this is like the Colbert Report opposed to Alex Jones.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Gotcha. Colbert giving you straight
Not
facts.
Colbert. Corbett.
What's
it's the Colbert Report.
What's that?
It's just a guy who rambles the facts.
Oh, okay.
There's no, like, Alex Jones goes more over the top, I would say.
Yeah.
But
he's
Corbett,
a bit of a showman.
He's a big showman. Colbert is just the facts. Not Colbert.
I hear you.
Corbett. Which is funny because their names are like close enough where I'm sure people are like, I want to see what this Colbert is all about.
Yeah. Like, what?
Some dude's like, they actually never killed Baghdadi. He's been killed 17 times. He's not real. Like, okay.
Yeah. I don't know. French Revolution's pretty fun to listen to. Pretty wild.
What are they getting up to?
They just, they really acted like a bunch of pussies. The revolutionaries, like, they just really overreacted. They needed to do it gradually, and they freaked out.
They went too far.
And they're like, we're fucking liberal.
Damn.
We don't need fucking religion. And this is like we don't need kings or religion and all that shit. And they just got out of control. They all started beheading each other.
Tight.
Eventually it was a argument to see who's the most like revolutionary.
Would you be able to maybe plug that into modern day times?
Yes.
It'd be who's
very
the most woke.
Easily.
They just called it revolutionary instead.
I mean, one of the things that's really funny is
fucking kings.
They had this meeting. Basically, their Senate got together, and it was like in the wake of like revolution was happening.
Mm-hmm.
So the Senate got together to be like, here's the changes we need to make, and they thought it was going to be like kind of moderate compared to but everybody kept one-upping each other to be more like, well, no more fucking. There's one thing they had was royal hunting grounds, so like only the lords or kings could hunt. Like only the master of that land was allowed to hunt on it. Peasants could never hunt.
Yeah, you could get killed if you were hunting on there.
And so one of the priests got up and changed that. One of the bishops got on and was like, "We got to get rid of that." And one of the lords loved hunting, so he was like, "Well, fuck that." Also, paying tithes is unfair, and we shouldn't do that anymore. And the bishop had to be like, "Yeah, fuck, I just lost all of my money because I took away hunting."
So as far as the tithes go, not only did they stop paying the tithes, the French Revolution introduced a complete program of de-Christianization that was waged against all forms of Christianity. This included the destruction of statues and places of worship. During the Revolution, the church was stripped of its land and all other properties. The church was completely reorganized, with the religious people becoming state employees.
I just lost all my power.
Yeah, and then they started taking land from the church. Then they took it just got They got wild, man.
So these were people vying for the attention of the peasants, being like, "I'm rich, but I'm one of the cool rich ones."
The peasants, I don't think they cared, but they didn't give a fuck. This is all like Parisian cunts.
Oh, this is them fighting each other.
It's funny that I don't like these revolutions. Well, they aren't very likable.
Yeah.
It's fun, and there's paintings and stuff of like how glorious and cool this revolution was, of like women leading the charge, and like they ended up just cutting everyone's fucking heads off, and then Napoleon.
Yeah.
Like they just shit the bed, and then Napoleon burned Europe.
So you're telling me there's people like hundreds of years ago who had pictures painted of them protesting?
Yes.
Like Facebook profile pictures.
Yes.
Damn.
With the French flag too. That's
Oh,
funny.
that's so fucking
Yeah.
funny.
No, we've done this before.
They support France, so they're like they stood with France.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so tight.
Yeah.
That's so fucking funny.
Which, it's just the whole thing is like, it's scary to listen to. Kind of. I mean, not that I think we're going through that, but you can see where that cycle came from.
You can go through baby versions of it though.
Yeah,
I mean, we don't have
exactly.
the guillotine, but
Yeah.
it's like, what do we have instead of the guillotine? It's just the press, dude.
I got guillotined,
Yeah, exactly,
dude. They drug me out in the town square and cut my fucking head off, dude.
Yeah, that is funny though. The idea of going for people's jobs now is like
that's as close as you can get to
killing someone.
Just
yeah. It's like, I'll destroy their livelihood, and it's like, fuck yeah, dude.
Destroy their livelihood and shame them.
Yeah, it's pretty.
But yeah, the imagine like the fucking parliament, that meeting they had where they all just kind of lost control, and they like he described it as like a feverish like, well, we should also get rid of this, and they're like, yeah, and then this, and then they all woke up like the next day like, whoa, we went a little too hard on that.
Fuck,
we just changed our entire country in one meeting. Fuck.
So it was pretty disastrous.
Pretty disastrous. It's also funny, like the king and queen kept trying to like escape. They were like held hostage in Paris.
King Philip?
It was King Louis.
King Louis,
King Louis. Louis and Marie Antoinette.
Oh, right.
And everybody didn't like Marie Antoinette because she was a Hua and she was Austrian. So they didn't really like her. The French didn't like her. So they were excited to fucking get her on the guillotine. They'd been waiting for that.
They heard she was. That must piss you off. If your queen, first of all, if your queen's Austrian,
yeah,
that'll piss me. That'd piss me
they
off.
didn't. Yeah, they had been like at wars with Austria forever.
Call me what you will, dude, but I do not like Austrian fucking royalty.
Yeah, that's one thing I'll stand against.
I'll be willing to throw that out. I'll throw my hat in the ring on that.
Yeah,
Austrian royalty.
It
pisses
boils my blood, dude.
me the fuck
I
off.
Yeah.
And then they're being slutty too.
Slutty Austrian.
Now you're slapping me in the
royalty?
fucking face, dude. I support that.
Yeah.
What did they? Didn't they like hang her by her nipples or something?
Yes. And she came. They're like, this will teach this slut a lesson. And then they hung her, and she was like, oh yeah, yeah, keep doing it, yeah.
So the king get out?
No, they got it.
Oh yeah, he got beheaded.
Everybody got it.
They got the guillotine.
They got everybody, bro.
So
everybody.
Marie Antoinette got guillotined.
Well, they kept trying to escape, which was really funny, and they couldn't do it. They always fucked up. They all fucked up. Everybody's retarded in the story. Everyone across the board just fucks up nonstop.
Did they Did they do like the classic like cloak in the middle of the night?
They tried to have like servants dressed as them go out. They had one guy. This was a good idea for King Louis to escape. They had a guy dressed as like this diplomat coming in and out every night of the palace, just as wearing a ridiculous outfit.
Sure.
Every night, and then finally it was Louis the last night, and it got out. But then Marie Antoinette fucked up, and they had to cancel that attempt. But so the whole thing.
She called him back, like.
So they were in Versailles.
She was like.
Yeah, she just like I don't know. There's a lot to it.
Yeah.
She ran into Lafayette on the way out, got scared, was late. There was no communication.
Oh, so he couldn't leave. He
left separate than her, and then she was
he was
late.
gone.
Louis was out. He was like, "Fuck yeah, we did it. We can get out of this fucking shitty country." And then his bae was,
I don't know.
I fucking was late. What? It's like, God damn it, we're gonna get our fucking heads cut off. You gotta fucking get out here.
Oh, so you're blaming this on me?
So it's my fault again. It's like, yes, dude, I was outside.
I didn't know you were fucking Austrian.
Get us fucking killed.
It was said that the escape of King Louis XVI and Marie Antoinette failed because of multiple delays, including Lafayette coming in and talking to the king for a long time right when he was supposed to leave. And Marie Antoinette left as planned, but then she spent several minutes wandering, lost in the streets, before eventually locating the carriage. The royal family's unsuccessful escape from Paris on the night of June 20th, 1791, undermined the credibility of the king as a constitutional monarch, and it eventually led to the execution of King Louis and Marie Antoinette.
That sucks.
There's also a dude named Lafayette. Lafayette, that's a fucking man.
What'd he do?
He was part of the American Revolution. He like was boys with Washington. He came over to help with that, and then he was like the head. I mean, he was in the French Revolution too.
Did they do that to strictly
Pretty
piss
sick.
the English off? To help us?
Not to piss them off, but to beat them.
To be like, fuck you guys.
Yeah. To be like at war, like yeah.
That's tight.
Yeah.
Do you think the English may have fucking popped down and been like, yo, you guys, you know what you guys need?
just cutting the fucking heads off of them? No, because they have a monarchy.
Gotcha.
They had one too at the time, so they were a little like
right.
They weren't too happy about the French Revolution. The king was like, "Holy shit, what are they doing down there? They're cutting their fucking heads off."
He's probably doing new law. He's like, new law. You guys can't cut my fucking head off, dude. I'll cut your fucking head off.
It's fun to listen to like really like cool historical things that just ends with people getting their fucking heads cut off. It's like
awesome.
It's funny that it all just divulges into just like, oh yeah, and then we just fucking killed everyone.
I just love how it all starts with like a couple people were in a bar and be like, you know what's fucking bullshit?
Always, yeah, like a beer hall, somebody stands on a table and is like, I'm not paying this fucking salt tax. It's just that conversation ends with some guy cutting a lady's head off in a square.
Some dude puts a hot status in the beer hall and everyone's like, dude. Fuck yeah, dude, fuck yeah.
They would really like they would cut people's fucking heads off and like parade them around town.
Yeah, it's fucking rules,
it's
dude.
Crazy.
That's so funny. You walk around like,
yeah, we got that motherfucker.
Like, fuck
they did it like to guards. They would just capture 2 guards, cut their heads off, and run around.
Was the guillotine new?
I think so.
That must have been tight.
I think so.
It must have been tight when they came out. There's newer and newer issues of them. Like, did you see that?
Yeah,
new guillotine?
they were using the guillotine recently in France. Not like now, but they would like execute prisoners. That was the death penalty.
Yeah, didn't they do that? Like,
I think in the 20th century.
Yeah,
which is tight.
There was the last guillotine. I think
I would go guillotine.
Yeah, the guillotine was also a woke thing. It was like really, it's supposed to be like kind of an immaculate, clean, like humane way to kill somebody.
Yeah, who knows? Maybe lethal injection hurts like fuck.
Yeah, or back then was like whatever the fuck.
Back then, yeah. I mean, firing squad would suck.
Yeah, they were like they guess they like just were like, you know what? No, it's cool. Mouse traps.
Yeah,
let's put someone in a fucking mouse trap.
Yeah.
During the so-called Reign of Terror, Maximilien de Robespierre made it his duty to seek out anyone who disagreed with the revolution, or even criticized it. Those who were found guilty were thrown into prison or guillotined. Historians estimate that between 15,000 and 17,000 people were guillotined during the French Revolution, including King Louis XVI and Marie Antoinette. The last time the guillotine was used in France was on September 10th of 1977. So that was all for today. As always, I'll leave a link to Managing's Secret Podcast down below, so definitely go and check them out. If you like this video, please consider subscribing to the channel, and I hope to see you again in the future. What's going on, guys, and welcome back to the channel with another video. Today's topic of discussion will be the Vietnam War. So the Vietnam War was a conflict in Vietnam, Laos and Cambodia. The war started on the 1st of November of 1955 and it ended with the fall of Saigon on the 30th of April of 1975. It was the second of the Indochina Wars and it was a major conflict in the Cold War. The United States under President Eisenhower entered Vietnam with the principal purpose of preventing a communist takeover of the country. In that respect, they failed because North and South Vietnam united under the communist banner in July of 1976. The neighboring countries of Laos and Cambodia also fell to communism. There were 5 different US presidents over the course of the Vietnam War, including Eisenhower, Truman, Kennedy, Johnson and Nixon. Each president during their presidency expressed doubts in private about America's involvement, but none of them wanted to be blamed for losing Vietnam to the communists. The casualties of the Vietnam War were massive. Estimates of Vietnamese soldiers and civilians killed ranges between 1 and 3 million. In Laos and Cambodia combined, there was a total of more than 300,000 casualties. The US lost over 58,000 US service members over the course of the war. The end of the Vietnam War also meant the end of the Cold War draft in the United States. So now we're gonna listen to a clip from Matt and Shane's Secret Podcast discussing the Vietnam War. As always, all links to their socials and to their podcast are linked down below, so definitely go and check that out. Now, without further ado, let's get to it.
France dragged us into this to the point
I had
that's
no idea.
like, oh, France owned Vietnam.
Mhm.
It was a colony. Japan took it when they got a little wild.
Yeah.
And then the United States liberated it.
Okay.
And that was the thing. Ho Chi Minh, the guy who ended up being the leader of the Viet Cong, was like, I love America.
That's right.
Like, he was writing letters to Truman saying like, I love you. Thank you. They were like, Americans are the only free people on earth.
Yes.
These are incredible people. The leader of them loved America.
Yeah.
And then he started, this is the craziest part. So France goes back in after the war and is like, we're taking it back. And America was like, don't do that.
Yeah.
And we were kind of siding with
Ho Chi Minh and the Vietnamese. And then France was like, this is the beginning of the Cold War. So France is like, hey, if you guys don't support us, maybe we'll start listening to fucking Russia. And then America was like, all right, we'll fucking help you out.
Damn.
Anyway.
That is interesting. The French invaded Vietnam under Napoleon III in July of 1857. The reason for this is that after 1850, there was a rise in French capitalism. This generated the desire amongst the French for a larger share of the Asian territories that were conquered by the West. On the 23rd of September 1945, right after the Second World War, the French returned to Vietnam to take it over again. Their main reason were that French soldiers and officials who were captured by the Japanese when they took over Vietnam were still in the country and they wanted their post back. The French politicians and military officers also wanted their French Empire back, which according to them included Vietnam.
And by the way, speaking of Ho Chi Minh writing letters to Truman, all those letters were redacted and till 1970 something.
And half of them Truman never got because the Secret Service was like,
wow,
he doesn't need to see these. Yeah.
Yeah, making those decisions.
In
those days, everybody made, but that's the whole thing about Vietnam too. Everybody's making their own decisions, determining. So the when you have power, when you disperse power in that way, everybody goes, I'll take this part. And they're all just like,
and because of the Cold War, the Secret Service and the CIA were like, this is more important. Like the CIA versus the KGB in Russia and the Soviet Union, that became the two superpowers.
Yeah.
And they were doing stuff like undermining the fucking president to be like, the war against Russia is more. I mean, I don't like Vietnam because of how frustrating and stupid it is.
Well, but first of all, the CIA, when you think about it, their whole thing was the Cold War first. So all the drug dealing that happened in the 70s and 80s was again from every cartel. The CIA, when they're like, okay, CIA, they would stop the DEA from doing their job all the time because they're like, the Cold War, these are anti-communists, but they're the heads of the cartels, but they're anti-communists, and that was their priority. So they made that choice, and I'm sure the president didn't want to make the choice, whoever it was during all those times, but that was the choice they always made.
Damn, then they did the Just Say No 10 years later, and come on, guys, don't do drugs.
Just Say No, but even Just Say No, so they were still telling the DEA, back off this guy, back off that guy.
Oh, it's so funny.
Because they were saying, look, we think communism is a greater threat. Still, in the late 80s. It's crazy.
They were right. We got a tiny taste of it here, and it's pretty annoying.
Communism communism does fucking blow.
Good point.
Yeah,
especially when the communists are rich and 30 years old.
And getting DUIs. You see Nancy Pelosi's husband? He's 82 and caught a DUI. Anyway.
Well, I think somebody 82 catching a DUI, I admire that.
I do too.
Yeah.
I mean,
that should be free. That should be let you go on that.
All right. We're getting off topic. So,
true.
Yeah.
Vietnam, the French. The French are fucking dickheads.
Dude. Brutal.
They were dickheads.
So they dragged us in. They
absolutely dragged us in.
Hid the letters.
They dragged us in, but we wanted into. I mean, we could have left. We could have left 10. We could have left. I mean, I read this book, A Bright Shining Light. I just happened to be reading it. By the way, whenever you read a book, especially a Kindle, try to find out how many pages it is.
Oh, yeah.
This book's 800 pages. Fuck. So I was reading it this is A Bright Shining Light. It doesn't sound like a long book.
Yeah.
It's the history of everything. But France, they left. We helped them. So there was what turned Ho Chi Minh, one of the things that turned him is we decided we supplied France with all these all the mortars and everything where they destroyed a lot of it in Vietnam, and that turned them against America too. Ho Chi Minh,
it was there was a battle, I forget the name of it. So I was just watching Ken Burns on it. What is it?
Dien Bien Phu.
Yes. So the French were kind of fucking up the Vietnamese. Mm-hmm. I mean, it was the same as us versus them. They had superior firepower. But again, just like time and time again, the Vietnamese were very good at guerrilla warfare because we trained them during World War II.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, a little fucking, Mujahideen type shit.
Yeah.
And they were about to come to talks. France and Vietnam, they were about to come to the table. Before they went to have talks, they both tried to get one more offensive in. So they had leverage when they went to talks.
Nice.
So France sets up at
Bien Phu, yeah.
They just put themselves at the bottom of this valley, and they're like, "We're just going to build an airfield here. We're going to fuck them up." one of the French generals was like, I have too many guns. We're going to fuck these dudes up.
Damn.
And the Vietnamese surrounded them in this valley and just destroyed them. The French guy, the general that led that, killed himself honorably because he was like, we're going to wipe the floor with these guys.
Why'd they go in a valley? Isn't that a bad? I'm not a military tactician, but isn't that like not the good idea?
Yeah, it was a bad idea.
Well, it's funny you say that because even Khe Sanh, the famous 14 years later, America did the same thing. Set themselves up was surrounded by all the mountains, so created a valley and set up an airstrip, a landing strip in the valley, and got killed because of it.
Damn.
It's really amazing. I mean, the other thing about Vietnam is you realize how you always think when you're young, at least, like the people in charge, they spend all their time doing this. They know what they're doing. But there were so many egos involved that the few people who were like, this is not working, they were just like, stop.
Yeah.
You don't know what you're saying. Just because of ego. People think, their motive was they wanted money. They would still get the money. This was about like something else, a power struggle where you pay the price or the troops pay the price.
Now, as for the problems and issues that arose amongst the U.S. military in Vietnam, they included the following. It was said that there was a failure by those in decision-making positions to understand the historical relationship between Vietnam and China, which had been going on for centuries. Also, the high-end U.S. military officials compared Vietnam to the Philippines, where the U.S. forces fought off the communist rebels with success. Therefore, they thought that with the same tactic and mindset, they would get the same results in Vietnam as well, even though they are vastly different countries.
That sucks. Yeah, if you're just some dude sitting in a village and some guy had an argument and you're just getting blown up and you're like, what the fuck is this about?
And the other thing
some guy couldn't come to grips with it. He was like, no, fuck it, I'm right.
In the early 60s, they had this Hamlet program where they said, we're going to bring all these weapons to each hamlet, all these little hamlets, because it was kind of half and half, like North Korea. And they brought all these weapons to all these hamlets and said, look, you're in charge of the weapons. And it was all American-made modern stuff. And, of course, the Viet Cong, who kind of controlled, more or less, they had the hearts of the people, they took all the weapons. So we supplied the Viet Cong with all these weapons in the early 60s, and it kept them going.
It genuinely makes me all my information's from the Ken Burns documentary,
right?
And I watch it, and every time I'm watching it, by episode 2, I'm like, "What the fuck is going?" Like it doesn't make sense.
Well, I don't know if this was in the Ken Burns documentary, but did you see the guy? It is. I think it is. I saw the Ken Burns. Is Beckwith, with the guy an advisor, Colonel Beckwith?
Oh yeah,
Sergeant Charlie Beckwith. And he goes, they interview him and he go, what do you think of the Viet Cong? He goes, finest soldier I've ever seen. This is in 1965. Yeah. What? He goes, what? The Viet Cong. He goes, best soldier. I wish I had 200 of them under my command. And right away, you're like, we should have realized something was up then.
Well, they'd been fighting for 30 years. Mm-hmm. These dudes have been fighting since like World War II. They didn't stop fighting.
Really?
From World War II until the end of Vietnam, they were fighting constantly.
And their home territory.
Yeah.
And they're so small, they had to be crafty. All the tunnels, all the trails, they know everything.
Oh, fuck, yeah.
The Viet Cong are what we call a guerrilla force. With the support of the North Vietnamese army, they fought against the South Vietnamese from the late 1950s until 1975. And against the United States from the early 1960s until 1973. Their tactics were based on hit-and-run attacks, rather than fighting in the open field. With the US military using spy planes to find their positions, they decided to go underground. For them, this meant in the most literal way possible. They built enormous systems of underground tunnels, which allowed them to move without being seen. Then, when the time was right, they would strike whenever the odds were in their favor.
You know,
was that the first American war where like the American troops were like, "What the fuck's going? What's the point of this?" The first
I think
time
Korea, I'm sure they were a little bit like actually.
Yeah, Korea. MacArthur screwed up Korea.
Yeah,
MacArthur. Everybody was like, "Don't do this." MacArthur's like, the people loved him.
Yeah,
the Korean people like, this guy's our savior, and he just was like a king over there.
Yeah,
and then he just said, "We're gonna do it this way." I forget. He landed on the coast. So he did something that was strategically a nightmare, and even his generals were like, "Don't do this. What are you doing?" And he goes, "I know what I'm doing." And
yeah, that guy, he had a fucking ego, dude.
That stinks.
He referred to himself in the third person.
Did he?
Was fucking nuts. Yeah, he was wild. MacArthur was wild.
That sucks.
He might get a bad rap though. I kind of like him.
Yeah, no, he was beloved. Look, the people loved him because he Japan loved him because after World War II, they were expecting, because they were so horrendous during World War II, they expected him to really bear down, and he treated them like, he said, you treat these people like human beings. So Japanese people treat him like a god. So he felt like a god.
That's tough to shake off. That would get me.
Yeah.
If I was getting like samurai glory, I'd be like, yeah, you know what?
I know. Even
Dude,
if
like presenting you swords and
you
shit.
get to wear
I'd
one
be
of those
like, yeah, I
cool
guess I am.
suits. If I get to wear one of those cool suits, I'm like, who do I? I'll slash
I think
someone.
that's why God never even let me sell out like the Beacon or something like that. He keeps me at a level of 300 to 400 seats on the road, and there's a reason for it.
Oh man.
So what was it? So chronologically, the French direct. So we were like boys.
So it was
with
a French colony. Then there's World War II.
Yeah.
Japan takes over, and like always when Japan would invade, all the Asian countries were like, nice, finally the fucking white colonists are gone.
Yeah.
We're gonna get treated well, and they immediately get starved to death and beheaded and fucked with.
The Japanese forces occupied Vietnam from September 1940 until the end of the Second World War in August of 1945. Simultaneously, Japan had an ongoing war with China that started in 1937. Therefore, Vietnam, south of China, became an important geographical location. The main objective of the Japanese for their invasion of Vietnam was to prevent China from importing arms and fuel through French Indochina.
It sucks.
So then when the Americans liberated Vietnam, and the British, whoever, they were like, fuck yeah, we love America. Then France after World War II, who just got their fucking ass whooped.
Yeah.
They're like, actually, we want those colonies back.
Nice.
Yeah.
And, and Vietnam was like, no. This is ours now.
Yeah.
We're independent again. So then...
Do they have to write a letter to Vietnam like, hey, buddy,
we're coming back.
bad news?
Yeah.
Sorry. We should start chronologically.
Yeah.
Let you... all I
year?
watched is fucking Ken Burns.
What are we talking about? Well,
I don't know. Whatever you want.
What you said. And then, then France, when they lost, you know what I mean? The Geneva talks, I think it was the first Geneva talk back then, maybe not. But then...
That was the best one.
Was that probably
the best one? First Geneva was the
we were
best.
like, hey, I like Geneva. And then we went in. Eisenhower said, we're just going to arm them in the 50s, We're just going to keep arming them because we don't want communism to spread down there. And then, because China, they were about China taking over Vietnam. But Vietnam wasn't worried because they were half communist. Like you said, by that point, Ho Chi Minh was pro-American until that horrible event where the France destroyed like all these innocent villages, and then he turned on America because we supplied France. They didn't have,
fair enough.
In Bien Dien Phu,
Bien Phu is when they got cocky.
America started supplying France because the only way the French could get anything was airdrops.
Yeah.
Because they were in a fucking valley getting destroyed. Like 8,000 French dudes died.
Jesus.
Again, though, the Vietnamese lost like 3-1 casualties, but they were like, that's a victory.
Yeah.
They would get fucking wiped out constantly.
Yeah. What was that one quote? Like, all we have to do is just stay here and just die.
And yeah.
That was one of the Vietnamese soldiers, like, all we have to do is just not become extinct and we win. I was like,
it's great.
Yeah, that's tough.
Well, that's the problem with everything, right? I mean, anytime you go anywhere, the people that live there, they have nowhere to go.
Yeah.
So they're like, well, you trap a trapped rat is going to fight to the death.
Yeah.
The Viet Cong had some memorable quotes. Here's one of the most famous ones from their leader, Ho Chi Minh. You can kill 10 of my men for every one I kill of yours. But even at those odds, you will lose and I will win. The Viet Cong also stated that when war comes, even the women must fight.
So
but then,
it got to the point where they're talking about like the United States was literally funding 80% of the French versus Vietnamese war. We were giving France 80% of the budget to win the war. Yeah.
Yeah.
France sucks.
France did a bad job, and then they left, and then we decided it's such a weird. I look at it so like psychologically, like what I understand about the domino theory was part of it, but the psychological mindset you put yourself into. There was this guy Harkins, the general. He was the guy that ran it. He is really responsible in many ways because we go back and tell the president and these guys it's going good, but even then, the presidents, the ambassadors, they all went along. It just goes to show. I mean, I quote my mother all the time. I rest her soul, but she used to always say, "People," and I see this deeper and deeper in everything. And this is a perfect example. People are attracted to bullshit, and if you offer them something that's quality or truthful and bullshit, they go for the bullshit every time. And I said to my mother at the time, I go, "That's true most of the time." She goes, "I didn't say most of the time. I said every time." And Vietnam's a perfect example because he was this guy, Van. This whole book, Bright Shine Lights, about this guy, Van. It was in Vietnam. He was the early guy, and he's like, look, we're going to lose. Here's what's happening. The Hamlets, we're giving away our guns. The communists are taking, we're bombing village. We were search and destroy in 1963.
Jesus.
And he goes, we're losing everybody. We got to either win them over through like social revolution, the corruption of the South Vietnamese. They're taking everything. Their special forces that we trained are destroying people. This is terrible. We're losing. And everybody, even the people that kind of knew better, just went like, oh. And then somebody was like, no, we're just going to do this. And they're like, okay, let's do that. And it wasn't that it was easier. And they almost like will themselves into, like, if you ever been involved in like a TV or movie project, right? And everyone's sitting there and you start out going, it's got to be this. And then slowly you start to go, oh yeah, no that. And then somebody that wasn't involved in the first month walks in and goes, are you guys all gone crazy? And yes, you have. And
no
that's
one wants
what I
to
feel
say
like.
it sucks. They're like, no, this is good.
You start to believe it.
Yeah.
You get in this stupor. And that's what I think happened in Vietnam with our military.
You're on the set of Aquaman 6 and you're like, this still is good. This
might be the best picture.
And you ever go to a screening of a movie?
No.
And then I've gone to screenings of movies and you'll sit there and be like, that movie was really good. If you're around the movie,
Sure,
and
yeah.
you know the cast, you know for the people, you're like, it was good, it was bad. And then if I've been with people that go, are you crazy? That was shit. And then later I'm like, I was in a state of temporary insanity, and I feel like that's what happened. For
Also,
years.
the domino effect bothers me. It just annoys me.
You don't
It's
like dominoes?
Obviously,
You don't like-
Obviously, I crush dominoes.
No, you don't. I'll tell you, you don't like. You don't like that slippery slope theory. That's basically the domino effect,
Yeah.
right? I agree. I don't
when
like
it
it.
when it comes to why we were in Vietnam. Was they were like, well, if China's influence and the Soviet influence gets Vietnam, they're going to get all of Southeast Asia.
Yeah,
and it's like, so
Well, but at the time, Russia had just taken all of Eastern Europe in the early 50s.
The United States justified its military intervention in Vietnam by the domino theory. This theory stated that if one country falls to communism, all of their neighboring countries would follow. The primary example that is being used for the domino effect is in Southeast Asia, with Vietnam, Laos, and Cambodia all falling for communism.
all right,
But I'll take
Vietnam.
That's fine now.
What the fuck happened? What happened?
Vietnam?
Yes.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It was. Well, I said it was a weird narcotic state where you know it's been kind of a thing after World War II. It's gone now, but where we're like, no, we don't really fail. Everybody wants this because it works so well. Not just World War II, the Marshall Plan even worked because we're dealing with all these countries and suddenly they're coming back. By 1960s, 50s, Germany's even back. So we're like the benign guys that we control things, but everybody's kind of like getting their thing who wants to be on the team. And then, you know, we didn't realize there was a whole undercurrent. So like the overcurrent is Europe, then the undercurrent is the colonies. So all the colonies were rebelling starting in the late 50s.
Oh, yeah.
From Africa to, you know, South America. And, so there was that whole thing going on, you know.
The vacay spots were popping
There was so
off.
much going on. Isn't it weird?
All the sandals.
The sandals resorts.
All the sandals resorts where they've had it up to here.
Yeah.
That makes
So
sense.
it was kind of a weird, it was an interesting time. if
I
you
can
really
see
think about it.
communism appealing to that.
Yeah.
You're down
Of
up here. You
course.
guys
Share the fucking DACs.
pissing around the cheese.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, like Cuba, look at Cuba with the whole mafia thing, and it was such an interesting thing where it was like, you know, they letting all these capitalist things, and then they were like, no, and Castro came in, and you know what I mean? They, even though Cuba failed, they didn't like the corruption level that was going on. The same thing with South Vietnam.
Yeah.
We
That was
were-
the thing. We propped up some fucking
We
dumbass.
propped up a dumbass.
And we would never get rid of it. And then as soon as you saw that part, we were watching it.
Yeah.
We propped up this dude who just immediately started persecuting the Buddhists.
Absolutely.
Started.
Yep.
His wife was a fucking monster who was like, good, I'm glad they're burning themselves.
Yes. His wife and his brother.
Yeah, they were just morons.
Yeah.
Yes.
And we couldn't back off because we were like, it's still better than communism.
Yep.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Ho Chi Minh was kind of.
Ho Chi Minh, also known as Uncle Ho or Uncle, was the leader of the Viet Cong. He was a Vietnamese communist revolutionary, nationalist, and a politician. He served as the Prime Minister of the Democratic Republic of Vietnam from 1945 until 1955, and as its president from 1945 until his death in 1969. He has been credited with a successful campaign to make Vietnam independent and is seen as one of the most influential communist leaders of the 20th century. He also had a major city named after him, Ho Chi Minh City.
Fucking cool.
Right, he liked us at the beginning.
Yeah,
he
was
wasn't
like,
totally into this thing, and then
it's tough. It's like
but he
assistant-
became
it's like assistant manager.
Now,
energy.
did you know a lot of guys that were in Vietnam?
I knew a few.
Yeah.
I was a kid doing the whole thing, you know.
Yeah.
And I remember as a little kid, you'd watch. It was on the news every day at 5 and 6 o'clock. You'd see the footage from Vietnam. So it was like such a part. It wasn't like I was shocked because I wasn't from the generation before that. That was all I knew. I was 7, 8 years old, 9 years old. But I remember seeing footage of Vietnam all the time on TV and the news, and it was just a constant thing. And I remember one time in class, we were talking about Vietnam. This is probably 71, or maybe 70. And the teacher or the kids were going, yeah, Vietnam is bad. And this girl in our class starts screaming and crying because her brother got killed in Vietnam. And so I knew probably 3 guys, older guys that didn't hang out with me, but I mean, I knew 3 guys that were Marines in Vietnam that got wounded, that came home, and they all had those cliche Marine personalities. I mean, Vietnam vet personality. The army jacket by themselves, the big beards when they're home, heavy drinker, heavy smoker, you know, prone to outbursts, but still good guys. Like they were guys we like, you know, they weren't like people hung out with them and talked to them, but they had that other side to them, partly from being in the war, partly from what they did, partly from what Vietnam did, and partly from their reaction when they came home. It wasn't like you walk around, people weren't going, thank you for your service either, you know.
Yikes. That stinks.
Yeah, so I knew a few guys,
Yeah, that was the thing we were talking about. O'Connor brought this up. We were talking about last night. He's like, imagine today's fucking college student. Imagine
Jesus
being a dude who got drafted and had to go live through fucking hell, and then you get home and one of these fuckers throws like a bag of piss at you and is like, baby killer.
Fuck you.
Like,
Right. Oh my God.
That's when I would join the Ohio National Guard and I would head down to Kent State and say, fuck you guys.
Yeah, true.
That's yeah. But it was interesting that they all did have that personality.
Yeah.
Even the guys I knew, guy across the street, my friend's brother, was a Vietnam vet that didn't fight. He was a airplane mechanic, and even he was screwed up.
Fucked up from it.
Yeah.
The Vietnam War divided American society. Those who served were often treated as traitors instead of heroes, and they found it difficult to adjust to life back home. Many Vietnam veterans were often left to deal with their trauma alone. It has been said that 10% of the US soldiers returning home from Vietnam has been diagnosed with PTSD, although the number could be higher. Famous politicians John McCain and Al Gore were also in Vietnam. John McCain was a prisoner of war for 5.5 years, until his release on March 14, 1973, along with 108 other prisoners of war. Al Gore was in Vietnam as a war journalist and was honorably discharged after just a few months.
My uncle was a Marine, and he never talks about it. Ever. Like, literally never talks about it. One night, he and I got drunk, and he opened up about it.
Really?
And it was wild. He saw a fucking Chinook get hit and just spun. Dudes flew everywhere. I mean, it was... Now, my other uncle was in Vietnam, and he is a little more... He's a little more sociopath, like, psycho. That's like... I killed a guy. Yeah. And I was like, how was that? And it was just me and him, and he goes, it's fucking incredible. I was like, yo.
I told you, I knew a guy who was a sniper, and he was saying, he's like, you get addicted to the feeling of killing people. And he's like, and he was a nice dude. He's like, I didn't have like ill will towards people, but he's like, I like would watch people eat dinner, and as soon as they finish, right in the head. He's like, by like the 12th one, he's like, you get like a god complex, and you're like, I'm ended. This is done.
Damn.
Yeah.
So you just watch people hang out.
The guy in Vietnam, I've told you this before. It was like a 90-degree trail, and you couldn't see around the corner. So he's walking one way. A Viet Cong was walking up the path. He said they literally bumped into each other in the jungle, and then it was just a race to see who could get who could get their gun out faster, and he got his out.
Woo! Jesus Christ!
Now he's still. I mean, and then he got fucked up. He got hit with a rocket propelled grenade, and he blew. His nipples missing, his calves off. Yeah, and he had to lay there because they're in the middle of a firefight. He had to lay there for 3 hours on the jungle floor, like, I'm dead, I'm dying for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, he's a hero.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean,
Fuck.
and is it that different from war? Like, my father was in Korea and Korean and war, and he said the most disturbing part was, which is still chilling, that the lieutenants or the officers would nightly bring in the Korean prisoners and beat the living shit out of them, and always like, "Hey, Brooklyn, you want a piece?" And he's like, "No, thanks." And they would just like just torture the guys, just beat them for fun. So it was already starting to lose the
the glamour of World War II.
The Korean War was fought between North and South Korea. The war began on the 25th of June 1950 when North Korea invaded South Korea, and it ended on the 27th of July in 1953. 36,000 US forces were killed in the Korean War. The Korean War was the first war in which African Americans in the United States military served in integrated units.
And then, but Vietnam is a different. Like, I feel like this setup, even though it happened in World War II, it happens in every war. The setup of search and destroy is what fucked them all up. Because here you are, you grow up in the 50s, you're watching these movies, you have a little bit, even if you're not innocent, you know you're capable of, but you're still. And then suddenly you're in the middle of this thing where they go, no, you have to burn all these hamlets because, like I said, the Hamlet program, the Vietnamese took over the hamlets. So they go, and the Vietnamese are in there. And whether they are or not, they're in enough where you're like, okay, it's them or me. And so you're torturing all these peasants out of their house, torching their village.
Burning their fucking
that's like the strategy.
How long did they do that for?
That's our strategy.
How long did they do that
The whole
for?
time.
The whole entire time?
From
They just went there to burn
1963.
villages down?
Yeah.
From 1963.
Jesus
And they
Christ.
said even, that's what Morley Safer was, the guy from 60 Minutes. Who I always thought, this fucking annoying guy, But meanwhile, he was a reporter, and he had they filmed in 1965 torching of a hamlet. 1965, early in the war. And that's when everyone started protesting the Vietnam War. Because they watched on TV, they're like, wait, this is like liberating France. What's going on here? It was just all these peasants running, they're torching the house and shooting the pigs. Like, that was on the national news.
Jesus.
On the evening news.
That's what you were watching?
Well, I don't remember that, but I'm saying, but people, it shocked the whole country. That's when the protest
Because
began.
we were the good guys. We were
I
always
got you.
the good guys.
But
We were
was,
always a good
was
guy.
the news
We
showing it
were
like,
the-
check us out? Never like, boo, or like, fuck.
No, the news was like, hey,
This is crazy.
That's because the news was doing their fucking job.
True, yeah.
And they're like, here's what's
Yes.
actually happening.
No, right. They just shot, and Morley Safer had to leave. Like, they were threatening him because they were saying he took it out of context. He didn't, which he probably
took
did
it
too.
out of context.
Well, I'm saying
Yeah.
they weren't saying that they'd been getting shot, like Marines had gotten shot from that village.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
So
yeah.
I'm saying it wasn't like, it's not just us evil and everybody else is good either. But I mean,
No, they were
still,
bad.
it was a stupid strategy.
But see, this is what happened.
The Vietnam conflict is often referred to as the first television war. The role of the media in the Vietnam War is a subject to controversy, some believing that the media played a large role in the US defeat. They argue that the media's often negative reporting helped undermine the support for the US Army, while at the same time its uncensored coverage provided valuable information for the enemy in Vietnam.
Crazy because the French had just done it before us.
Yes.
So they did this thing called pacification where they were like,
Right.
they tried to do the social set. Like they were like, we're going to help build your rice paddies up. We're going to give you food. We're going to build schools. And during the day it worked. And then at night the Viet Cong would come in, take the food,
That's
take
right.
the fucking guns,
That's right.
hide guns in the villages, hide weapons,
Yes.
hide soldiers. So then during the day they'd come back and they'd just keep getting supplies and they'd do raids from the villages with the weapons and shit the French gave them.
Yeah.
And then so the French would come back and be like, we know you're harboring communists.
Oh, Jesus.
And they would burn the fucking village down. And then we did that. We did the exact same thing.
And then under the thing of like, we don't want communism to spread, which is funny to be like, we don't want you want to be free, guys. Here, trust me. And like burning villages down, like, trust me, this is better.
And I think we did the same thing kind of in Afghanistan, right?
Mhm.
In Iraq, where it
Instilling
would be
democracy?
like, we're going to give you guys money, work with us. And then the Taliban comes in at night and is like, puts a gun to their head and is like,
Well,
you work with us.
Yeah.
I mean,
that's the whole problem with everything, right?
Yeah.
If you go to some, if the cops go to a neighborhood bar, the only analogy I ever use in everything is a neighborhood bar. And, but if they go to a neighborhood bar and go, listen, we want you guys to be a couple of troublemakers in here, and the troublemakers are in there, or they're outside waiting for these guys to leave.
Yeah.
They're not there. They're only going to be there part. They know you're going.
Yeah.
You're not there to stay forever. So
Yeah.
it always ends up screwing you. You know.
Yeah, and if we don't kill them at night, they're gonna come get fucking beheaded.
Well, isn't that what happened in Vietnam? I mean, once they took over,
exactly.
They Cambodia, all that stuff. They just destroyed. Genocide got rid of everybody that bugged them. And everybody with a pair of glasses. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean,
it's like
how'd you get those?
They literally went. Well, just anybody who's sort of fancy themselves intellectual. It was like it's like the army came in and literally just rampaged through Bushwick, Williamsburg, and Greenpoint in the past 3 years.
Nice.
And just said,
hey, I get it.
Everybody here who's been to a show at a bookstore, just line up.
Just burn the bookstores.
Yeah, it's.
The problems with the war in Iraq has been stated by critics as the following: not devoting enough troops to the missions in Iraq and Afghanistan, not adequately planning for post-invasion Iraq, and for permitting and perpetrating widespread human rights abuses. As Americans look back on the war in Iraq, 62% of them said it was not worth fighting. Majorities of the military veterans, including those who fought in Iraq and Afghanistan, came to the same conclusion. This holds a very similar mindset as the backlash that the US government received after the Vietnam War.
I mean, that's the thing that's why I never really got into Vietnam. You know, I like the Civil War and World War II, where it's like, it's kind of noble.
Right. It seems
and then Vietnam is the first one that's like,
well, it's so, but even Korea was like a harbinger. It's all like
Korea,
so psychological, right?
Yeah.
And I had another uncle who fought in World War II and fought with Audie Murphy. Do you know who Audie Murphy was?
No, who's that?
He's the most famous World War II hero.
Okay.
Like they made him a movie star. He wasn't a good actor, but he was this legendary World War II. My uncle happened to be in his unit.
Oh, wow.
And he said that all the hype, to show you the difference in the war, all the hype about him was true. He goes, this guy was the bravest. He goes, he was so crazy. He'd run right into battle.
Yeah.
They were at Anzio. They were at Battle of the Bulge. All these places. He goes, he would just run right into battle.
He's nuts.
and in those days, they'd celebrate now
like,
in
man,
World
that's a
War II.
hero.
Even you know, any movie about Iraq, there's still an undertone of darkness. All the World War II movies, they're like, hey, there's no problem here.
Yeah. Kick their ass.
Yeah, like this guy's great. You know, it had like a positive
like
tone to it.
John Basilone. You know,
what's that?
Guy? He was in the Pacific. There's a rest stop in New Jersey, like one of the first rest stops. That's what he got out of it.
Oh.
He got the Medal of Honor.
That's awesome.
He fucking, it's in the Pacific, and like he goes wild, picks up his gun without the fucking heat pad, just mows down the jet, and then he goes home. So they put him on a USO tour to sell fucking bonds, and he's like, no, I need to go back and fight.
Yeah.
So then he goes to Iwo Jima and is like, I'm gonna do that gun thing again.
What?
And he died.
Oh no.
Yeah, he
Bust
died.
out the trick.
But he got
boy, like he was a strike choice. Yeah,
he fucking.
Yeah, my mom's cousin did 3 tours of Vietnam. He did one, and he's like, send me back. He did another, and he's like, give me one more.
Who did it?
My mom's cousin.
Wow.
He did
3
He
tours?
did 2 more.
3. Wow.
He did 3. He was like, fuck it, I'm not going back. I'm gonna do it.
And what did he end up doing after the war?
I saw him like spazzing, fighting an arcade owner on the boardwalk one time.
That was Charlie.
Good man. He's a
that
good
was
man.
Charlie, dude.
Dude, he was.
But that's the whole point. Yeah.
He was with my mom the one time when they were younger, and he was sleeping in the car, and some guy like screamed something at my mom, and he like popped up and just got out and beat the shit out. They were in traffic on the highway.
Yeah.
Beat the shit out of the guy and throw him on the side of the road. And he's like, "Come on, let's go."
Imagine that guy. He sees a woman in a car. He's like, "Fuck you."
The guy
Then the guy
sits up.
pops up.
Yeah, dude, just pops
That's
up.
a Vietnam
Fresh
vet.
from 3 tours. Yeah, I think it was like 74. Just pops up like what?
Can you imagine 3 tours? I mean, I mean, 2 tours is crazy, but at least you feel like during the second tour, the guy's like, fuck, what did I say yes to this?
Yeah.
But if you go for 3, that means you're like in all the way.
Yeah.
That's when I told the dude I was talking to, was my ex-father-in-law. I was telling him about my mom's cousin. He's like, oh, that guy just likes killing people.
Yeah.
And I was like, maybe.
I mean, he probably just. There's also the guys.
Everyone's got their thing.
You go there. True. You go there, and then you go home, and you're like, I can't be home. After.
Yeah.
You're just in the fucking jungle.
Yeah.
Killing people. Now you got to go pretend to be a human.
Yep.
Yeah. So when you get off the road for a long.
The term post-traumatic stress disorder, or PTSD, was invented after the Vietnam War when studying soldiers returning home. Even today, it can be seen how these men are affected, and some of them are still struggling today. In a research performed by Yale Institute, They studied a group of veterans who suffered from PTSD. It was said that the man had a weary look that came from years of shooting up heroin, drinking and smoking too much, gambling, divorces, homelessness, and unemployment. More than 40 years later, they are still paying the price.
Yeah.
Say it happens to cops. It happens to cops to a lesser degree.
With a friend. What's that? Yeah.
It happens to cops too.
Yes.
They get addicted to that adrenalized state and they go home. They're like, this sucks.
Sure.
And they stay there forever.
And but the other thing with Vietnam, which I've watched a lot of those YouTube guys where they interview, and you see the similarities in them eventually. And one of them is that they said they got screwed. First of all, just imagine this: supposed to be the country sending all this money for aid. Several of them said the sea rations were terrible. He goes, we looked at the date on some of them. They were Korean and World War II.
Yikes.
That's how old the sea rations were.
Jesus.
That they're giving to the troops at supposedly the richest time in our history. And the other one is the M14. They said the M16 got more guys killed when they switched to the M16 because Westmoreland wanted, or one of these guys it was like a vanity project. The M14 wouldn't jam in the mud. The M16 jammed, and they said guys would just be getting killed, bayoneted to death because it would jam and you couldn't unjam it.
Oh, fuck.
And they did, the M14 was, the early gun was better.
That sucks.
Yeah. America really fucked up. I don't like it.
But yeah,
the whole thing
was
bums
just
me out.
Yeah.
And then each president had an opportunity to fucking end it.
Yeah, that's right.
And they all just keep fucking dragging it out.
But that's what I mean. That's what I'm saying about that state. Kennedy.
Yeah, he was close to ending it.
He was, but he wasn't.
Well, they
mean?
made sure he didn't.
And they said, and this guy Van was talking to Henry Cabot Lodge, who was the ambassador, all the guys who were close to Kennedy. And it was just one of those things where it's like, just at the last minute, it's like any other decision you've seen in any power person, where you're like, everybody has this logical argument, and then they go, no, I think this is better.
Yeah.
And you're like, what? Why? You don't even...
It was said that President John F. Kennedy on October 2nd of 1963 ordered for a phased withdrawal from Vietnam, starting with 1,000 U.S. personnel returning home by the end of 1963, and gradually returning soldiers home, with the withdrawal from Vietnam being complete by the end of 1965. However, JFK was assassinated before any of this could happen on November 22nd of 1963.
He give us a reason, and he never gave us a reason.
There was
there any kind of economic advantage that was clear?
I don't think so.
Really? They didn't even make any. Yeah, I guess there was nothing really there.
I mean, there was rubber. No, there was rubber. All the shit that was there was gone when we left.
True.
Yeah. Rubber, coconuts, all the rice. It was all gone. I mean, we fucking killed it.
Damn, that sucks.
I mean, Agent Orange. I mean, when you think about it.
Yeah, I forgot about that.
Agent Orange killing all the people. They said their levels of whatever dioxin were 3 times anybody else by the time we left. And all the troops. I mean, doing it to your own troops is just crazy. I mean, that's the height of immorality, to just the guys that are there fighting, and you're just it's like no, they're the ones you have to really try to be a little more careful with. The opposite of what you're doing. It was really a weird situation,
Also, the French were using napalm too.
They were before us.
Yeah, they were. We did everything they did.
Sounds like a French word.
Exact
napalm.
Same thing. Yeah,
yeah.
You know what that is?
Yeah, that fucking is. Was
gel.
Yeah, isn't it like petroleum gel and they light it on fire and you spread it if you touch it?
You don't have to light it on fire. It just goes on your body. It burns.
Yeesh. And water makes it worse, right? Because if you take a grease fire, put water on, it gets worse. Yeah, it stinks. And but France really wanted Vietnam, so.
Well, they had it before that.
Yeah,
they wanted it back. They had it. They lost it. They're like, I think we can get this back.
They want their baby back.
Started spreading some fire on people.
Yeah, what is it about Vietnam that's so? Because we apparently wanted it too. We went in there in the mid-50s and we couldn't leave. You ever go to a party and you're like, I gotta leave. This party's over.
Oh yeah.
And it's like,
you know, I guess I will do some coke.
You're saying it was too AM. It was too
AM. You end up going. If only I had left at 11 o'clock like I planned to.
France was originally interested in Vietnam to expand its empire and to get a piece of the big pie that was colonial Asia, fighting for their valuable resources against the civilians of Vietnam and for other colonial powers like the British and the Dutch. The USA motivation, however, was very different. America was afraid that communism would spread to South Vietnam and then the rest of Asia. It therefore decided to send money, supplies, and military advisors to help the South Vietnam government.
That's Vietnam.
This probably is just a psychological thing. It's like you want to be the best general. You start losing. You're like, fuck. We got this. And it's like, no. We should have this. Hear me out. This is my passion project.
Yeah.
This is my baby.
Yeah. I mean, that's the other thing. Everybody was just about, the military. Like, their job is to get more money for the military.
Mm-hmm.
How can you get more money if you're not in a war?
So how did what do you like? How does this thing progress? What do you?
Yeah.
How does it end? What's going on?
Vietnam?
Yeah.
I mean, it ended when we left. It was it was really, they're lucky it was the mid-70s. It was like 75, that famous rooftop thing.
Saigon, yeah.
They're lucky because by then, everybody it was like the age of apathy when I was a teenager. People were just into drugs, dancing, and, it was just a very hedonistic time. People were done, all the protesting that happened in the 60s, people were done by the 70s. You know what I mean? And they're just like, yeah. And so when people left, there wasn't even outrage. It was like, oh, that was awkward.
That was a bummer.
That was just, people were just like, whoa.
Yeah, Coke and disco, yeah.
And you feel bad for all the people that, all the Vietnamese that were still helping us by the end were fucked.
Yeah. Like that
They got
famous,
killed.
that helicopter on the roof.
The helicopter on the roof.
That picture. That's a long line.
Yeah.
And that's the last chopper.
That's right.
Those boys are staying, and that's a
right.
fucking negative time.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
When that chopper takes off and you're like next in line, like, fuck.
I've had that. I've had a
5
similar
minutes
experience.
earlier.
I was at Longwood Gardens waiting for a shuttle to go see the shuttles. I was like the last guy. I had to wait like 15 more minutes. I was like, motherfucker. I don't know what happened. It settled down. It's better now.
No, it's not.
That's not tearing. The damage is done.
I mean, that's the thing. The power shift immediately.
Yeah.
And all the people, like when you think about the people right now in your life that you were like, fuck you. And then if suddenly they're in power, they go, where is this son of a bitch? Astoria? Where does he live again?
Yeah.
And then, you just hope they, accidentally mistake you for Mike Feeney and kill him.
Yeah, but what's it like? So you grew up watching Vietnam, and then what was it like for you to see like the Iraq War and all? Because the older I get, the more I'm like, I already saw this before.
I believed that there were weapons of mass destruction.
They got you too.
They got me. I believed it all the way. I said, there's got to be weapons of mass destruction. It wouldn't be this. They wouldn't be going to this extreme after Vietnam.
Yeah, they wouldn't be
if it
our
wasn't
leaders.
true. They're not going to be fooled twice.
Wouldn't be this diabolical.
I said they can't be that stupid, or diabolical. Either way, I said there's no way there's not weapons of mass destruction.
There wasn't.
I mean, I was a kid.
Me and the Senate believed this.
Yeah, you and Hillary Clinton.
All of us, yeah. Only a few didn't.
I was a kid, and it was 2003.
Yeah.
So I was fresh off 9/11. I was an 8th grade fucking patriot.
I had a bone to pick. Yeah.
I was pretty much a troop. At this point.
I had you.
4 years later, I'd be going to West Point.
Yeah, they had you.
I was ready.
Yeah.
But Vietnam,
my seat up.
Iraq, I was pumped. I was watching. You remember when you
I like
watched
the fact
the
that
news?
thinks you get into West Point. That's a hard school to get into.
I got in.
He was in.
You did?
Yeah.
Wow,
I
I'm very
went.
impressed. You did?
Yeah. Well, I quit right away, but I went.
Oh, that's impressive.
Yeah.
What do you have to get on your?
The war in Afghanistan took place from 2001 until 2021 in a direct response of the attacks on the World Trade Center on September 11, 2001. The Iraq War was from 2003 until 2011. Reasons for the United States to invade Iraq and Afghanistan are the following. Allegations of Iraqi support to terrorist organizations, along with Iraq's alleged development of weapons of mass destruction, and the supposed link between Saddam Hussein's government and terrorist organizations, in particular Al-Qaeda, who were responsible for the attacks on 9/11. Eventually, there were no weapons of mass destruction found in either Afghanistan or Iraq.
Fucking SATs to get into a place
I
like
played
that?
football. That helped.
Oh.
Yeah, they got me in for that.
You know what's interesting about Vietnam, which I realized we all had army jackets in the mid-70s, early 70s to mid-70s. Everybody wore the green army jacket. Like that was the biggest style. And it was Vietnam vet. It was Vietnam clothes. So even though nobody really welcomed them home, that was a really important part of the style.
That's funny because people dress like construction workers now here.
Yeah.
So that's right. Like, yeah, it's weird.
Yeah, you dress like somebody who works harder than you.
True.
That's right. But yeah.
So did you get to witness like dudes coming home and getting kind of treated like shit?
No, but I definitely, like I said, in class, that girl's brother died.
Yeah.
And like I said, I knew the Vietnam vets, but they didn't get treated like shit in my neighborhood. I mean, but because everybody's like, oh, I went to Vietnam. It was
it's fucked up.
It was a consequential thing. I think it was mostly like at protests or at the airports. But I mean, in general,
was it looked at as kind of like a shame? Like you went to
no, not a shame. but there was something like it was a series. Like everybody knew, like these guys went through something that was a little different from like World War II and stuff.
That's how
and
it is.
And they had long hair, so even the patriotic people would, well, like this guy's all like
Oh fuck!
because they had long hair, but they were they were great guys. I mean, some of them were really.
Yeah.
Great guys, Like
That's
they weren't
kinda-
that fucked up, but they get wasted at night. But everybody in those days it was different. Like they weren't like, oh, that guy drinks because he's a Vietnam vet. People were getting fucked up all the time.
Yeah.
Everybody was smoking weed. Everybody had long hair. Everybody had army jackets, and everybody's just kind of insane. So it was
Sounds awesome.
Yeah.
It was kind of awesome, but so there was something different, at least around then at that time,
I need to bring it back.
But
Bring it back.
I need to get way more militant in my weed smoking. Army jacket. I'm fucking up right now.
It's funny to be fucked up and smoking weed. Like
It is, yeah.
you're like, yeah, I'm just dark.
You're militant.
The Vietnam War severely damaged the U.S. economy. Unwilling to raise taxes for the war, President Johnson set in motion a cycle of inflation. The war also weakened U.S. military morale and undermined for a time the U.S. commitment to internationalism. The war sparked an era of distrust, paranoia, and cynicism among U.S. artists. A big example of this are the protest ballads by Bob Dylan. The Vietnam War also directly correlated with the rise of the hippie culture in the Western world, but most notably in the United States.
I need to be like.
It is weird that our biology rejects burning villages on some level.
Yeah.
If you do it, it fucks you up.
It's tough coming back.
Fucks
oh
up
my
your mind.
God! But I mean, the tragedy is that that was literally the strategy that they were told to do.
Yeah.
So what does that do to you? You're listening to the people that you don't make those decisions. It's a chain of command.
Yeah.
And they're saying burn the villages.
You can't really half-ass it, really. It's
Oh
like
my
set,
God!
like, one thing on
I read
fire.
a horrible book. It was just guys that had done atrocities in Vietnam. It was just an oral history from guys that have done things in Vietnam. And I'll tell you, I remember one quote somebody said, "You'll never be surprised. You're going to be shocked." Some guy was talking to some other reporter or somebody who was going over there, and he goes, "You're going to be shocked at the cruelty of a 19-year-old American boy." Like, and what they'll be capable of by the time they leave.
I mean, that's
and the guy
thing.
goes, "That's what happened." Yeah,
That's the thing. Every one of these wars, every one of these atrocities is 19-year-old, 20-year-old boys they've been killing people for a year.
Sure.
They're gonna go wild.
Yeah, once one of your friends gets shot, it's like, all right, well, fuck
yeah,
this.
we'd be the same fucking way.
Yeah, of course.
You know what I mean? To varying degrees. Some people would love it more than other people. We'd all be the same way.
Yeah, you would love it.
What, war?
Yeah, no, committing atrocities.
Yeah, right. I'd hate it.
You would be the
I'd hate it.
worst.
Fuck me up. I'd be in a long hair and a jacket so quick. Just like, what the fuck's going on? Yeah, I don't know. That would be. I mean, because there's like, I think they just gas you up enough to get you over there, and then it's like your friend gets shot.
Or
and
you get
then it's
fucking
just like,
drafted, dude.
True. Yeah.
Think of that. You
Forgot
get
about
fucking
that.
drafted
Yeah.
into that. You're just.
Yeah, you're in college. Like, even the guys who just were like, I decided to drop out for one semester. They go, the minute I dropped out, they got me. Like, they were watching people to make sure the minute they got him, they're like, get that fucking guy. They're probably like finding out their grades are like, and get this, he's going to drop out.
He's not gonna do anything.
My uncle played basketball just to get out of. He played basketball at Westchester to get out of it. I
Really?
think, yeah.
Who did?
My Uncle Jack. He was like he was of the perfect age to get drafted, and he just hooped it up.
My dad graduated college or high school in '74.
Mm-hmm.
So he got a draft card, but he was.
My dad was too.
I always make fun of him for being a draft out.
He got a draft.
He got a draft card. He didn't get drafted. But
Yeah, 74.
The war
So
ended.
People were trying to get out of there.
The war ended, but it was funny it's fun to make fun
He
of.
probably got the last year of the draft. The draft probably ended in 75.
that must have been so nice.
It's not,
And you see,
so
like,
it was
young-
cool. It was cool to be anti-war when you were young.
Sure.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. No, that was like the hip thing.
Oh, so you're saying like the sanctioned station shows were just kind of
Yeah, like most of, you knew like they were squares, even though we were little kids. We knew they're squares.
So the shows of that time were supporting a horrific war and like a horrific kind
But
of
they weren't really
government thing.
supporting it, but
now,
you just kind of knew
no way.
that was like the way it was in
Yeah.
some weird way. You could sense like that was a.
There was a school bus driver that was a Vietnam guy.
Really?
And he was fired. He would get fucking fired.
That's a good
He'd
bus
start
driver,
Screaming
yeah.
at people.
That's a good bus driver.
Yeah. That is a good bus driver.
North Vietnamese soldiers brutally and systematically tortured American prisoners. They did this to force them to confess to war crimes or to get military information. Vietnamese civilians were often subjected to shocking violence during the war. Soldiers raped, mutilated, shot, and murdered civilians. Troops also intentionally destroyed villages well beyond the destruction that is typical for war. 34% of the US soldiers used heroin in Vietnam, and 20% of them were said to be dependent on it. The average age of US soldiers in the Vietnam War was 22 years old. This was in a big part because of the draft. It was said that as much as 2/3 of the Army and the Marines were drafted. Today, Vietnam is a socialist republic with a one-party system, led by the Communist Party. So that was all for today. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you did, please consider liking the video and subscribing to the channel. And as always, I got all links to Matt and Shane's Secret Podcast and their social down below. So please go and check that out and show them some love.
Comes Harrison. He's the next guy. Everybody called him Old Granny because he was too much of a geezer to run. So on his inauguration, he was like, I'm going to prove to everyone how tough I am.
Yeah.
It was freezing cold and raining. He had like an 8,000 word inauguration.
Yeah.
He got a pneumonia and died.
He died. He was like a few months.
He died immediately. Like
Shortest term. Died.
Damn.
Shortest term.
Didn't have a minute of acting as
trying to
president.
prove he was tough.
Got sick the first day.
Died immediately.
And died a few months later.
What?
Yep.
G.
That brings us to Tyler. He did nothing.
Tyler was
his
general,
party abandoned
right?
him.
No, I'm thinking of Taylor.
He was Harrison's vice president. So
he
Harrison
stepped down.
dies. The one thing he did do was set the precedent that the vice president stays as president.
Nice.
So everyone was like, "What? We don't know what to do here. The president's never died. Do you take over as an interim guy until we find a new guy?" And he was like, "No, I'm just the president."
I'm the president.
And enough that his party hated him for that. So his own party abandoned him. They didn't
Why?
put him up for re-election.
Well, because they thought they should be able to choose
put,
another guy.
They wanted to be able to put another
stronger guy.
in. Yeah. So he stayed. He had no parties supported him. He got nothing done. He was never up for re-election again.
It must have been awkward.
That brings us to our guy, though. This is who I wanted to get to. Polk, dude. Turns out Polk's the man.
Really?
Yeah.
I know nothing about Polk.
No.
He was one term because he was a dark horse out of nowhere, and he promised everybody in his party, I'll only do one term. That way, some of you guys that are good, that are getting ready, you can take over. I promise to do one term. When he was running, his opponent's slogan was, "Who is James K. Polk?" Like, people were talking shit. As soon as he got in, oh, this is good. He was a tiny guy. He was 5'8", which was like...
That's really small.
Yeah, he was 5'8", and when he got in, his wife was the one who came up with, they got to play Hail to the Chief every time you come in a room to give you some respect.
Give him a little, yeah.
Yeah, so that's why that happens.
Nice.
So right away, Polk starts going
But it was
wild.
kind of a joke. It's like if a midget walked in.
Yeah,
everybody goes, it's just a little guy.
No, Polk's a beast. Immediately, he starts fucking with the British about Oregon. So they have the Oregon Territory out there, which is just beaver hunting. Everybody's, beaver hunting. We're doing a little bit of that in Nash Vegas.
What do you mean?
If he's trying to get pussy.
About pussies.
Hunting in Oregon for...
They were in Oregon,
Pussy
Oregon, pussy hunting. So the British were pussy hunting. The British and Americans were both pussy hunting on the same territory. And Polk was like, nah, we're done with that. And he set the latitude and longitude was 54 and 40. So he came out with the slogan 54 and 40 or fight. He was saying that to the British. He was like, we're going to fuck you guys up.
True.
So he came out with that.
During the Oregon dispute, many people in the US government were willing to give up the Oregon area to the British because of tensions with Mexico that were rising, and many were afraid that America would get in a war with both Mexico and Britain at the same time. President James Polk, however, was unwilling to give up these territories and was willing to dispute with the British government. The British government was unable to call Polk's bluff, and they eventually settled an agreement which gave the United States the territory of what is now Oregon, Washington, and Idaho. It also, very importantly, gave Americans control of the Columbia River.
And the British...
People were really into
they loved
latitudes
slogans.
and longitudes.
They were.
back then.
So he called that, and the British were afraid to call his bluff. They were just like, fine, take
They're
it.
like, that slogan is so good.
Yeah, like,
just take it.
Fuck, dude, this guy's
Dude,
nuts.
you came up with the fucking... You used the longitude and latitude?
So he takes that territory, which is huge. And then it's not just Oregon, it's Washington, all that.
You know why Oregon is... Portland is called Portland?
I bet you I do.
It was kind of... Do you?
No, it's not.
It was going to be Boston.
What?
Because there's two guys. Is it Lewis and Clark?
Yeah.
So one of them is
That
from...
was Jefferson. Give
One
him
of them
credit
is
on
from
that.
Boston, and one of them is from Portland, Maine. And they both wanted to name it after their hometown.
Oh.
And they flipped a coin
Huh.
and named it Portland. And there is a Boston in Oregon. There's a town called Boston, Oregon. Anyway, go on.
So after he gets Oregon,
Yeah.
he's like, all right, it's time for me to get Texas. he starts fucking with the Mexicans. Like, say they would send troops down just to see if the Mexicans would shoot first. Finally, they did. He immediately
Mexicans.
Finally, they shot
so
a bunch
many
of
times to get off their fucking frijoles and fire a shot.
So they go to war.
Here they come again. I don't want to fire.
He fired the last
Probably one of them was like 70,000 troops poured in.
Oh no!
So we immediately took California, Arizona, New Mexico, Utah, Texas.
And
This
then
is all
who was
Polk
the
in
general?
4 years.
Who was the general that penetrated all the way to Mexico City? This is later, right?
This was the next guy who was Zachary Taylor.
Yeah, Zachary Taylor was
Zachary
the big
Taylor.
Mexican American war
Yeah,
guy.
he was the war hero.
What?
Zachary Taylor was dominating.
So they
them, but this is-
gathered-
He went into Mexico City, and if you go to in Mexico City, the big thing is Los Niños. These 6, I think it's 4 or 6 kids. So they stormed. They went all the way to Mexico City, and the citadel, the Chapultepec, the palace. The army was so decimated that it was finally just the cadets of the military school were the only ones
Yikes.
defending the capital, and they were just 4 kids firing on the American army is just coming. And they wrapped themselves in Mexican flags and jumped and dove and killed themselves. That was how they ended the war.
awesome.
And the moment is Zachary Taylor was holding one of them, and he's saying they were just kids. Like, he had no idea they were like fucking 12, 15 years old.
Man.
And in Chapultepec, there's 4 big pillars that are still, they're like war heroes.
That's pretty awesome.
Yeah.
What did Mexico have back then? Was it like a king or like
A lot
what
of they had so what was going on all these years, Napoleon assumed that the South would win the Civil War eventually, that there would be Europe always bet on the South because the South was a aristocratic America. It was about plantations and old families, and that's a European, and they loved Europe in the South. The North was always against Europe and wanting to start something new. So during the Civil War, so Maximilian was just a Habsburg. But the way kings worked back then, there were some royalty factories. So the Habsburg family, who I think were like Flemish or whatever the fuck, they just had like a cousin of a king. They went, Maximilian and his wife, they're like, you guys take Mexico.
So the Habsburg dynasty was a royal German family and one of the biggest dynasties of Europe from the 15th to the 20th century. As dukes, archdukes and emperors, the Habsburg ruled Austria, Hungary, Spain and Germany. Then Maximilian I also acquired the Netherlands, Luxembourg and Burgundy through marriage. Maximilian I was also Emperor of Mexico, but when the American Civil War ended, America demanded the withdrawal of troops from Mexico on the grounds that their presence there was a violation of the Monroe Doctrine. Maximilian, however, fought against the Americans, but eventually lost and was executed by a firing squad instead of beheading on June 19th of 1867.
So Napoleon sent French troops to Mexico and installed Maximilian, but then
Which is what Cinco de Mayo is.
Yes, and then the Mexicans finally overran, because when we lost the Civil War, when we lost the Civil War, I don't know what made me say that. No, when the South lost the Civil War, Napoleon was like, all right, fuck this.
Well,
And
wait,
he just-
Napoleon was gone for this.
or whoever the French pulled their well, there was like 3 Napoleons.
Oh, true.
I think it was a later Napoleon.
Wow. Yes.
Pulled support.
Yeah.
And Maximilian, they beheaded him.
Fuck.
They fed peyote to his wife and sent her home. And there's some little village somewhere in like the Netherlands where they tell you like she's going to come get you, because she would run in the streets. She went insane. She would run the streets screaming. And they tell kids, if you don't get to sleep, because she comes out at night, if you don't go to sleep, she's going to come get you. So that's how far in Mexico.
Dude,
I'm sorry to derail you, but so
that's great.
Zachary, so you were still at Polk and then Taylor.
Polk, but still. So one thing that was cool was when Polk was instigating this war with Mexico.
You got to cut that part where I say we lost.
No, that's good.
Cut that. I don't
That's
know what
good. You
made me say
corrected
that.
it immediately. This is pretty sick. So Polk was up there like, they're fucking with us. They shot at our troops. an old one-term senator from Illinois at the time stood up and said, "Were we on their territory when we shot him?" There was one guy that was opposed to the Mexican-American War, a guy by the name of Abraham Lincoln.
Really?
Abraham Lincoln.
And people were like, "Hey, shut up, pussy."
Yeah, dude.
We're trying to take Texas. Shut the fuck
He's
up.
like, "You guys, were we?" I'm like, "Shh." Yeah, he was like, "Sorry."
I think this was wrong. They're like, anyway, that's why Polk's kind of the man. He added 1/3 of the entire United States in a 4-year term.
Damn.
Pretty good. Well, in territory.
I know, but still,
it's like those big
But you got
states.
Texas and California,
And they were just sitting
probably
on the,
half our population.
Pretty good.
True. And they were sitting on
I
the
wish
border.
he hadn't added them, espally Texas.
The
But
troops
again,
are sitting
then we
there being
wouldn't
like, Mexico
have
sucks. Mexico fucking sucks.
Finally, one got
Just go.
Oh shit! Run! They're pissed.
Yo, Mexico's gay.
Again, that was a smashing. America destroyed Mexico. It was mean.
Yeah, that's nice.
Then this is good. Polk, he was working his tail off.
His tail.
He was tired. He was so exhausted when he got done. He went back to Tennessee and just died.
Like right away, right?
Yeah.
He died, yeah.
He was like, "That was too much. I
That
should
was
have done
a lot
all
of work. Yep.
Just died."
Los Niños were 6 Mexican military cadets who were killed in the defense of Mexico City during one of the last major battles of the Mexican-American War on the 13th of September of 1847. They were all between the age of 13 and 19. The date of the battle is now celebrated in Mexico as a holiday to honor their sacrifice. Cinco de Mayo celebrates the Battle of Puebla in 1862, where they were victorious against the French troops of Napoleon III. So that was all for today. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you did, please check out the links in the description to Matt and Shane's Secret Podcast. Go and check out their Patreon. And also I'll leave a link to the podcast with Louis C.K. so you can check it out for yourself. And if you have any suggestions for future videos, please let me know down below in the comments. And I'll see you on the next one. What's up everyone and welcome back to the channel. Today's topic of discussion will be Abraham Lincoln, who was the 16th US President. Abraham Lincoln was born on February 12, 1809 in Kentucky. Before being a politician, he was a lawyer in Illinois, and by many he is considered to be the greatest US president in history, mainly because of his crucial role in the abolition of slavery. Now, without further ado, let's get to the video.
And as soon as Lincoln gets elected, the South secedes.
Yeah, every state starts to say we're not America anymore. Like immediately before he takes office.
It's also crazy checking in on the headlines and you're like, nah, they said you're a chair basically. And you're like, fuck.
yeah, dude.
Yes.
Fuck.
You got Lincoln though. You know Lincoln.
Well, we could just maybe skip him because he'll be the whole fucking.
Yeah. We could stop.
I mean, look,
we could stop
Lincoln-
with Lincoln. Let's stop with Lincoln. And then you go on to some guys you're interested in after Lincoln.
All right.
Yeah, we're good. We
What
can go
time-
as long
how
as
long
we
we've
want.
been talking for?
An hour.
Okay. Well,
You're not
Lincoln-
enjoying this? You're not having the time of your life?
I'm having a great time.
I knew you would. This is
I'm
nice,
not
right?
having a great time.
You're not having a great time.
No, I'm not. I hate this.
Decent time.
Really?
No, I'm having a good time.
How much fun?
You decide which one. The thing I liked about, I mean, I gave you that book about Lincoln.
Yeah.
That's a great, what's his name? Carl Sandburg. It's a weird kind of stream of consciousness telling of Lincoln's story in 4 volumes. It's crazy. Just the warriors, just from when he took office. And when he was coming here, there was everything, hell was breaking loose, and there was supposed to be a January 6th. There was supposed to be one.
What?
There was a plan to stop the certifying of the vote.
Mm-hmm.
And so they went to General, what was his name? He was the only American general then because we didn't fight wars anymore.
Yeah.
So the army was kind of like not, you know.
I think he was the commander.
It's a name you just know when you hear it. Like Scott something.
Oh, yeah, Winfield Scott.
Winfield Scott.
Yes.
Perfect.
So they went to Winfield Scott, the guys running the government, and then they said, we think there's going to be this thing where they're going to try to stop the... So he said, if anyone, made a declaration, publicly, he said, if anyone tries to stop the counting of the votes and the democratic process from happening, either by force or by infiltration, I will stuff them into my cannon and fertilize my lawn with them. That's what he said.
Lincoln said that?
That's what he said.
What?
No,
And,
Winfield Scott.
Oh, Winfield Scott said
Yeah,
that.
and what he did in real fact, because he was a really smart guy, he gave all of the Capitol police and all those guys that they had the day off. They said, go home. And he went and got policemen from Baltimore, from New York City, all kinds of like badass cops. And he had them in plain clothes all over the Capitol, all heavily armed, but in plain clothes. So, and people know, so if somebody started something, the guy would just go like this or elbow him or whatever. Yeah. But the appearance was that it was peaceful and that there was no military presence.
Whoa.
But nothing happened. That's what it took to get Lincoln. Everybody, up to the minute that happened, everyone was like, I don't know if he's ever going to take office. Yeah. People believed he would never be president.
Dude, he wasn't even on the ballot in the southern states. Not even on the ballot.
Yeah.
What?
So, quick note on that. In 1860, they did not use the official ballots that they use today. Instead, it was a slip of paper provided by each party. Since the 1860 Republican Party had no real presence in most southern slaveholding states, there were no political tickets being distributed by them. So, technically, people could still vote for Lincoln in the South, but they would have to do so like you would do for a third-party candidate today. And this did not happen very often.
He didn't win one southern state.
A lot of people, big people who would be like whoever now, wrote long things saying, don't take office. Your presidency, your victory is hollow. Mm-hmm. It's not real. Not even just people from the South, but people from the North. Everyone was afraid that Lincoln was going to just immediately free the slaves and start war with the South. And his first inauguration, he says, first thing out of his mouth is, I have no intention of freeing the Southern slaves or changing their slave laws. And yes, we will chase down and bring you back your slaves when they come up here within reason. He puts like a tiny thing of like, we're not going to like make it our obsession, but we will do it. Like, it's the first thing out of his mouth.
So here's the exact quote from Lincoln's inaugural speech. I have no purpose, directly or indirectly, to interfere with the institution of slavery in the states where it exists. I believe I have no lawful right to do so, and I have no inclination to do so. In any law upon this subject, all the safeguards of liberty known to civilization ought to be introduced, so that a free man may not be in any case surrendered as a slave, and, at the same time, to provide by law for the enforcement of that clause, which guarantees that the citizens of each state shall be entitled to all privileges and immunities of citizens in said states.
Bothers me about people that are critics of him hang on to that. And they're like, Lincoln didn't want to do it. It's like, dude, the whole time that's what he wanted.
Of course he did. That's what, again, it goes all the way back to the framers. They all wanted this to be a better country than it was. So they knew they couldn't create a nation without slavery. Mm-hmm. So they said, let's create a nation where people can change peacefully. They can change not only leadership, but the laws. That create a situation where people figure it out for themselves and move forward and change, instead of like a constitution could have been a very permanent thing. It could have been a very solid permanent thing, but they actually made it elastic on purpose. And that's, Lincoln was like, we'll do it, guys. Yeah. We'll do it. We need some fucking time. And boy, what it cost is crazy. And a lot of people who didn't want slavery were really angry at Lincoln for how hard he pushed that war, and that he didn't just settle it. Just let the South do whatever they want. We have our free blacks here. Let them take their chances down there. You're killing millions, or however many fucking, I don't know how many people it was. Like 250,000 people died in the Civil War.
Yeah, probably around there.
Something like about how many we killed.